banana push. I think G2 is gonna still try to go into that banana. So I think if you're Mouse Sports, early on in the round, you want to maybe push even with 3 guys to banana and really force that occasion there.
And we will have some basic early round grenades just to take that map control, deny some control out of the hands of the CTs.
But instead, this time, Mouse Sports opts to play really passively in that B-bomb site.
That's it. Interesting there, Fox jumping up on Michael Elliott. Is that to set up a nade? Interesting stuff there.
It's going to be that A execute again.
Yeah, this is quite interesting as well, because in this situation, you could potentially abuse the fact that the team has not many grenades on CT's side and play a slow round, but G2, they're straight in here with this push. Next is going to get the first frag there onto Fox. By Boiler, the trade comes in as Michael Elliott speeds onto the bomb site. Nice entry onto God B, and things looking quite back and forth here, but Mouse Sports might find themselves with quite the advantage, despite the bomb being planted. Michael Elliott's very low in pit. He's only got Dennis to play off of on the bomb site, and Dennis is going to try to create some space there. Really nice initiative taken by Dennis, takes down Chris J. 2 players left here now for Mouse Sports, and they decide to attack from the same angle, but Dennis is going to take him down, and that's just Michael Elliott left now, and he is not long for this world either. Nico with the frag, and that is surprising that they managed to hold that.
Oh yeah, I mean, it needs to be noted that G2's Dennis did the right job of pushing short. When it's a 2-on-3 situation like that, you need to make an initiative. You need to make a kill happen to equalize the scoreline, because you know you're going to be attacked from odd angles that you're not going to be able to cover. So that's when you have to make that initiative, and he made it possible for T2 to have an opportunity to win that round. Obviously, we saw Dennis from Mouse Sports and Nico get those kills and secure that round for Mouse Sports. A very big one for Mouse Sports too. Now, what they need to do, they need to string these together, though.
Absolutely, and it's quite funny we've got the 2 Dennises.
I know, I just realized.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw Dennis kills Dennis. What? Anyway, getting back into this round, we've got quite a lot of movement here from G2. They've kind of decided to abandon the idea of taking early map control with those AKs. Looks like they want to pummel that mid defense straight away. That pace could really hurt Mouse Sports if they don't respond quickly, but they actually have a bit of banana control themselves, so they can respond very fast to this. Chris J's behind the smoke here. He doesn't have time to fall back. He's going to have to defend from this angle. Takes the first frag, instantly traded there, and that is going to be more T's flooding into that A bomb site at this point. But that said, Nex is still alive here by Pit. They've got Nico, got B rather, up in the balcony. So this is actually looking like a good setup for Mouse Sports to defend this. Nex is going to lay fire down onto Fox, and all of a sudden, they don't have any room to work with, but Michael Elliott storms in from quad, and then gets instantly traded by God B. It's all on JKim now, the new addition, but God B gets it done. And that's going to be another round there for Mouse Sports. It's so important to get that follow-up round.
That was awkward. Really awkward. Yeah. I mean, G2 only getting 1 kill, going through Arch, getting Chris J. And they just go to bomb side. And like, there's nobody here. I mean, you know, there's probably not going to be anyone big pit at Apps, right? Obviously, there's 2 guys over there. Not really the right play at that point, just going into that bomb side and sort of like not doing anything about it. You got to be aware of the fact that there's going to be obviously someone either in the apartments or the big pit. And if you're just going to go to the site, you're going to get sandwiched. And that's exactly what happened.
And that desperation part tapped in the corner, that's not that's not what you want.
Hasty, I would say.
Yeah, indeed, it was definitely not ideal. And we'll have to see if they can recover some momentum here, because right now we've got Nico back to his usual tricks on the aggression there on Banana, locking it down. Rain goes down, and
this time, yeah, Mouse Sports with 3 players towards that B-bomb site, so they were waiting for a B push from G2.
Yeah, it's quite interesting as well, because some teams will do that to kind of like bait the T side to think, oh, we got the kill, let's rush in, and then have an extra, and then there's like an extra CT that you didn't expect.
Yep.
And Nico's a great player for that, because you can send him against multiple guys, and he might just deliver like 2 or 3 frags. So good idea there from them. As we get the push coming in finally from G2 to try to take some map control. But look at this, Chris J is going to actually take down JKim. So they're actually struggling to get map control, and Mouse Sports realize that they have a huge advantage right now.
Yeah, that's the thing with G2. I mean, they're going to be a team that really relies on their individual skill, making those opening kills, making those gaps in the map that they could exploit. Not at this time around, though. They're going to be 3-on-5 down. It's all going to be Fox here just quickening up. If things get awkward here for Chris J or not, is the question. He's going to go down to Dennis.
And so now this round could go either way, but the thing is, the time is an issue. 20 seconds to get the bomb planted. Even though they've got cool positions here, CT Spawn cutting off that rotation. If that bomb doesn't go down, then it's all for nothing here. We've got Gobby by Pit, and he's going to help to stop this. The bomb is going to hit the ground, and that should be that here. Fox is way too far away. He gets eliminated by Gobby, who's actually having quite a nice match so far, I've got to say. Gobby with some very high impact frags in the last few. very important rounds.
Yeah, it just got a little bit too late in the round, sort of indecisive of what they wanted to do. Eventually realizing, okay, boys, we have no other choice than going to that A site. We had a CT in Big Pit, as in got B, and a teammate wasn't on that site. They made a crossfire, and there's nothing G2 really could have done at that point. And this Mousesports is actually making a bit of a comeback into this game.
Absolutely.
And costing G2 a force buy, by the way.
Indeed, but it's quite cool actually, because with the 2 Tech 9s, it's almost kind of... it allows you to have these like really explosive rounds, just running and gunning with that Tech 9, having those in front, it can be really brutal to deal with. But G2, they've actually kind of split up here, looking for the picks. It's not going to work out. Mike Lely goes down.
No, definitely you want to bunch up. When you have the Tech 9s, the power of Tech 9 is to bunch up and just rush together, make sure you're trading those kills, and then use the opportunities you create from that. Obviously not the way that G2 is doing right now.
And they're having to try to save the situation here. We've got Fox, that AK is moving up middle, and he's looking to get that entry in towards Arch, and that's such a key area to actually take over with his as the T's. And he's slowly working on it. It's Rain applies some pressure there, makes the presence of the T's felt by the CT, so they still don't know what's going on. And look at this sprint from Fox straight into CT.
Do they know?
Arch.
Do they know?
I don't. They must know that there's a hole there. I think Dennis might be covering it. It's hard to say at this point, but they're going to split on, and Fox could be the key here in absolutely shutting this round down. G2 needs some clean entries, though, as well, and Fox looks like he's going to divert his attention and go and help the entries into the site. Here he goes into construction. First frag. Great stuff there from Fox. Now he can smoke the blue truck. This is a really strong round right now for G2, unless Nico can do something big, and he won't. So now this retake is going to be very laboured for Mousesports, but here they go. Bomb down. And slowly but surely, they're going to try to muster this attack.
They need to get a kill within the next 5 seconds or so. And they don't. Fox gets Chris J as well. Is he going to get Got B? No, Got B returns that kill. Sort of possible, but time is running out. So it seems like Mousesports is opting for that save. And Rain even manages to get next to the smoke. It's all over in these rounds for Mousesports. And the horrible situation for Mousesports is that these rounds have been so close. Even though they've been able to string 3 together, they're going to be in no money trouble in the upcoming round.
Well, this could be huge, actually. If Gopi gets multiple kills, that's going to be excellent damage, but you'll only get 1. And you can see that GG managed to hunt down both players that were saving, which is very devastating here.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I mean, G2 is still not sitting pretty either when it comes to economy. They're going to have to invest everything into this one as well. But Mousesports, obviously, they're going to have to save this. They're going to have to lead... let G2 have the lead going into that second half and just hope that they can creep up to that 7 mark.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very tough, and... that last round, that setup that they had, they had 5 players. Why are they completely blind on Arch side? So it's a big question mark there.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward for sure for Mousesports. But again, we see Rain is going to be the one here working that banana. He's going to make those CTs retreat all the way back to that B bombs. And look at this, G2 playing very passively, just giving a lot of room for Mousesports, a lot of respect at this point. Just waiting for maybe an initiative from Mousesports at first before making any decisions. But as it seems, they're going to be creeping out towards the B bomb site. And judging from the situation, they're probably going to have an execute coming towards this site.
Yeah, no Molotovs though, but let's see if they can get it done without them. They have the AKs moving in with full force. So we've got Fox there covering some good angles. Rain as well. Another man at the point of the push, and there it is. First player spotted. And we'll get both of them sprayed down promptly as the bomb site will go quite easily, it would seem, to G2. And this should be quite a shutout here. I would not expect any frags at 1 from next there, but the trade comes in immediately. So negligible damage done. G2 8-4. They've got a good lead going into this first half.
They seem to be very decisive when they're attacking a bomb site. They're making sure they're trading the kills properly, and they're going as a one wave instead of what we saw, for example, earlier today from Fnatic, how they were just jumping 1 by 1 to the drop room, obviously not being the best way to do it. Instead, they're going together, making sure that even if there's a trade kill from the CTs, they can always have the opportunity to get that trade back. So they're really being impressive so far, actually.
And they've also respected the situation here. They're saying, you know what, we can't get this done without full grenades, full everything. So they're actually deciding to actually go for another save here. And they invested a little bit.
I mean, it's really hard in Inferno to haul on CT when you don't have the nades. Then you're going to have to make a lot of gambles, and they'll have to go just spot on for you to have the opportunities. But next is going to pick up a kill on that with that Deagle. Fox returns it to make it a 4-4.
Yeah, so this could actually happen here. Mousesports with an extra kill or 2. And you never know which way this one's going to swing as G2 try to find their way into positions. And middle is the first call. There it is, Fox as usual is leading the charge here. He's been quite good at creating opportunities for G2 in this match so far, and he will find himself on Archway again. And that previously has been a bit of a sore spot for Mouse Sports, sorry.
Yeah, I think the great thing for G2 so far is that it's been very level, like very even between the players. Everyone's had an impact on this. Even Fox, a lot of people give him a lot of hate for not performing, but he's been a very big part of G2 today.
Look at this sneak in. It's straight into the bomb site, just wrapping all the way around. Once again, using those blind spots to his full advantage. And G2 are going to find themselves on a bomb site. Dennis taking down God by Pit, and that's that. That's a wrap here for this round. As the bomb can make its way over, be planted. Nico's going to come in and try to get some damage, maybe sneakily steal a weapon away, but that's pretty much the best you can hope for.
Oh yeah, and probably not even that. Oh, he does though. He gets that kill on Dennis.
Whoa.
And Rain as well. Where did that come from? Steals an AK.
He's got an AK, he's got some Kevlar here, he's got no kit. So time is really, really important. If Nico was to clutch this, that would be absolutely absurd. But here we go. Michael in a good position by Pitts, and Fox also playing off of him. These angles are so impossible for Nico. Time is a really big issue. Nico's going to find the last player now, killing Fox. Michael just toying with him at this point, knows time is an issue. Looking for the peak, sprays him down. But how on earth did Nico pull 3 kills out of that situation?
Yeah, that's like a rabbit out of a hat, wasn't it? Even getting those kills that should never have happened, but that's the kind of player he is. He's a superstar player. He's the one that's supposed to do these kind of plays, but obviously, it could be in a situation where it's a little bit too late. Look at these shots he's making. The second one right here, picking up Rain as well. It's just like the lock on his head. Gets that kill. It's going to be a 9-4 situation here in favor of G2 on the T side of Inferno as well. So it's a pretty grim situation when you're Mouse Sports at this point.
Yeah, and they're sending Nico right down banana once again. He's going to take down Rain, and that's going to be a nice situation for Mouse Sports. Early round advantage. Now they can just play passively, can fall back, and take less risks as they can just sit on this advantage. And hopefully them use less grenades. That would always be nice. But G2, their response seems to be big push up onto middle. Take that away from the CTs.
Yeah, Mouse Sports is giving them a lot of room. They're just leaving that middle for G2. They can just do whatever they want with it right now.
Chris J waiting patiently again. Archer's been a problem for them. Chris J misses that first shot. Dennis is going to take down Dennis, and we've got the push there from God B, just keeping that check on Arch. They've got a much better handle of Arch at the moment here, do Mouse Sports, and they've managed to kill 3 players of G2, so they're looking really strong at the moment. It would take something pretty impressive from Jacob and Michael Ele to open this one up. We need nothing but stellar fragging power here from Michael Ele and Jacob. Michael Ele and Jacob are going to get one each, actually, so making it into a 2 versus 3 with 30 seconds on the clock.
And that A side is totally open, and he gets that kill on Goppy as well.
Wow.
It just kills back and forth.
Chris J, man, what an excellent shot onto Michael Eilert. Bomb goes down though, Jacob finds himself in a 1 versus 2. Nico and Chris J are creeping up here, and they're going to tap him down. That again, this is G2 though, isn't it?
Right,
like,
it is.
Boom, 2 versus 4, they can make it happen somehow.
Exactly, and Jacob, he's a new guy in this team, and I think after Rain individually, and when it comes to aim and all that stuff, he's going to be that second best player in Norway. So
yeah,
they have a great combination on this team when it comes to individual talent. They're actually making this work as a team so well. I think a lot better than a lot of people would have expected even. So they're trading, like we were talking about. Look at that kill though, Chris J. Come on. I mean, that's just disrespectful. But yeah, G2 just playing their lights out right now, and they managed to get a pretty decent buy for this last round as well. They have all the utility they would need to make a good execute if they wanted to. Seems like they're going to be sending 4 people towards the second middle, and it's going to be just one guy. It's going to be Michael Ellett towards that primary middle, and is it going to be a good old just creeping out of apps kind of a strat happening here? Good old.
Yeah, this is the old
vintage
stuff. Yeah,
Counter-Strike.
Dusting off the strategy books here.
The snake is real.
And straight in there. It's not going too well for them though, getting gunned down where they stand as they exit the balcony position out of the apartments. And Chris J's having a bit of a field day with the AWP. And last player's been spotted by apartments as well, so that's all fall to Michael Iller though. 3 more players for Michael Iller to find with this AK. He's got plenty of time, but his position is really appalling, and he's going to go down in the end. So 6-9. Mouse Sports managing to salvage something from the first half, but still, they're going to feel a lot of pressure going into that pistol.
Yeah, I mean, it was G2 was really good in all the class situations. A lot of the rounds were really close. Money was on the verge halfway through this half. A lot of the times, but they managed to win most of the clutches. So that's pretty much the big difference between these two teams right now when it comes to the scoreline.
Yeah, and another big difference actually was Chris J, as we can see in that clip there, being able to pick up an AWP because their economy was so hampered from a very early point. So and they got reset straight away. You can see that the 3 rounds run by the T's. Then CTs win 1 round, then boom, they lose 3 in a row again. They, instant reset. That's so painful.
And important that he was getting more help towards the end of that half to that art side, which was G2 like to up to go a lot of the time. He was getting teammates flashing for him, having teammates come and help. I think it was Dennis that was helping him a lot around there. So it took a little bit too long, I guess, for them to react correctly to what G2 was throwing at them. Maybe it's a thing of Mouseport, as we know they don't play Inferno that much. So maybe it's just a matter of they're just not comfortable.
Yeah, it's absolutely possible, and we have to talk about that arch side, don't we? Because there was that round where it shouldn't really been winnable for G2, but the blindness of Mouseport, even when they had 3 players on A, just no one really checking Arch, that they could definitely have had way more rounds.
It's one of those conversations. Who's watching Arch? Nothing like that. So who's watching Arch? Oh, he's in CT spawn already. Oh, he killed me.
Yeah, that's
that happens. I mean,
in panic mode.
In the top level, it even happens sometimes when you're you're sort of tunnel visioning. In certain situations, especially when it's high pressure games in a major.
And you build that mental image of the map, don't you? And it's all of a sudden, because you have all the information being fed to you from your teammates.
Yep.
You got this mental image. Okay, I can be attacked from here and here. And then if something like that happens, it changes everything, but you get the information too late. So there's panic mode. It's like, okay, where is this guy? Where can I be attacked from? How do we set up against this?
Point,
it can get bad.
Yeah, it can definitely get bad. So another pistol round coming, and as we can see, G2 opting to go for those armors as well. Mike Lella, though, he has a smoke, has a kit to work with. At the same time, Mouseport, everyone else except for Goppy going with the armor. Goppy has his smoke and a flash grenade, so a bit of an execute possible. But Dennis getting that kill on Rain is going to open things up.
That is pretty huge. That is a really big disaster right now for the CTs. Holding this when the Glocks get close is very, very dangerous, and Goppy's going to take down Fox.
It's going to be the B side is empty right now at this point, but obviously Mouseport doesn't know that. So at this point, when you're 5-on-3 down on that CT side, you need to take a risk. You need to push somewhere together to get some information, try to get that next kill happen. But no, it's Chris J that actually picks that kill on Dennis, making things even worse for G2.
Yeah, Makelele here with the USP. He's going to have to try to go for these aim battles against multiple players. He just can't connect that fast pop that he really needs to just bring this round back somehow for G2. Bomb's going to go down, and JChem might as well go for some frags, see if he can get some damage done. Or we can try to save the Kevlar as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's Goppy. That could be huge. As we said, Dennis is still being the low guy. He's still alive there.
And they have to go for it. They're so committed at this point. And this is just impossible. Fox takes another frag onto Dennis, and all of a sudden it's just Nico left with the AK. Got full Kevlar and helmet to work with, but there's so many CTs to burn through. And Nico down to 7 HP as we'll have these CTs playing just these really nice team play. as much investment, of course, not really force buying.
No.
Just a few pistols, a few P250s, Deagle.
And it makes sense for them to save this one as well, as Fox almost got off guard in that situation, but manages to fall back. It's going to be Jacob here behind the Sandbags on the hot seat.
Here we go. P90 is ready to go for the spray down, but it's like this push is being thinned out.
P90, better known as the meat grinder.
Yeah, this is not fun to run into this. This is not good.
No, now we'd have an armor, for sure.
Ooh, the dinks come in and Godby takes down Rain, so another bit of damage done there. They really need to get a couple of kills here. That would be a good result there for Mouse Sports if they can pull that one off. And it's been Michael taking down Godby. Just one man left. He's picked up the AK, no Kevlar, and he's getting tagged. So that's lights out there for Dennis. 7-11 is the score.
Important for G2, they're managing to stay with 4 guys alive, so that's always going to be good on that CT economy, making sure that you'll be able to buy those Molotovs and smokes and whatnot you need. But here we see Mouse Sports going for this half buy at this point. It's going to be armors all across the board, and Dennis with a grenade, next with a grenade, and Godby with 2 flashes and a smoke. Chris J also with a smoke, so that would suggest they're probably going to have some kind of a B execute coming here.
Oh, but look at the aggression from G2. They're rushing everything right now. The spray comes in from JChem, and Mouse Sports have no idea what's hitting them at this point. They've got CT sandwiching them from both sides, and there it is. Just 2 players left now for Mouse Sports. They have been decimated, but they did get a couple kills in their effort. But this is a beautiful, aggressive take, and we're starting to see more and more teams kind of apply this anti-force buy strategies with the aggression. So I'd love to see that from G2, and now they can just play back.
It makes sense though as well. As we'll see Fox here picking up Chris J. It's only going to be Godby, like 4 HP, a Tech 9, and M4 actually as well. Together with that smoke. So hope for him is quite slim at this point, but he's going to try to make it work. There you go though, Fox is going to pick him up, and yeah, that aggressiveness from G2 just nullified. Mouse Sports obviously going for some kind of a cheeky little B execute, but G2 not leaving that as an option for Mouse Sports. Playing super aggressively in the banana, and that was pretty much a round over at that point. But I guess the most important thing about it is that Mouse Sports was not fully invested in that one. You know, it was a buy they could afford basically. And now we're actually going to see the actual weapon run at this point. It's going to be Mouse Sports on all AKs across the board, and a lot of nets to work with. So this is going to be the round where Mouse Sports need to make it happen.
And Rain is going to go for an aggressive push here in apartment straight away, get that information for his team.
Yep.
And he knows that Second is pretty open at this point. He can just stay kind of dug in that position. And they could even rotate an extra player to B if they wanted at this point. They got such deep information towards A. And Mouse Sports, they're making that creep, looking like they might want to be, or are thinking of going for an execute on this B bomb site. And G2, they pretty much... They know that there's no presence from from Mouse Sports right now in middle.
But at least G2 manages to, or Mouse Sports managed to make G2 waste one of those smokes at 114. So that's a bit earlier for G2 than they would have hoped for. But Rain, as we see here, he's going to be here creeping behind.
Oh my god, he's just going to go for it as well, not even waiting to see if there's more players. And that is such a weird position to find a CT in. And if his teammates attack from middle right now, that's going to cause so much confusion. He's going to go out for the promise and get instantly dropped by Chris J, who indeed was distracted. And G2 not able to fully capitalize on Rain's position there. Good battling for Mouse Sports back into this round.
And at this point, when you're G2, just play passively, give Mouse Sports the room. You're 4-3 up at this point. You have the hell advantage. Obviously, they don't know that, but they have the man advantage. That's the most important thing, so just play it safe at this point. I think it's a good positioning right now for G2, actually. Michael spotting from that big pit. He's going to get that information quite early if they're pushing at a site. Dennis here in Graveyard as well is a great positioning for the CTs.
Yeah, they can play off of each other very well here, and indeed, all the frags coming in for the CT side. G2 looking really strong. There's no time left to plant the bomb as the final kill comes in from Dennis. And this looks like a really strong half right now from G2. When it comes to the economy, when it comes to just holding these pushes, they seem to be a step ahead of Mouse Sports.
Yeah, it's the risks they're taking right now are just paying off beautifully. Pushing Banana in that previous round, and now Rain pushing down, going through that apps, having the best spawn, utilizing that spawn, the one that Dennis has right now actually, and just going through the app purpose and going between those two houses and just holding on for a while, creeping out all the way to T apps, getting that kill on Dennis and falling back. Obviously not capitalizing on the kill on Nico though, but still a lot of information.
And here we go, some good pre-nades there, and Fox is going to get a lot of damage there through the smoke. And Jacob goes in for a piece as well, gets himself 2 frags. Incendiary is thrown down by Box, and things are looking rather well for G2. They've already spotted where the push was coming from. However, Dennis actually finds the lone Michael Elliott towards A, and now the A bomb site is completely open. This is a very sharp turn of events here. Mousesports actually had the opportunity to plant the bomb now. Dennis will actually pick up that weapon, but he cannot get to pit in time. That is critical. Rain with a very swift kill, and that is going to allow G2 to hold this site, I believe.
Yeah, there was an opportunity there, but it just took a bit too long for Mousesports to try and make it happen. Dennis in a perfect position here, but gets picked up by Nex. Got B, let's get duel with Rain. Rain opts to fall back to that site. Things going back and forth here, interestingly.
We got the setup from Stiti, so it doesn't look too shabby actually, with Fox going in from Arch, but he gets shot in the face by Nex's Deagle, and they're going to rotate straight back to B. They've got time on the clock to do it, and they know that site is completely clean at this point, and that is such a crazy turn of events here. And Nex is setting himself up for the next shot with a Deagle. Oh, he's going to connect it as well. Nex completely saving his team this round with that Deagle, the magical Deagle of Nex, and that's going to be Mousesports 8 to 13 of G2, and that's going to be such a boost for them.
I don't know what even to say at that point. I mean, Nex, look at this shot. He's making it happen. That's, you see, Fox's 100 HP. He made, like, I think, yeah, last 2 kills he made with 6 HP left. And this move here, just even taking this line of sight, it's pretty risky considering his HP and everything, but he makes it work. Nex dragging Mousesports along, but it seems like they're going to be done for, but no, he's giving Mousesports another opportunity at this point.
Oh, these HEs are a bit brutal there. Chris J receiving over 50 damage for one, but it's going to be okay. Fox was going to be able to take down Godbeat, and looks like Mousesports just want to bully their way. They want to play contact into the bomb site, but all these peaks here coming from G2 are perfect, and now the smoke goes down, and the kills are in, and all of a sudden, Mousesports are left with nothing. This is a terrible situation. Yeah, for Mousesports.
Looking for another miracle, as we see Dennis kills Dennis and helps out Rain in that situation. That's going to leave Chris J alone. Does get a pick on Rain, but Dennis picking Chris J out, and it's going to be 14-8 scoreline. And Mousesports is, yeah, it seems like, I don't know. It's just, they're not comfortable. Their choices are very interesting. They're just going through smokes. Just dying way too much one by one, and it's G2 playing really smart with their aggression, just utilizing they've noticed obviously that Mousesports is not very comfortable at this point.
And you know they just got reset as well, so even if Mousesports, you can say okay, they got 2 chances essentially, but if they lose this round they have no money. There's nothing in the bank, so they're going to have $1,900 basically. Yep. That's nothing.
And again, Mousesports is pushing Banana. They're going to have Jacob to take a duel with, but Nico and Chris J go down. But Nex manages to take that kill on him, though. So that's going to make it a 4-3 in favor of G2.
And they've got the bomb. G2 know where the bomb is. It's laying at their feet by the sandbags here. They don't want to commit into the position. It's a little bit too out there to be safe. But it actually looks like they're thinking about it. They've got 3 players there. They're flashing in. Rain can try to peek if he wants to. And at the moment, Mousesports, I like that they're taking their time here, trying to clean out apartments as well. They do have a minute to play with. Don't have to rush the retake on the bomb.
Yeah, slightly risky from G2, but it happens to pay off as Mousesports is holding. So battle's going to happen here. I think it's Rain is alone at this position though, so he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him because obviously Mousesports is going to have to come over there to get that bomb.
Yeah, really interesting. You can see that well, how to hold that fort right now because Rain's just going to go and taking down Nex. You'd think this would permit his teammates, Nex's teammates, into this push here, and Godby will indeed get the trade onto Rain, which is very fortunate. And Dennis now finally abuses that flank. Dennis will eliminate him though. Dennis of G2. And now it's just Godby. 1 versus 2 now with 20 seconds to play with the in-game leader of Mousesports. Legendary 1.6er as well. Of Mousesports fame too. And looks like Godby is going to go down to Michael Lele. But what a weird situation that was. And having the bomb go down at sandbags just completely just screwed them in that round.
Yeah, definitely did. And such a one-dimensional Mousesports right now, that T side. Not really have a lot of going on. I mean, they won the pistol round, and that's pretty much it for them. I mean, trying to force that occasion in Banana and just getting dismantled time after time, it's not really great for them. So they're not showing any executor of that ace side, not really trying to possess any middle control. As Fox picks Chris J as well, just making matters even worse for Mousesports at this point.
Yeah, and look at the aggression coming in from G2. They are going to fight fire with fire here. I mean, Mousesports understand with their loadout, all they can really do here is just get close and try to hit those shots. not a single rifle for Mouse Sports, just Tech 9s and SMGs. And now that they're down to 3 players, a 2-for-1 trade is not going to be a nice reality for them. And Dennis into a very weird position, finds that kill onto Michael early now, and he's going to be able to pick up an M4. So 2 rifles in the hands of Mouse Sports now, but Dennis can punish. There's the spray. Got B or trade straight away. So now 2 versus 2, and Mouse Sports might just have a chance here. But Fox is in to shatter dreams as he takes down Dennis, and it's on God B now again. 1 versus 2. Again, he does have some time to play with, and this time it's much better. Does have the AK, and he's on the bomb site, so definitely some options here. And the bomb will be planted into the site, and Mouse Sports.
Very tough position for Gopi at this point, but you think that duel is getting dinged, and he's going down to Fox. It's gonna be 16-8 G2.
G2 going to take this Inferno, and didn't think it would be this crushing, but that said,
No.
I mean, you know, you said it to me before we went live with the game. Inferno is a very cruel mistress. Sometimes she's with you, sometimes she's against you.
I mean, you know, as we can see here, the fact is that Mouse Sports obviously wasn't able to string those rounds together on that CT side, and it makes it super hard. You're just working with very limited equipment. You don't have the nades you would need. You don't always have the op. Once Chris J managed to get that op later on that half, that's when they started to pick up a few rounds. And before, you know, they were struggling.
All right, guys. Well, now it's time to throw to the Intel analyst desk.
Thanks a lot for that, Dan. Of course, you know a thing or two about cruel mistresses, no doubt about it. So there we go. It didn't go the way I thought it was going to go.
When he injured his hand that time?
Yes. Mouse Sports were really lackluster and bizarrely one-dimensional. They didn't seem to have a lot going on tactically. They were really trying to force that banana issue. Very, very disappointed.
It was. Sorry, you go first.
No, I just was imitating you.
Right. Thanks very much.
Synergy.
So, it was classic Mouse Sports when we see them in their peril. Like, their CT sides can be really hit or miss. If they let their economy go the way it did that game, Chris J doesn't get the AWP. For some reason, most of the gun rounds, he had an auto shotgun. Definitely viable in some rounds. You're trying to kind of catch up. You're trying to do some situations, but they kept force buying over and over. They weren't allowing themselves to get that AWP set up. You have the rifles there. They tried some banana aggression. That kind of worked out for them. The few rounds they got on the CT half, but it felt like it was just too little, too late for them. They let the game get too far gone, and it's exactly what happened the last major. You know, like they need to start controlling this economy better. They can't take the risk of keep force buying up, especially when you're against what seems like a very drilled G2 now. They seem like they've come leaps and bounds in terms of their tactical gameplay as well. They're actually approaching it really methodically, not rely so much on the actual just walking out middle and kind of go from the frags. Seems like they've refined their game a little bit. So that's actually really interesting to see. But Mouse Sports for me definitely playing against themselves in some respects with all the force buys.
When we talk about force buys, though, it's very different to force buy on Inferno CT side. Because you basically have to win the round there. You're not in any sense going like, oh, we can still just mess with their economy a bit. You're not. They've got their economy rolling. They're buying AKs all the time. And you need an AWP on one of your best players. And so if you buy all those deagles over and over and over again, even on the saves they were buying deagles, you're never going to have an AWP in Chris J's hands. So he's going to be neutered, basically.
And obviously in the second half, they win the pistol. He goes straight back. A sloppy banana take from them really didn't work out at all. It was just like a bad story from a horrible way to start this event for them, but obviously not over yet. I hope they can bounce back. It's just disappointing to see same issues from the last major still ringing true in this one.
Well, we'll pick the bones out of it in just a moment, but we have got Sir Scoots, who's with Makalele from the victorious G2.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, I do have Makalele here. First off, congratulations. You did exactly what you're supposed to do on the T side. You start out strong, you win the pistol, you go 9-6. First half, kind of walk me through, in your mind, kind of the high and low points of that.
First of all, I think that on these ASA monitors, it's hard to be the defensive team, the defensive side start at it, because you're not warmed up like completely, and it's easier to rush and push and kill them instead of just holding, because then they're gonna rush you over. And I think we played probably only standard rounds that we won, and we played it pretty comfortable, and we played together as a team.
And then second side, you lose the pistol, but then you do the dirty and you win that round afterwards. And then basically, that was kind of the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, losing the pistol round, we knew we were gonna have a hard time on the pistol round because, yeah, obviously the Glock is super good while running. Yeah, I mean, CSGO pistols are overpowered, I won't say, not overrated, sorry. And yeah.
All right, and let's obviously brand new roster, right? Yep. Scream leaves, Jakarn comes in. First real event with this roster, so obviously, it's only a best of one. It's only your first match, but seems to be gelling all right so far.
Yeah, I mean, we know him since before. He played with Rain for a couple of years, I think. And I played with him when I played in LGB for a couple of months. He's a really good dude, really nice dude, and he have a big talent in the game. And he's young, so I mean, he's super positive to the roster.
And then the other side of the coin, you know, obviously you're a very mixed roster, but farthest away, Fox comes all the way from Portugal. How are you dealing with, you know, language issues? What language are you calling in? How is he adapting?
I would say we're talking 90% English. When Fox is dead, or if someone needs to say something fast on another site or anything when he's not there, we talk Swedish/Norwegian. So mostly English, and it's going pretty well. From the beginning, like in the beginning, he couldn't speak that well English actually, but now it's another person. He's really good at English now, and the communication is perfect.
And how did you guys prep for the event? Did you boot camp? Did you all get together, or was it just more standard online play this last couple months?
We boot camped in Berlin at a place called Dojo Madness. It was pretty good. We could come along for a couple of days, just talk about what we're gonna do, find some new stuff to do, prepare like usual, and then we had I think around 1 month just online practicing, and a lot of official leagues as well.
Now, obviously, that win puts you against TSM, which I hear they're a pretty good team. Now, again, slightly different roster for you, but at the last major in Cologne, they did 0-2 you. So, how you feeling? I'd say it's best of one, but are you looking for some revenge?
Of course, I think TSM is probably the hardest opponent for us. I don't think we have one game, even though it's only LAN or online. There's something with them that makes us, I don't know, they're just so good, and of course we're gonna look for the revenge, and I think we can do it. Just have to have the right mindset, and it's gonna be a fun game.
Would that be the team that you're most fearful of in the tournament? Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's going to do it for us. When we come back, obviously the guys at the desk are going to finish a wrap-up of this, and then we're going to start the second half of the day. Virtus Pro taking on Liquid.
welcome back to the DreamHack Open in Cluj-Napoca. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and with me on the Intel analysis desk, we have got Thorin, Henry G, and James Bardolph. We're now going to pick apart the game that we just saw, which was between Mouse Sports and G2. And as we were saying, Mouse Sports were a sorry sight. Really poor.
It's just the same issues ringing true. I'd started making that point before we cut off there, but it's just like it's a common problem they have. A lot of other teams are guilty of this as well. It's the CT economy on a map like Inferno. You have to stay on top of it. The 4 spies, unless you're super confident that you can actually have a realistic chance of taking that round, it's not viable to take that at every single juncture. That's what Mouse Sports a huge mistake for them. Another player I picked out as kicking off that one, Nico. Very lackluster there. Like we would expect him to be the MVP. Next as well had some impressive moments with the Desert Eagle, for example, but ultimately a pretty quiet game for him.
When God B is your top fragger, that's how you know something's gone wrong. Now, here's something I need to do. Obviously, myself and Duncan, we've talked about G2 a lot. They're one of those teams. They're always kind of in the headlines, lots going on, and a lot of fan favourites. And it's got to be said, Fox turned up here. The player that we thought maybe might be the one that's kind of, if there were any more changes to be made, maybe the Glock dropper's the guy to go. But he showed up big in this game. Yeah,
a good performance overall. I mean, you noticed in general, the fragging was all on the side of G2. I mean, it's so little overall for Mouse Sports. And even the kills they did get, there was so few like real impact on it. It's not like they were getting down to like 1v2s all the time, getting down into 2-on-3 situations. They either won the round or they just weren't in the other rounds. So it was quite, even the score didn't show like how off the game was, I think, for them.
And there you go, that's Fox with an MVP for that match. James, obviously you'll have seen him play quite a bit. Just a few thoughts about this player.
Well, there was, before I get to Fox, I just want to mention, I spoke about action and reaction, which normally I see as going against Kingwin, against a strong team like TSM. But what we saw on the CT side,
the game right now.
what we saw on the CT side was Mouse adjusted after all that 4 spy shenanigans. They started playing from the site and playing pit instead of playing top mid essentially. But then G2 realised what was going on there, and then you saw Fox go for a flank all the way through CT, and then you got 2 or 3 frags in the B site when they essentially split the site and so on. So they had a good read of the game overall on their T side, and it allowed players such as Fox to exploit that and rack up the kills.
Well, I mean, we've talked a lot about G2. You know, they've had issues where they had a coach that was doing all the calling for them, then he had to stand down in unfortunate circumstances. They've said that they don't really have a sort of de facto in-game leader. They don't really have that style. They like to play it open and loose. Where are they getting these good reads from then? Where's this great reading of the game coming from?
Well, it's difficult to say really. Obviously, it was Legia, the last event we saw him, and he's been removed now. I think it's been about 3 weeks. I can't remember the name of the new coach, but it escapes me right now. But that's always been their methodology, right? They've had the in-game leader is the coach, which is kind of strange, really. Like normally the role of the coach is someone like Natu who's coming in with suggestions and kind of giving the reads and giving the strategies of what the other team might be doing. They actually went the other way. They're actually saying that the in-game leader is the coach, and I'm not sure whether they're still doing it now. This seems a lot more refined tactically. They seem to have the set pieces. They know what to do, and then, like James said, they can react very well to certain situations. When they get the first picks, they're making very clever decisions on how they execute onto bomb sites. So it'll be interesting to see how they do going forward. Obviously, I think, like I said before, I think Mouse Sports is more of a case of them making fundamental errors rather than G2 actually doing anything too impressive, really. But that's gonna yet to be seen. Obviously, I don't think that was much of a test for G2 so far. It seemed like they were stronger. Mouse Sports making very similar errors that I saw last time, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes for Mouse Sports. This is a tournament I see them crashing out in the groups once again.
You can see from the movement analysis there, I mean, the sort of continual attempts to force Banana from Mouse Sports not working, and actually the aggressive play from G2 in sort of taking control of that area. I mean, that was a very key feature of the matchup. There just didn't really seem to be anything Mouse Sports could do to even get close to that B bomb side.
Indeed. Well, I mean, the thing is, in general, it was hard to know how. I kind of mirror what Henry says. It's hard to know how good G2's T side was because they weren't against anything. There was nothing. There was not. You know, to use a tennis analogy, if you sent the servo where no one was ever sending it back, you just winning all your points. It felt like so. It really needed to be more of a test from Mouse Sports. Like they needed to be able to hold sites and make you go to the other one or make you do something different. G2 just played a loose style, and then it looked like they were making great reads all the time because there was no resistance. You know, everything they did almost worked to a degree or could be made to work from whatever initially happened. So I feel like against the other teams, going forwards to the winners match, that's where you're really going to get a test, because playing against a team like TSM, there's going to be a lockdown CT defense.
And I see you've got a point you want to make, James.
Yeah, you saw on that previous overlay that Mouse had those 3 rounds in a row. That's when, on the CT side, that's when they started playing in the site itself. But then once that was figured out, then it all fell apart for them again, essentially, and their economy never got off the ground there. So, but I think part of that is just, I think that shows some good communication on the G2 side, obviously, because they have people trying to pressure top mid, and they're struggling once they start pushing the site, and then they realise, hold on, they're not actually holding top mid, they're just holding from the site, and we're spending loads of time going on and so forth. So at least that shows good communication on the G2 side. But again, the question is, when they have more stress against a stronger team, is that communication going to break down, or will it continue? We'll have to wait and see.
So Henry, do continue. I'm going to bring up the bracket for everyone.
I just wanted to
so
touch on
see what it
Fox
means.
one more time. I think
Who
he
doesn't?
Yeah, I think he gets a little bit of a bad rap within this team. Really, you saw him there, how adaptive he can be. He was actually going for the actual CT AWP as well. It just goes to show you that they actually are considering their options every single time. It's not like I'm the AWP for this team, as in Michael Eddie, like I have to AWP every single map. It seems like certain situations, when Inferno, as we discussed before, has become a lot more of a passive map now.
Yeah.
It seems to make sense to have Fox in the AWPs. He's actually willing to hold angles and not try and push through smokes and stuff. And that's what you need on Inferno. You obviously go for the early picks, you go into balcony and stuff like that, face down middle, but it seems like that's working out for him. That was a great game from Fox, and I'm glad to see him do well in this first game for them.
And you can see what Fox is spearheaded there. That means that G2 Esports going to be going up against TSM, and that of course means that Mousebot's going to go up against
Flipside.
Flipside. That's it. Thank you very much.
Which, if you think about it, both Flipside and Mousesports both looked very bad today.
Yep.
Neither was in their games, and so normally you'd think to yourself, okay, Mousesport, they should still be fine there. If Mousesports go out to Flipside here, this will have been just another disastrous major where they didn't at all play to the level they're potentially capable. And now they've got Nico.
Yeah, well, he's going to be sort of like the chosen one that they've had on the sidelines all this time, and it's like now he's ready, he's right, we picked him, we're putting him in the team, and if it doesn't work with him...
It's such a difficult read though. Like I said, both of those games, the Flipside game and Mouse one, trying to work out who was actually worse there. It's not like the other team did anything amazing. It was just a really poor play from both teams there. So going that matchup there, I don't know what to call. I'd say Mouse Sports probably have the edge. They weren't quite as bad as Flipside were, and it just seems like Flipside really didn't turn up on that cash game. So that's going to be a really interesting match coming up.
A bargain basement battle, if ever there was one. Well, anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're now going to go to a break. While we're having that break, while you're doing that at home, what you guys can do is you can check out all the coverage over at The Score, or if you're on the move and you've got things to do, you can download the app and follow all the live score updates. How to do that is on your screen right now. We're going to take a short commercial break, and we are now past the halfway point. So when we get back, we're going to bring you the 5th game of the day. Do join us.
I'm so sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do. Treasure in the sea.
Hello and welcome back to the DreamHack Open Inclusion of Poker. I'm your host Richard Lewis. We're at the halfway point of the day, and once again we've switched up the Intel analysis desk. Thorin is still with me though, so sure everyone loves that.
Stars and stripes out there.
Indeed. Only going to see those for the next 2 days.
I hope that as each NA team goes out to the tournament, we can lay one of those stars and stripes over them and then just send a little box off. One of them, guys.
One of the blasting blocks we
We honor your service. Thank you.
I'll get the bugle ready. Anyway, joining us now, we've got Sadikist and Natu. Obviously, they've been casting some games. Sadikist a little bit disappointed that the game he got to cast was a bit of a
You know what? It's fine.
monumental
No,
blowout.
it's fine. It's fine. It was a good one to start off with. Actually, you gotta ease me into it, right?
Well, let me just say, it's great to see you doing a major, buddy.
Thank you.
There
It's
we
good
go.
to be here.
Awesome.
good.
So let's get into this game. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Virtus Pro. We said right at the top of the broadcast that this was the group of death. What have Team Liquid done to deserve this? But actually, I'm starting to see some people, crazily in my opinion, are sort of saying, wow, Team Liquid, they could be the surprise element of this tournament. What do you guys think?
I said actually coming into it, when we were talking with various people throughout the last few weeks, I've said that Liquid is the dark horse in this tournament. Unfortunately, I said that before the groups came out. Right. I actually think Vexed could be in Group A right now, just in the way that's shaping up. But nonetheless, I thought Liquid had a really good chance. They put up good numbers. At the qualifier, they looked fine. Mouse Sports did beat them, but there was no doubt that they were going to make it through. They've looked really strong in North American games. And then PGL was the big test just about a month ago, the PGL Season 1 finals. They made it through against LG and CLG the night before, not to be confused. But they looked a whole different team. That was just after Hiko came in. In this group, they've played against Virtus Pro, and it was at PGL. They lost only by two rounds, 16-14 on Overpass. So they proved they put up the numbers. Whether they can get out with a best-of-3 decider map, yet to be determined. But in terms of upset potential, it's there, for sure.
Not it?
Yeah, I mean, they've gone a long way from being a team that was handedly beaten by all of the European teams, basically. They were losing 16-2, 16-3s against NIP and Fnatic and teams like that. But now they've changed their playstyle a whole lot. They're playing a lot looser. And I think one of the factors into that is you guys were discussing previously how Hiko has to clutch a lot of rounds, but on the other side, he gives a lot of confidence to their entry fraggers to just go and play their game when they know there's a guy like Hiko always going to be behind there who's capable of winning a lot of clutch rounds more consistently than I think any other player in this game right now. So I think those two things have been huge parts of Liquid actually becoming this team they are right now.
Beating Virtus Pro, I mean, that's for anyone who's not a world-class team, that's a huge ask. I look past Virtus Pro, and what I say when I see this group is I say, okay, forget Virtus Pro, imagine everyone's going to lose to them, but hey, Nip and Titan, these are teams that have flaws. These are teams where they're not in peak form, or they haven't figured out in Titan's case maybe what their identity is with the new lineup. So I think of the things I have seen from Liquid on LAN and online. One of the things that's really changed is they're one of the UNA teams who've embraced the customs. Like we saw them on Overpass, where they actually won Cobblestone against Fnatic. So these are big results against top teams on those maps.
I'm glad you brought up Cobblestone
Overpass.
because the map veto system that we have been showing you all day temporarily crashed. We're giving it a reboot. So I've just been told in my ear it's going to be Cobblestone.
Okay. I think that actually suits them well. Not to go into the map too much, but just to go back to Team Liquid in general.
Yeah.
A lot of people attribute, like you were saying, with Hiko coming into this lineup, that it does give them structure and someone behind them. Definitely does. But in my opinion, it also helped them re-identify themselves and shuffle the roles in a way that makes sense. Nitro before was kind of saying, I want to be that lurker. He's not going to argue with Hiko. So by putting him in the entry and having a Liege coming in right behind, the team just makes sense structurally right now. I think that's been their biggest improvement. Not just Hiko's presence obviously helps that, but it's not just Hiko. It's the fact that the whole team's actually clicking with chemistry right now.
I think specifically on this map Cobble, what really was surprising about Liquid is the fact that their attacks, the way they were attacking was very, very nice. They played this as a team. They really made sure they were trading kills properly, and they were always in a favorable situation where things could turn in their favor. They could manage to take that bomb side. They managed to get a bomb plan, an after plan situation that favored them. So, if they play in that manner, if they manage to get the first kills, if they manage to do the trades in their favor, there's always going to be opportunities.
And you can see with our head-to-head matchup here, we've had Snacks, who's had a godlike return to form lately, and of course that man, Hiko, who has spearheaded Team Liquid's resurgence. And I've got to say, looks like he's had a visit from our makeup lady there, Hiko. Lovely rouge cheeks. But the two of these players are both sort of iconic in their own way.
You'd have to ask yourself, maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's just Maybelline, though.
Maybe, mate. That's pretty good. Reference game on point.
Yeah, all the ladies out there.
Yeah.
Or men.
Oh, man.
Not privileged.
Yeah. So, Snacks, obviously, as well, we picked out for Virtus Pro, as I said, had this godlike return to form. The Dubai tournament, he was just on another planet compared to everyone else.
I mean, even
Unreal.
Gfinity, where they lost in the semi-final, where it was only a 14 tournament, to Envious, he still carried his weight. He was still absolutely fragging every map. So at the moment, it feels like the old Snacks is back. The guy who really was one of the absolute best players in the whole world. In every game, his imprint was on it in some sense. The guy from Virtus Pro that I feel is questionable is actually Neo, because he's the one who had to transition to this new role. And at that tournament we're talking about there, Gfinity, he had a really poor tournament. Actually. He kind of let them down on a lot of the maps. And he even said himself, I was talking to him at the tournament, as I do, like about other players who'd had problems, and he said, I can't talk, I had a terrible tournament, you know. So he knows it himself that it's not working for him at the moment. So I think you've got a good contrast there. If Neo does decently, VP's extremely dangerous. Snacks, though, I can rely on him. I know he's going to be a big-time player in all these games.
Yeah, it's really weird, actually, because, you know, Neo did move to picking up that AWP. It seemed to, again, give Virtus Pro this resurgence. We saw how just, you know, they lost the previous major to Fnatic in ridiculous circumstances. It just looked like they were going to do the unthinkable and beat Fnatic. And that was with Neo, you know, with this AWP in his hand. Why do we think he's had this dip in form?
I can't specifically speak to Neo. The weird thing is with Virtus Pro is that there's been so many different tournaments. We haven't actually seen them scale up quite as much. PGL was another good indication, and Fnatic there had a slump, so you couldn't read too much into it. But to go to the other side of it is that Pasha's on the rifle. I think that's a huge improvement. I think he's been awesome. I didn't think he was going to be that good when he picked up the AK and the M4, and he's been absolutely, I think he's been sick with them.
Yeah, I think the in-game leader's individual performance is going to live a lot with how the team is feeling as a unit. And I mean, Virtus Pro has been talking about how they've been trying to find their ways, they've been switching styles once again, and if they're not performing well together as a team, that's always going to hinder the play as an in-game leader when your thoughts have to be in that strategic side of things a lot of the time. That's always going to take some of your effort from the individual play away.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tall order of Team Liquid up against this team. So let's just talk about firepower. I mean, Virtus Pro, they've just got so much in their arsenal. Are they going to blow Team Liquid away, or are Team Liquid going to be able to hold here?
The thing is, one of the reasons why we always say Virtus Pro love to play NA teams is it feels like when they play the NA teams, they can really go into that like no respect mode where they play like we're just going to get on you early and we're just going to bully you completely. We're not going to play like safe or passive, or we're not going to just double save and stuff. We're going to play super aggressive, and basically any NA team, except maybe Cloud9 at some points in time, if you buckle, you're just going to get completely wrecked. And that's an intimidation factor for the NA team.
This is something that's been a problem for Team Liquid in specific as well. You go far back, obviously different roster iteration, but far back as MLG. When Fnatic played them on Inferno, they just kept running and running and running down mid as CT side, trapping them in Banana, and went 16-3. And the problem with Liquid is every time they get out of a map like that, mentally, they very, very seldom get back into it. Only recently have I seen games where they've actually come from behind to win. Usually they have to have a big start to win, so that's something we're definitely going to have to watch.
And on this map particularly, I always make this point, I actually referenced it earlier, it's a map where when you look at the raw stats, VP don't seem to have a sick record on it, but then you look, they only are losing to like world-class Cobble teams, Envious, Fnatic, so forget that. VP's an extremely good Cobblestone team, and I expect them to show it here.
I've got to get your predictions quickly, guys. Who's going to win this?
I mean, if Liquid is going to have an opportunity, I hope they start on the T side. They get to dictate the pace of the game. They get the early rounds and start sort of rolling from there on out. I feel they can make it close if they start on T side. But I do feel Virtus Pro is going to take it. It's going to be around lines of 16-10, 16-11.
Okay.
I think that Liquid needs to play with speed. Sometimes they sit back and try and get a little bit too complicated. Play with speed. If Nitro's hitting his shots toward the B platform, they have a really chance of getting rounds. But again, Virtus Pro, I think 16-12.
I think it's going to be hard to beat Virtus Pro here. They're also famously good at clutching as well, so I think it's going to be a confident win for Virtus Pro.
All right then, guys. So we're going to jump into the game now and take it away. I believe it's Anderson Semler again.
Thank you. Okay, I can stop screaming into my mic now. Yes, we're live with the pistol, everybody, and no, we don't need to pause because, well, we basically missed the pistol, so welcome back. This is going to be the match, Virtus Pro versus Team Liquid on Cobblestone, and VP, we're getting the replay now. They just slaughtered Liquid, who tried to run in through Underpass. So my name is Semler. I'm here with Moses. Now we can get things going normally, Moses.
Now we can get rolling.
Yeah,
here we are.
Now we're all right.
Breathe. That was an absolute slaughter. They just ran right into a crossfire. There's nothing they could do. The first two members go down immediately, and you can't recover from that.
No, exactly. That was what we saw on our side while we were like slamming the desk. Is they just kind of ran into the blender there, Liquid, and so. I mean, we have to see if it's true or not to. What he said, he says that he hopes that Liquid are going to get the start on that T side, that they're going to be on the offense, that they're going to get to dictate the pace, and that kind of strategy. It seemed like that was what they had in mind. We're just going to bowl through the defense. We're going to go right through VP, through Underpass, very blunt. And well, it didn't really pan out for him. VP looked pretty pleased to just execute that crossfire perfectly.
Yeah, and now they're just in a second round they bought. Adren's the only one with a bunch of utility, and they're going to go for a heavy drop play here. Molotov to get some players out of position. Nitro's just waiting over towards the platform. But once again, 2 members of VP here, so another Crossfire potentially just getting slaughtered.
Yeah, 4 players on the B side as well for VP. It feels like they're really reading Liquid like a book. And yeah, that is Neo hanging back, holding onto it. But there's the Crossfire, and Pasha's already picked up the first. He could get a second here as well, and he will. Will fall to Fugly in the end, but the damage is done. It's Fugly alone now in a 1v3.
Yeah, this is a scary situation. And you mentioned it, Neo pushed all the way up, from that 8 bomb, so you get all the intel, and they get to cheat 4 players over there. That's something that Liquid's going to have to be very careful for, is watching for those kind of pushes with that kind of map control. Taz is just going to clean out Fugly, but they can't let, I know it's just a second round force buy, but they can't let Virtus Pro just be that aggressive without any fear of being punished.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's fun. I mean, we're seeing a lot of cobblestone already, but you're seeing the more experienced teams, and that's where the land jitters might be coming into play, where they're forgetting some of the fundamentals. Like, these European teams, if you give them space, they will push behind you, they will catch you in the back. And just taking Fnatic versus Vex as an example, that those 2 teams were watching for those kinds of plays.
And that's exactly how Virtus Pro, edged out that match against Liquid on Overpass. When it was 16-14 with Snacks just pulling off huge flanks on Overpass. So once again, the same kind of style Virtus Pro bringing out here. Forcing Team Liquid to have respect for that map control.
Well, this is a hard eco coming out from Liquid in the 3rd round. Unfortunately for them, the force buy that we saw in the last round didn't really pan out. They got 2 kills, but that's not exactly what they were looking for. They were definitely hoping for a bomb plant at least. So Neo's going to pick off Nitro. That was an underpass. Bialy pushing very aggressively. He actually drops the bomb carrier. And while this is just going to fall apart as they get caught, and yet another crossfire. Like, Virtus Pro is so good at just supporting one another right now.
Yeah, and this is that no respect style that Thorn was talking about. Just being aggressive, just always looking for a fight to get into is Virtus Pro so far in this matchup. Interestingly enough, talking to the Liquid guys, this was the map they wanted to play him on. That win that they had over Fnatic made him supremely confident in how they can perform on this map. So this is the one they are so happy to be playing Virtus Pro on it. And hopefully they have a good game plan set up. But right now, these crossfires, you're right, they're just brutal.
Every single time. Liquid focus on one guy, and then they're taking bullets to the back. So now, this is going to be the big round for Liquid, but because of how things have panned out so far in these 3 rounds, Liquid spending a lot of their money. They don't have an AWP. They're light on utility. So we have to see what they've got in store for us here. And right now, it's a heavy A focus coming in from Liquid, leaving one man behind to watch their backs over on the B side, maybe try and create some kind of a diversion going into this. But again, these are very fast rounds as well. Liquid really aren't wasting much time.
Yeah, and Liquid's already taken a ton of damage. They haven't even really shot at an opponent. Neo's going to get a good spot, but the nade, look at Nitro's down to 51 HP. I mean, that's brutal to just take they gain the control, but they lose so much in HP, and now Pop Flash being set up for Neo and Taz.
Yeah, Taz, though, the flash from Liquid actually blocks him from using that, so he's not able to follow up on it. Smoke goes down to block off connector. But there are currently 3 players over on the A side of things. Liquid, though, they're one step ahead this time. They're rotating that bomb through the halls towards B site. Fugly's still been lurking around here. He hasn't seen any kind of push come in from VP. So VP's still kind of playing in the dark. But they've also rotated a man off as well, VP. So they do have 3 players here on the defense. And again, double and drop, that approach, this style from VP, they do not want to give this up to Liquid.
No, they don't want to have to deal with it whatsoever. And then that's going to be huge, because even if platform is taken, they have players in great position to help out that B bomb site when this hit comes in.
Well, they spot Fugly already. Smoke goes down to block off the tree. Nice little detail there by Liquid. And it is going to be 2 big entry frags. A third one as well from Hiko. Bialy's up here, and he takes 2 with him, but the damage is done. It's going to be Taz, the last man alive here, trying to hold off from the A side, but Fugly catches him rotating. 3 players survive at the end of the round, but that was a very nice, clean bit of work there from Liquid.
That's the strength of Liquid. That's what they need to be doing this entire half, is this front line of Nitro, Fugly, and Elige. These entry fraggers just need to get out and find their kills, at least get the trades, open things up for Hiko and Adren in the late round situation, but it works out perfectly. And that's what happens when you don't just dedicate your entire team towards one bomb site. They go clear out A, they make a presence. That forces Neo and Taz to be honest. Stay at that A bomb site. They can't cheat over the way they did, what we saw in the second round. So that's good stuff from Team Liquid.
And now VPR going back to the similar approach. 4 players on the B side early. Anti-rush nades going out as well. So it's going to be a little bit more tricky for Nitro to sneak his way out through the smoke on a plateau. We already have Bialy in position as well, but he's taking a bit more of a passive approach. Realizing he's a little bit late, he messed up the jump. So instead of committing and maybe running into a bullet face first, he's actually going to back off and support his teammates from the site.
Yeah, it looks like he spotted one as well. That allows Pasha to get up close with the shotgun, but he can't land anything quite yet, and he's missing his shots. There's Adren going to take him out.
This sets it up nicely. Snacks is still alive on the site. And now he's going to be focusing on drop. He hears the step, so somebody's close. And point blank spray manages to pick up the 1. He's got the AK now as well. No luck through the smoke. And no luck at all. Elige with the double headshot to close the round. 2 key wins for Liquid back to back once they got the rifles. Now they put Virtus Pro on the back foot.
And a save out of Virtus Pro. They may want to upgrade some pistols to try and do some economic damage, but Elige having a good start to this match so far. He's at 4-1, but he got a triple kill in that round, or 4-4, excuse me, but that he's the player who online in North America is just beasting right now. So for him to be showing up so far early on in this match, this is huge for him. Those are just very nice kills.
Yeah, very clean work from him. This is going to give Liquid some breathing room. They are fully aware of the economic status here for Virtus Pro as well. I mean, Nitro skimping, going for the Mac 10, wanting to make that extra money. $600 per kill with that SMG, over 300 that you would get with a rifle or a pistol. So worth it when you know that the opponents aren't going to have Kevlar, that you can kind of just lead the way and hope for an easy frag. Again, Virtus Pro stacking on the B side as well with 4 players. Only the single man Neo left behind over on A, but he's usually the individual, the solo wolf, let's say, for VP.
And because he actually pushed out and spotted, once again, there was a 4-man stack over towards that B bomb site. Now with these pistols, it's not going to be as effective, but Neo just didn't fall. He just went and peeked out. He's like, all right, guys, I see nothing top mid. No reason for anyone to rotate back. Just stay there and see what you can do. Now Liquid's got that decision to make. The bomb is back over towards the B bomb site, but 3 players putting pressure in middle over towards the connector, towards that A bomb site. Now you can see Pasha and Taz rotating back. Snack's playing close up, so Liquid in a really good spot here.
Yeah, full rotation off. In fact, 3 players rotating over to the A side for Virtus Pro. So Liquid, they're going to be able to walk out here practically for free on the B site, that is. There's a one-man hold, that's Snacks. He's only got 11 HP. He's on plateau. He could get hunted down. And Adren just taking this fight long-distance spray with Neo, picks him off and then fades back through the smoke. Not even a chance there for a refrag on VP's part. Whereas now, Team Liquid, free bomb plant for them. So this is ideal. This is a perfect situation here. We might lose Adren, but Nitro's there to save him.
Oh, perfect timing. Just bails him out. He keeps going with the Mac 10, just farming at the moment. Picks up a couple kills there at the end, and more importantly, saves any kind of rebuy for Adren, so that's huge. And this is going to be interesting to see how this half plays out. James, the coach for Team Liquid, has actually mentioned that they want to play a relatively tricky T-style. They want to do a lot of fakes. They want to make a lot of pressure on one side of the map, remain silent, and rotate back. They want to try and keep VP honest because, like I mentioned, they know that they've been murdered by the flanks by VP in the past. So their entire game plan is to neutralize those kind of pushes and see what they can do.
That's what he mentioned that as well, the fact that he personally really likes Cobblestone. Hiko likes Cobblestone. And so between the two of them, it seems like they are really having that positive impact on the team. At least so far that we've seen with the 3 rifles picked up. Jump in, but the timing is just off there by Nitro. Pasha spots him before he gets flashed. The opening kill goes VP's way. Follow-up is going to be picked up by Bialy. They could get the boost for Pasha as well up on the plateau. That's exactly what's going to happen. And well, now Snack spots the lone man over and drop. So this round, unless we see some big, just frag real kills coming in from Hiko, it's most likely going to go VP's way. Still a 2-on-4 situation here for him.
Yeah, this is going to be the big question for Liquid is how do they respond to adversity in these rounds? Losing, Nitro and Elige trying to get kind of those picks early on and trying to work that platform. So where do they go from here? They just get bottlenecked in this choke point. And these 2 members, they have to commit here, but all of VP's here. So this is looking heavily, heavily favored for the Virtus Pro.
And Bialy's still holding very passively from the side, just peeking out. Taz is up close as well, so Bialy, he's just like, pay attention to me. The defense is far away. Nobody's lurking up close. And well, then Snacks comes into party, and Taz is going to be there as well. So, very nice, clean finish to the round in the end. VP with 3 players left alive, so that's going to be solid for their economy. They can carry that over and just drop some guns for their teammates. We should get a pretty solid buy out of VP this round. Whereas Team Liquid, they had so much money that it's not going to be a problem. I'm curious to see if Adren is going to go up to that AWP, but he doesn't.
He doesn't really like to op on the T-sides very much. He's more of a defensive opper if he brings it out at all.
Okay.
There have been matches where he hasn't really touched it whatsoever. So that will be interesting to watch, especially because Neo, once he gets an op in his hand, if he chooses to, this is kind of the thing with Team Liquid is that they struggle sometimes to really neutralize oppers just because they don't have one of their own who's very strong, especially against dueling. He's good at holding angles, a defensive opper, but they're going to have to find ways when Neo does bring that out to take these A-hulls because you can bet he's going to grab this angle with an op when he gets the money for it.
Actually, it's pretty fun right now. Neo, he's using an AUG to start things off. This was like a voluntary buy, it seems, from him. Not sure if it was a miss or not, but you guys can see a bit of the COD scope going on. We don't get to see it too often, actually. This gun is very rarely picked up, apart from a brief time when Delpan became legend. He used it for 1 game, and that pretty much ended his career. So, 4-3, the score. VP still in the lead. But Neo's been picked off, and now Taz, this is it. This is the kind of risky play that you need to make in this kind of situation. He's going to be pushing very close in underpass. He might be able to pick off Fugly, and yeah, there we go. Clean kill for him. And the rotation is already coming in here from VP.
Yeah, and Taz's position actually means there's 2 fronts on this retake, so Liquid's got to be careful. They're stuck into this bomb set. They haven't really been able to fall back. Taz is containing them pretty well. Finally, Adren gets over towards those A-hulls, but Taz is the difference maker here in this round.
And well, Snack certainly isn't going to be one. Hiko's there with the instant headshot. Pasha attempting the wallbang. And there it is, the follow-up. We're into a 2-on-3 now. VP getting whittled down. Taz trying to find the headshot, but he's not going to do it. Nitro is going to be there instead, and Bialy caught out in the open. 1v2. This should be an unlosable situation now for Liquid, unless they choose to take fights individually, as we just saw there. Nitro going for a bit of a risky peek, but Bialy should be able to back off now. He's trying to get at least one kill out of that. That might have cost him in the end, but still, the important bit is that Liquid, they pick up their 4th round. They tie it up at 4-4.
Even more important than that is they reset the economy of Virtus Pro. So now that win in that round is going to force another save out of VP. They're going to upgrade some pistols, obviously. Only really Neo with any kind of money there. But now moving forward, they have control of the economy. You know, if they don't go on a losing streak, they can really command what Virtus Pro can use against them. The smokes, the Molotovs, and these choke points early on. They can start, you know, it opens up all the different tactics they can use. If they want to go fast-paced, they're not going to be running through Molotovs. So cool stuff from Team Liquid right now and a good advantage.
That's what we're always talking about, right? With this plateau defense, you know, you need to have nades on that CT side. You're absolutely right. Well, now Liquid, they're taking full advantage of that. Very quick push here from Elige out onto plateau, looking for that shot on the B defense. Full 5 men here for VP, but this is pistols for them. Hard eco. So they don't have the best firepower to repel this attack. It's kind of curious to see now if Liquid are going to commit to this. I mean, if Elige starts getting headshots, that's certainly going to make things easier.
Right, but he can just be patient. He hasn't even had to commit to anything so far. He knows he's got the advantage in terms of AK, but Bialy, what a nice shot from up top, right next to the tree. He finds him around the edge of the smoke. Now it gets a little bit more scary, but still, so many AK-47s, but look at this, all Virtus Pros here. And so is Team Liquid. They haven't fallen back. Another nice headshot from Bialy, so the damage is being dealt.
Yeah, they're getting whittled down. They can't just keep feeding one guy in after another, or, you know, the pistols will become dangerous. There's so many angles on this A site that Liquid will have to worry about if they try and push through. And they're running out of nades. They've got a single flash nade to maybe make their lives easier here, but Fugly, with the bullets, he gets the job done, taking out Snacks. Neo, Bialy, and Taz still alive here for VP, and there you go, 2 shots coming through. Neo and Bialy picking up kills, turning it into a 2-on-2. Neo nearly executing the flank there with the AK, and it's going to be down to Adrian and Hiko, but look at their HP. That was totally possible for Taz to come through with.
Very, very risky. Very risky for Team Liquid. Like you said, ran out of smokes, ran out of nades, ran out of any kind of utility they wanted with just one flashbang, and just taking so much damage from those pistols, so not being super aggressive, trying to get off that B platform, taking the long-range fights, and Bialy, he punishes him for it a little bit, so that got very scary.
Nicely done there by Elige, but yeah, this was the key frag right here for Bialy. Made it pretty expensive, and it is going to be a quasi-buy in the follow-up here for Virtus Pro. So we're getting the replay. Nico going to work. But very quick play so far from VP. Neo takes that scout that he just bought, goes into underpass looking for an early shot, but he takes a nade to the face instead, gets dropped down to 22. One stray bullet will do it, but now he announces himself. He says, okay, there's a scout over here, so you're going to have to worry a little bit about that, Liquid.
He falls back just in time, though. Elige coming down danger was almost able to wrap around. Still a lot of presence over towards this B bomb site, but Snacks has actually been boosted up. He's going to be on a quick flank, so now all of VP can rotate Neo in the back of the bomb site. If he can get a lucky headshot and stall this out, that's going to be huge, but another nade onto Bialy brings him down to 7, and he gets eliminated.
That's like 2 dunk nades coming straight in on top of VP, and now, well, the AKs are going to be paying off. Taz is still, or rather Snacks is on the hunt, and yeah, A Apartments, he catches Fugly in the back. Taz is there, point-blank headshot onto Nitro, looking for another one as well, and he nearly takes Adrian's face off. Instead, he finds Hiko, and they're just getting caught out in the open, Liquid. 2 players remain, and they're both boxed onto the site. There's a Galil now in play here for Snacks, and Taz is just putting the pressure on. He's well within lethal headshot range, but Adrian will spray him down. No Kevlar there to mitigate the aim punch for Taz. Snacks doesn't need it, though. Lands the first shot on the Elige, and now Snacks just swapping over, jumping shot! Takes down Adrian. And well, now no kit for Snacks, so no defuse, but big damage dealt to the economy here for Liquid.
Huge, and you can this almost looks like Virtus Pro are going to have a better buy, especially with Snacks getting away with this AK-47, so free buy for him. Liquid's got plenty of money to purchase here, but the damage has been dealt. They lose these past 2 rounds. It comes down to 2 players surviving and 0 this round, so those are 2 very big, successful eco rounds for Virtus Pro.
Look at Taz. I mean, he's just dancing around the truck, doing such good damage. And now we see it. Just what you were saying. When Neo gets that AWP, how is this going to impact the game? He's up to the sniper rifle now. Very good nade count here for VP across the board as well. They are fully equipped, whereas Liquid, Elige is rocking a UMP, which is a good SMG to be using. It has really high armor pen, but it's not like an M4 or an AK.
No, and now the question does come, are they going to be prepared for Neo? He's doing much what he was doing with the scout earlier, just trying to peer over the smoke towards middle. He's going to fall out now, but this is actually huge, so he can get any kind of position. Taz is going to play him closer towards the bomb site, but Neo with this AWP can do a lot of damage before anyone's comfortable. And with the bomb over in A-Halls, this makes me think that eventually, Fugly and Nitro is still back at the B bomb site. that it could be a pinch onto that A site, but this is just Team Liquid doing what they wanted to do. Clear out those A hulls, make sure Taz and Neo have to be honest. Now they're even forcing Snacks and Pasha onto a rotation. The bomb's going to go back towards the B bomb site, and Hiko and Adren are going to try and do any kind of lurk, draw the attention, keep them at this A site.
They have to. Hiko has to make some noise. Because right now that rotation is going back towards B site for VP. They saw the smoke execute, or at least the smokes that would indicate an execute onto the A site, which is why they rotated so quickly. But now the push begins onto the B site, and Nitro's there to open things up with the headshot on Bialy. Pasha's gone as well, drops to that UMP I mentioned. And Snacks with the backstab, good timing there. Not going to get the second spray down though. Still, somehow we find ourselves in a 2-on-2.
Beautiful entries at a Team Liquid. Now Taz gets that one, so it's all on the Legion. He still has the UMP. He hasn't been able to upgrade it whatsoever. He's got a toy with an AWP at long range. So just hiding behind this pillar. This is crucial, but a nice shot onto Taz from long range.
Oh my, and he actually clutches it with an SMG. Elige. That was huge. He goes and picks up an AK, stays off that AWP, but that's going to rock VP. You just lost a 1v2 situation to a UMP.
Elige came to play today.
Oh, dude, he is definitely shaping up. He's one of those players that you really have to keep an eye on Liquid.
One of the rising stars. His big knock is he hasn't really been able to bring it at these tournaments frequently enough. We see him have some pretty good games here and there, but consistently in this game, just coming up huge with very nice kills. He's at 12 and 8 right now, but none bigger than those two to close out that round.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff. Well, now, full AKs across the board for Liquid, but it is going to be a pistol round again for VP. Snacks is willing to spend a little bit of money on the shotgun, but this is going to be rough. Well, yeah. As I finish that sentence.
Just hear the splatter of the headshot. Now Neo's going to get into the duel, and Adren drops him as well. So very nicely done from Team Liquid, up 5-on-3 in this round. It is just an eco for Virtus Pro, some upgraded pistols, but they're spread across the map, and this time it looks like Team Liquid doesn't want to allow them to do any kind of damage whatsoever.
Doing a very good job. We're getting a little bit of a side view of Fugly, who's clearing out the halls right now, making sure that nobody has pushed up on VP's side. This is just thorough. Group up. I like this, the fact that these anti-eco situations, you need to make sure that you're not really going out one at a time. You need to stay together so that, if Nitro were to die there, for example, boom, you get the reflag, boom, you just keep speeding up onto that side. You don't really run the risk of dropping an AK for VP to pick up. That would be the worst case scenario.
Now the big thing, when you're up this late in the round into the eco, you just gotta, stabilize your exit strategy. You have to make sure you can fall back safely into any site. You can see Fugly and Hiko are back into these B halls. They're going to say, this is where we're falling back, guys. Alicia's being a little bit too aggressive. He's all alone. If he were to lose this gun, that's not like a huge disaster, but that's not a good thing to have. So you see him, he just runs away from the fight. They're all going to exit. Very smart play from Liquid here. It's only Adren sticking behind just long enough to make sure they're not going to try and run in and do something tricky. But Liquid gets away on this anti-eco with no deaths.
Buddy, he's cutting it a little bit close.
Especially when he misses that jump.
Yeah,
he's getting nervous.
But he will be able to make it out of there successfully. Oh, Nitro nearly dropping down to 2. Okay, then. But that is going to be... this is actually going a little bit more according to plan here. Seaside picking up a few more rounds. Liquid now in the lead. No matter what happens with the remainder of this half, they have 8 rounds on the board. Best case scenario for VP now is 8-7. And yeah, Lee's is just leading the charge right now. 12 kills to his name for the North American team. Pretty much exactly going... it's going according to plan here for Liquid. This is fantastic.
I don't think we've ever seen a North American team bully the Virtus Pro the way that Liquid is right now, so this is a sick match they're putting together. Now 4 members over towards this B bomb site. They might just try and speed it up. It looks like they want to get aggressive, but that smoke's going to delay them. So many smokes out on that B platform, and Nitro's just going to run through it backwards anyway, so he's going to get aggressive with Elige. This duo has been a beastly, but there's Neo with the AWP. Pushes up A apartments. He gets that first kill, and Pasha's boosted now.
Yeah, they know exactly what's happening. And there's a 1-for-1 trade. At least Elige takes out the one. Snacks is going to take out Nitro as well. And these anti-flashes coming in from VP, buying a lot of time. Bialy up close, drops the bomb carrier, and gets a follow-up spray onto Elige. That just took too long, Team Liquid. VP, again though, Neo, look at that. The aggressive push through the halls, gets into the back line, realizes there's nobody here, and instantly VP start rotating over towards that B site. Taz wasn't a part of the action because he was watching drop, but Snacks was able to get in there and get into the fight a little bit.
And that's a bummer. That's exactly what Team Liquid does not want to have. They know those flanks have been brutal, and once Neil grabbed map control, once again, every time he's pushed up A and he's been able to sustain that map control, Liquid's gotten punished for it. So Fugly falling there, a little bit unfortunate, but a nice pick from Neo with that AWP. It looks like he's going to do it again. He's got a teammate with him as well in those halls.
Oh yeah, he was looking mighty aggro there. Nitro, though, taking out Pasha. And it looks like Pasha wasn't even jumped up on the plateau. He was maybe just trying to get close, maybe going for a bit of a spray battle. Neo puts a shot through, but he puts it into the wall instead of into his target. That's not going to be good enough here. Bit of a missed opportunity to bring it back to a 4-on-4. Good peek there, though, by Taz to get some info.
Yeah, a little bit of a lapse as well. Liquid should know that he's going to be doing that. That's just what punished him the round before. No one with their eye on it. He almost gets away with it twice in a row.
That's where nerves might be coming into play a little bit again. You know, things are going well for you. You can it might go a bit to your head. You have that adrenaline rush.
Sometimes you get a little bit more nervous when you're doing so well. You're just like, oh, this is all going perfectly.
So we're supposed to be fighting here. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Fresh smoke going down there by Snacks, given the angle. Gotta be careful though. That's probably what what cost Pasha his life earlier. But don't want to put too many shots through that smoke, especially with an A4. They can see the tracer rounds.
They have 30 seconds left on the clock though, so Liquid's really running this one down, and they've got some smokes and Molotovs to work with, but they've got a lot of places to clear out. 3 members here. Bialy's been huge on top of this platform.
Double Molotov at disposal here for VP. Molotov goes down. Bialy's going to be forced back, but the shots are landing anyways. Bialy and Snacks both picking up kills. Elige, Fugly, and it's just going to be the 2 of them left. Fugly not even able to get off the platform. He finds 1 kill. There's a second headshot. Now it's lightening up. He needs to just make that jump across, but then Elige making steps, making noise. Neo finds him. They will not be able to stop that bomb plant from happening, but an easy recovery there for VP, and they will be picking up a 6th round for themselves here.
That's where you start seeing Team Liquid the pressure coming in. As that clock is running down, they're throwing Molotov to clear that tree spot out, and just one peek, just a second or two too early before that Molotov actually hits. Bialy's able to get that first kill and stalls everything out from there. So that's just a little bit of a poor, unfortunate timing for them. And it's very interesting. They got that first kill in the round. They had a 5-on-4 for quite some time, but they didn't really feel like they wanted to put any pressure on. They didn't maintain any aggression after that. They were just content to sit back, watch for any kind of a push. Weren't able to punish Virtus.pro any further.
Well, 15th round, last round of this first half, and it's going to be a force buy from Team Liquid. 3 rifles, 2 Tech 9s, good nade count, but a fully equipped VP are waiting for him here. And you were wondering, with the Tech 9s, were they going to try and go for some kind of ultra aggro, get in VP's face really quickly, but that's just not the case. They do decide to slow things down here on Team Liquid's part again, and this time they've spread out all over the place. It isn't one guy, Fugly kind of lurking behind, the one man on his own on one side of the map. No, it's a complete spread here from Liquid. They're really hoping to be able to catch somebody being aggressive on VP's side. You can even see that with Hiko sitting all the way back, nearly into T-spawn, right below the tower. Yeah, you got him right here. So he's watching to see if Neo is going to go for that push, and it all comes down to timing at this point. Because Neo is completely exposed. If Hiko takes a step out, this could be big.
Yeah, and it is going to be perfect for Hiko. He gets the kill. Nicely done from him. That's a dangerous game because Neo had a lot of space to peek. Hiko was really almost baiting his teammates completely there, saying Neo's going to be able to take a shot, but if I hear it, I'm going to pounce on him, and he doesn't even have to. Neo just goes a little bit too far. That still doesn't... the VP hasn't rotated much off this B bomb site. Still 3 members there. Snacks finally coming over towards A, where there's a lot of pressure, but the bomb is going to remain over at B.
Yeah, this is really scary. They're actually going to try and wrap their way through connector, it looks like. Elige, not sure if the flash caught him, but he gets sprayed down by Snacks through the doors. Bomb is making its way off a plateau, though, but Bialy has hung back on that B site, and it's not a full rotation. There's still 2 players waiting in connector. Before I can even finish the sentence, that's it. All the kills go Team Liquid's way. They just completely sandwich VP in connector, basically, between the A and the B sites.
That's the kind of aggression you want when you get that first kill that Hiko got. We saw the round before, they killed Pasha over at the B bomb site, and they just stall themselves out from there. They play very passively. This time, they get that kill. They know they've got some space to work with. They work their way at mid. They make a good call. They just, they just beat Virtus.pro on the fact that they had to rotate, and they were just a little bit out of position, and it punishes it.
Now we can see a little bit of a featured matchup coming up here between Snacks and Hiko. It was the one that was talked a little bit about on the analyst desk as well at the beginning. Snacks definitely doing a bit better of a job, 14 kills to his name, but that's pretty much what we were expecting. That's the level that Snacks is playing at right now. He is on point. So as far as VP are concerned, he should be leading the way. Nitro also doing some good work.
Yeah, the big thing to mention is that Hiko, he's that late round player. He's the player they want alive in clutches, and all these rounds they win. You look at Elige, Fugly, and Nitro, 13, 12, and 10 kills. They were so effective opening up these sites that it really didn't leave Hiko many kills to have to even go for at the end of the rounds. They just had to play it safe.
True.
So that's that big front line for Liquid having a beautiful first half and surprising everyone with this 9-6 scoreline.
Well, now's where it gets interesting. 9-6. I mean, that is a respectable scoreline for both teams. 6 rounds, VP can work with this. Between the snipers, well, I mean, Neo had an AWP, Adren didn't, so fortunately, it was a pretty even matchup between the two, though. I'm glad that we are kind of getting these, just to get a little bit of an idea of who we should be focusing on here in the certain matchups.
He may actually choose to pick up an AWP on the CT side, if he wants to throw that in. That's kind of the side that he likes to do it on, so that'll be crucial, but this is the big thing now is Virtus.pro gets to, throw their muscle around. They get to dictate where the attacks come into play, where they take their fights.
Now, well, you kind of just cross your fingers and hope at this point for Liquid that the guys who've been hitting shots so far, Leash, Fugly, Nitro, the front line on the T side, well, now it comes down to the CT side. Now you're going to be on the defense. You're just going to be holding these spots, and the headshots are really going to count either in plateau play or if they try and come charging up underpass VP. They do sometimes like to go for that. So now we have to see what the choice is going to be for VP going into this pistol round. We see the buy unfolding here. And so far, 2 Kevlar, 3 Kevlar. We might have a 4th. Yeah, Snacks goes for the Kevlar as well. So just brute force method coming in here from VP.
At one smoke. They're just saying we're going to block off one choke point and just explode on you. And all 5 heading very, very quickly towards connector. Hiko spots one out. Is he going to be ready for this pressure? He's got no backup and he's got to run so far, no cover. But Pasha can't land the shots.
How is that possible? Dunk nade as well. No, they dodged the damage somehow. Pasha's still alive somewhere around here, but they are going to be just charging through. Pasha right below the balcony. Nitro turns around, nearly takes out Pasha. But the damage is done. VP, they have a man advantage and should be able to pick up the bomb and get that bomb planted. It's dropped behind the van. That's an open angle. He should be able to get it. The Dren gets spotted out. He gets caught. And now it's going to be between Elige and the remaining 3 Virtus Pro members. Elige, nice headshot to start. A second one as well. And it's going to be now him versus Neo, the legend. Bomb planted for Neo as well. And he gives away his position. But this is just fantastic. 3 headshots for Elise, just like that. The retake happens, and he has the kid as well. A quad kill on the pistol for the young star.
Elise is a beast right now. A 1-on-3 victory, and you just see in Taz's face. He doesn't want to say anything. He's just like, how do we give up that round? That is incredible that Elise pulls that off. 3 very nice shots and a kit to boot.
Next did everything. The bomb plant on this site. Fugly's going to put the pressure on with the P90. He gets 2 kills, in fact, and now comes down to Pasha. Made a little bit of a step there, but Fugly, he's just, well, completely annihilating the team here. Pasha's going to be the only man alive, and from what looked like a great position for VP, it completely falls apart. Liquid, that retake was dominant.
Yeah, Fugly really saves the day, because actually, as much as, you're right, we might have cursed him, but as much as we touted Elige, a little bit over aggressive from him taking that battle up on the platform when none of his teammates can spot anything. That wall of smokes, and looks like the coach almost had a heart attack that round when they get swarmed into the bomb site. He just sees the entire half collapsing from here.
This real life pinch me.
Please no, not like this.
Oh man, and yeah, this is when the P90 gets the shine. Right, hold down mouse 1, go ham, and yeah, he even got the last one with the USP. Nice work from Fugly.
That's huge too, because that's a crucial angle to grab. When that bomb's being planted, you want to have that wide angle to retake that bomb site. Gives your teammates a lot of space. They don't have to worry about so many peaks around that fountain. So it was brilliant play with that P90, and now a heavy drop play out of Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, actually, they kind of mess up the drop in the smoke. So now the timing is off, and Fugly, he must have heard some steps. That's close enough, and you can see him just ready in case they drop around. He wants to land that headshot immediately. Virtus Pro with a little bit of a fumble, and now all they have to work with is a flash, a single flash, to get them onto the site.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They're going to go right back at it, though. Fugly's rotated off, so they just kind of bait that timing a little bit. It's just going to be Nitro. He cannot eat that flash, but 3 members here. If this drop is successful, if that first player goes down, it's going to be very scary for Team Liquid, a very precarious hold.
Yeah, not ideal, especially because Alicia's going to have his back exposed. This is Nitro, P90 in hand. Perfect gun to have for this situation, especially when VP, they don't really have Kevlar. There we go. Fugly spots out the first man. Bialy is down. Adren just goes leaping in. No fear from him. Nearly takes out a teammate as well. And Neo and Pasha were the 2 playing off a plateau. Nitro gets caught, but that was a much better situation than what could have happened there for Team Liquid.
There was that small window where Virtus Pro hit it at that point. They would have only had to deal with 1 person, and good call from Liquid. I had to have been Nitro who was saying, listen, I can't watch this right now. They could already be down. Like, turn around, help me out. I got this corner. Just do the bait and switch. Works perfectly for Team Liquid, but now we're going to go into that first buy, and Virtus Pro has everything they could want. 3 Molotovs, all 5 have smokes. AK-47s across the board. And they've got to start winning because this is a 6-round lead for Team Liquid, already up at 12.
Exactly. And this needs to be a decisive win as well, because Liquid are starting to get a little bit of money to work with here. For this Pro, they need to keep the pressure on. They need to cut Team Liquid's legs out from under them right now in this round, and then it has to be what happened to Virtus Pro. Just force them into these awkward pistol rounds where they have to save or go for quasi buys. That's the key here for VP. A little bit of damage dealt to Elige already to start.
This is pretty aggressive from Team Liquid in the sense that letting Hiko basically man this entire A bomb site, this entire half of the map, all by himself for this long. We've seen matches against North American teams where Virtus Pro just runs right up mid with no respect. And if they get into that habit and Hiko's going to be the only one there, you run into a situation that pistol round and you're not going to be able to retake against AK-47s.
Now VP have a lot of space to work with. They've got control of the halls. They have control of underpass as well, and very passive hold here in response coming out from Liquid. And yeah, you're right for pointing that out. There's no utility left. Elige has a single flash nade to stop any kind of push coming through. Smoke goes down a block off connector. Now life gets a little bit more difficult here for the North American team as all of VP are going to go crashing onto this A site. 4 players here for Liquid though, so that is something. With the 2 players alive on the site still, and Neo taking point already. He's leading the way. 1 kill, 2 kill, 3 kills for VP. Could be a 4th as well, and yep, Neo with the 180 just turns around and takes the Dren's face off, and that leaves Nitro as the last man here on the B site. Well, that was perfection from VP. That's
was
everything going according to plan.
And that's crazy because with 4 members there, Liquid had the right read.
Yeah.
They just the big thing was they rotated those 2 players over from the B bomb site, but they didn't actually get out of the choke points. So when that execution came in from VP, they're smoked off everywhere. So it didn't even matter they had 4 people there. They might as well have only had 2 because those other guys in connector couldn't do anything. So that's a little bit unfortunate for Team Liquid. They had the right read on the situation, but just couldn't make it work. But you're right, VP had so much space. I mean, no pressure put on. Hiko's there alone, so he doesn't get aggressive whatsoever. And then when the rotation does come in, they're pretty much confined to that bomb site.
Yeah, that's the awkward place to be, because once they get close enough where they can get get eyes on balcony, then they get that line where you're just going to get that crossfire onto the site itself. And that's where you saw Neo go, and he was like, okay, there's balcony, check, whip around and take the man out on the site. It's nasty stuff. They do have enough money to get a buy out of this, though, Liquid. And, there is that AWP for a Dren. But again, they have to be... So what happened to all the nades for Liquid, right? Did they go aggressive in anti-plateau rush where they just chucked everything?
Yeah, they were out.
VP were going to be there?
They were out at like a 1-minute mark.
Yeah,
that's just a little bit of fear of waiting for that explosion more than likely. Using them quickly just to make sure they don't get blown up in those first 50 seconds. But you have to be able to take some... You have to be able to be confident in that kind of a situation to have those nades later on.
I know, exactly. And just that right now, look at this. I mean, they're still really light on the nades. 4 flashes, 2 smokes. That's all Liquid have here to stop any kind of aggression coming in from VP. It's all going to come down to, well, the hard work of landing the shots, and Adren's going to miss the first one. Hiko decides to get a little bit closer here up in apartments. He's kind of trying to hold this angle up close in case VP try and chuck some smokes over, but right now, actually, it's kind of open.
Yeah, once again, though, they didn't have as many nades this time around to begin with, but Liquid's already down to 1 smoke that just got used onto a Dren. 2 flashes with 50 seconds left. This is a tough situation in these late round executes. If Virtus Pro is catching on to this and they just keep slow playing everything, they're just going to be able to grind out the utility and be able to do whatever they want.
How did that smoke go for a Dren? I think it must have gone up into apartments. Smoke clearing an underpass though, and all VP while they're making noise over on the A site. And there it is, pick off onto a Dren. Neo doing great work. This is going to keep the man close in connector as well. That's Fugly a little bit late to get to the party over on the B site, where it's about to get underway. VP just running right in through the smoke though, not waiting for it to clear, and Fugly takes advantage of that. But 4 players about to go crashing onto this B site for Virtus Pro. Again though, Liquid made the right call. They have 3 players here to try and hold this off, make it expensive for VP, but Pasha starts it off strong by taking out Elige. Hiko with a long range spray duel is going to take out Bialy though. And we're into a 3-on-3, but they've taken so much damage, Liquid. It's not done yet, though, and the time is ticking. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, and they're going to start that plant. Taz is there to hold the line as well, and it goes down. VP, they found a way with literally no time left on the clock. They actually managed to force Liquid. Well, now, yeah, Taz with all 3 kills in the end.
That's just beautiful cover from Taz, because you could see Liquid... They just felt a little bit antsy. It might have been smarter for them to let that plant go down instead of just pounce on it, but Taz was ready for that. Because with 6 seconds left on the clock, Liquid's just like, all right, this is what we got to do, last ditch effort. Let's just rush the plant and try and get the bomb down. Hiko stayed so far back in case they were successful that he could just run away. But Taz with a perfect cover. Beautifully done.
Yeah, this is all Taz, and that's a lot of faith on Snacks as well. I mean, faith, basically, he had no choice. Get that bomb down or lose the round, but still, great work there by Taz, who also individually has stepped up his game going into this major. So, a lot of talk has been about Snacks, but can't forget that Taz is sitting there with 17 frags right now.
Yeah, he's right up there with him, performing really, really well. And good faith in Snacks just to trust his teammate. You're right, he did have to get the plant down, but just knowing, just saying, all right, Taz, this one's all on you, buddy.
There's 3 of them, and 1 of you. But
Let's get the closest one.
they don't call him the Tasmanian Devil. I'm alive. And well, there's the opening. Hard eco coming out from Liquid. So this is where it starts to really get in. You know, not only that play where maybe the more passive play would have been key, let the bomb go down, and then use that numerical advantage to just close in on the site. VP are getting closer and closer to tying things up. Still 4 rounds separating them, but already Liquid forced into a hard eco. This is not going according to plan. They want to be in the hard eco situation when they've got 13 or 14 rounds on the board.
Right, and Adren, he's going to salvage an AK-47. He's got to try and save that. And he's got enough people protecting him as well. He should be able to get away with this gun. But you mentioned it. That first gun run had to have been a decisive victory for Virtus.pro. They stayed alive with 4 people, and now they're able to build up some money. There's a second AK-47 falling. I don't think they're going to be able to salvage this, though. That 5.7 doing some work at long range, and Hiko does get it with the last bullet. He cleans out Pasha, so a little bit of economic damage is going to start digging into that bank that's been built up for VP. And Team Liquid still with a healthy lead, 12-9. It's closing slightly, and now we're going to see the op from Neo come out on the T side. Adren does not have one here. They haven't seen it yet. This might catch them off guard.
Yeah. This is where it gets really fun. And Neo, he can be one of those aggressive operators who just like hunts for those angles as well, hunts for those duels. But you're right, no AWP to counter. Again, kind of light on the nades. At least they have a Molotov on Adren to work with this time to try and slow down any aggressive pushes. And, well, VP, you know, they were posturing for a B rush at least. All 5 of them just barreling into that into the hall towards long, towards plateau. But Elige now he's got a little bit of a cheeky spot. He can set up to try and stop this push when it comes through. Especially if Nitro is there to draw the attention, and that just might be what happens. Full flash on a Nitro, full flash onto Elige as well. He gets out of the Molotov in time, doesn't burn alive, 0 to 100. But here we go. He holds the line, takes the bomb carrier, gets caught midair. Fugly's there though, taking out Neo, and Fugly with the double kill, nearly getting the triple as well. But Taz is there to stop it. And then the backstab from Pasha. Falling apart now, it's going to be on Taz, the last man. Turns it into a 1v1, but still huge health lead for Hiko, and this is like the king of clutch himself. This is when Hiko excels. He's got ice water in his veins. He does not make mistakes. But with so much time left on the clock now, Taz has got options.
And you can see Hiko glancing up towards drop, but that flash is going to kind of give it away that he's not there. So Hiko... this one really well. Coming out of the doorway, he spots Taz. I don't think Taz saw him there. He's going for the fake plant just to peek, and actually I think Hiko made a footstep there, so Taz has the angle, but Hiko's going to win it with the peek anyways. Beautiful one-on-one to win. That puts him up towards 13. Liquid needed that one to get back on the board, but such an expensive round. This next buy is crucial. Liquid losing 4 members there. They're in extreme danger of getting reset again, and that would just close the gap even more. And they're going to have to stabilize once again a Leisure than a UMP. We saw the damage they did with it earlier, but to ask him to do that twice...
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the kind of, that will be the round that really just turns everything. We were talking about jitters before. Now, after a clutch like that, Hiko living up to it, doing the work for the team. This is why he's on the team, is to win situations like that, to give them that edge. And so now 13 rounds on the board for Liquid. They're within striking distance, and if VP lose this round, they lose this round without a bomb plant. We're looking at real odds for Liquid to pick up this map, so this is it. Can VP just keep their cool? We have to see all those long years of experience come into play here for the Polish team.
Yeah, the money on the Virtus.pro side is out. It's gone. Everyone below $1,000, so except for Neo at 1,200. But yeah, losing this would just be terrible. Snacks is going to pop flash himself and clear out this connector. No one's peeking there. That was a round where Hiko was aggressive in those A-halls for the first time, really very early on, but fell out before any pressure got applied to him. So he really wants to play this a little bit more passively. He's found a good angle. A nice Molotov right as the smoke clears is going to hold back VP just a little bit longer. All 5 members in these A-halls or down into danger. That's Pasha. It's still just Hiko and Adren at this A site.
Let's see, smoke's going out. Taz setting up the connector. Now, do they actually commit? 35 seconds left on this clock. VP don't have any time to fake anymore. They're going to have to commit. But fresh smoke goes down here, and as it should be clearing, there might be Hiko lurking on the edge. Bialy seems to have an idea of this, though. He's holding this angle already, and as the smoke clears, Snacks is going to be there to pick up the kill. This is where it falls apart, perhaps, for Liquid. They are going to be able to return one, but that double kill coming in here for Virtus.pro. Man jumping off a balcony gets caught out in the open by Neo. He can't do anything, Nitro, and it's going to be down to Elige. We saw what he could do with that UMP earlier. It's still a 1v3 situation here for him. It's a lot to ask when the Triangle of Doom has been set up on the B side already, or rather on the A side.
Well, they had it on the pistol round as well, and he managed to win that one. It's pretty much very similar positions aside from Taz, who's going on a flank to try and make sure Leech can't save any kind of a gun. It's just it's UMP, so it's not a huge issue, but Taz just going for throats right now. Doesn't want him to have anything. And this is going to be that economic reset.
I'm a bit surprised that Taz is willing to go for it, though. I mean, considering Virtus.pro's money is just as low as Team Liquid's right now, do you really want to be risking throwing away an AK? I mean, maybe it's like, okay, if Elysia stumbles in here, great. Otherwise, I only got 16 HP, so I better be pretty far away from the bomb when it goes off.
Yeah, it's not so much a hunt as it's just let's grab that angle, see if he falls into my trap. But either way, Virtus.pro take another one away onto that A bomb site. In these situations, with those 4 kills in that round that Liquid won, it's their CT sites they've been just running out of nades. They just haven't been able to buy full kits quite yet. So Virtus.pro is keeping the economy in check, even while they're so far down. And this could be another double save situation for Team Liquid. So this could get up towards 12 rounds for VP. And then down the home stretch, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get way too close for comfort. And that's where the experience, I think, is going to weigh out for VP, where they're going to have that edge. But again, we see the smokes being used here by Virtus.pro. They're just going to go running straight onto the B site. It is a full B site stack here for Liquid, though. Elysia's here with that UMP. Couple of, one P250 and a 5.7. But Liquid, they have a little bit of firepower to work with here.
Yeah, Legion's actually boosted up. He's going to grab that first kill onto Snacks. He got boosted up in a drop, so that's a good start. Now VP, they look like they want to commit to this. They have 2 members out wide on the platform, but every member of Liquid is here. But Pasha's going to do some work. There's Fugly with 1 more kill, so even to get up into a 3-on-3, there comes the UMP. Can't get that kill at long range. He's dealt the damage, though, and 1 member in Chicken Coop could kind of steal the deal here for Liquid. He could surprise him.
Again, the patience from Hiko. And he gets him to line up as well. So much spray, and that sets it up for Elige. Neo is there, and again, we're in a 1v1. But this time, Hiko is at a severe disadvantage. He's only got the 5.7. He's picked up the AK, but no Kevlar, and no luck this time. Walks out, and Neo will get the kill this time around. 11-13, and what a close round again.
Yeah, Hiko had to make that play, too. In that Chicken Coop, everything's spammable. If you get in any kind of a gunfight, you'd have to commit to it. And with no armor and just a 5.7, he goes for the AK, but Neo, like you said, the experience wins out in the end with a very nice headshot. Now an up as well.
It's like Neo, Taz, I mean, obviously Pasha, but like Hiko's pretty much the most experienced player on Liquid. So that's why he's going to be able to excel in those kinds of situations.
I like the investment in this round from Liquid. Liege buys light armor and a UMP again. Upgraded pistols. Fugly even has some armor as well, because you'll notice they kept the damage. They did some damage that round. They kept the economy low. Bialy and Neo are at $100. Pasha's at $600. Yeah. So if they can keep it low again, get 2 or 3 kills this round, any win moving forward is going to reset the money for Virtus.pro. With you're at 13 rounds, if you can just reset the economy and get to 15 basically for free, that's huge.
They're trying to say, I mean, they're saving it up again. Neo is looking to see if anybody's going to try and pull a Neo on him, try and go for some kind of aggressive information grab by pushing out through the A halls. That's just not the case right now. Liquid perfectly content to just sit back, try and let Virtus.pro walk into their trap.
Their defenses have actually been very passive, especially relative to Virtus.pro's, and they're just going for these calls, trying to grab the information at stack bomb sites, but they're not pushing for it. They're just trying to read the play as it develops. Unlike Neo, who was pushing out towards A halls, was trying to gain that map control and able to cheat that way.
They aren't exactly making their jobs easy, are they?
No.
So, well, Nitro was able to pick up 1. He was lurking on the site, but he is gone, and this is going to be a free bomb plant now for Virtus.pro. They realize what kind of game Team Liquid were up to there. I mean, they have upgraded their pistols, Liquid, but again, no utility, well, they have a Kevlar and Fugly, but it's of no importance. Very, very little. So now it's going to come down to whether they can actually make it happen in this next round, Liquid. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Moses. The fact that Liquid just they're making their jobs harder by not pushing for info. They're not actually making the kinds of calls that VP were making, where VP were like, okay, we can actually have that extra man over here without any risk because Neo's pushed into mid. He's gotten us all this information on the setup.
Right, and we've seen times where Liquid's made the right call, but because they're not being aggressive for that info, they get blocked out by smokes and choke points, and they're on the rotation, so they can't be quite as effective in cheating into the bomb sites. But either way, this is the big round right now for Team Liquid. They're going to have all the utility they need. And this is a good call. I like this call out of Team Liquid. The pause here, the tactical pause. They know this round is huge. They're going to talk things over and come up with something. The question is, are we going to see Virtus.pro switch something up in their own pause?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. VP are too savvy. Neo, sneaky guy. Snacks as well. I mean, right now it's actually pretty even across the board, it seems, for both of these teams as far as the frags are concerned. Adren is lagging a little bit behind, but everybody pretty much in the mid-teens, getting into the 20s as well there for Snacks and Elige. But you're right. I mean, VP are going to be a team that could change things up completely as well. Just go for a straight B rush. That would be actually something that they'd be willing to go for and really just try and catch Liquid off guard.
Well, this is the scary part. I don't even know if Team Liquid realizes this at the moment, but they've only won 1 gun round. 4 of the rounds, first was the pistol, a 1-on-3 win by Elige, and then the 2 anti-eco rounds, and then 1 gun round. So they actually have not been effective on this defensive half whatsoever. So Good time for a pause, good time to get things calmed down, talk something over. They're going to have some Molotovs to use. They're going to have their smokes. They're going to have all their flashes. We've seen sometimes late in these rounds when VP is getting ready for an execute where Hiko has actually been, that round he was pushed up in that cubby right next to those A-halls. Perfect situation for a pop flash from Adren or something, but they didn't have one whatsoever. So now they have all the options available to him.
Well, still curious to see. I mean, the pause can go up to 3 minutes, I believe. So seems like everybody's readying up once again to get back into this, make it live. Curious to see if Liquid decide to go for some kind of aggressive push, you're right, making use of the utility or just being aggressive at all. I mean, you even saw in Hiko's clutch moment when it came to the reaction cam on him where he was just like, the hand motion, like, calm down, calm down. You have to keep your cool in this situation now. It's all about who's going to be able to keep their emotions under control.
Right, you don't want the high moments to get you too pumped up, and you don't want the low moments to bring you down too low. The big question for me is Adren with an AWP, another big investment. Is it going to have an impact? Because we didn't see anything the last time he had it.
Now he's actually taking it into A-Hall's aggressive. Now the question is, does he actually go full Neo and push? And Neo's ready for it as well. Neo's like,
bring it.
Yeah, exactly. You guys want to go for some an aggressive info take? Sure. Be my guest.
Yeah, come to daddy. That's my play.
And he's in position already. I mean, he's actually starting to head over towards the B hall. So it looks like, well, standard stuff here for VP. Very patient at the beginning of the round. No all-out aggression from them.
But once again, look at the utility. 1 minute left in the round. There's a Molotov and a smoke on Hiko and Flashbang. So they're running very, very low. And Virtus.pro's not applying any pressure. These are just using the utility out of fear right now.
Yeah, this is the jitters. Again, they need to be calm again. They need to just cool off a little bit here. Bomb is with Bialy. And I'm a little scared of his position. I mean, he is pretty far forward. If he were to get picked off, that might make things a little bit complicated for Team Virtus.pro, but they're setting up with all of the nades, and Elige he peeks at the perfect time. And again, now that bomb is dropped at the end of long. They need to try and pick it off. Snax is going to pick up the one, but he's not going to get the follow-up. His teammate instead will do just that. And it's a man advantage now for Virtus.pro going onto this site. They will be able to recover control of that bomb, but it's also perhaps given a little bit more time here for Liquid to work with. Flash goes in, and that's actually Nitro, just like Hiko instead, just leading the charge. He picks it up 1 for 1. And now it is going to be down to Adren. A little bit slow as far as the first and second halves have been concerned, but it's his time to clutch, and he's got that AWP. He's going to be real close, but they aren't peaking. No elementary mistakes being made here by Virtus.pro. Even with a shot being put out there by Adren trying to bait some kind of response, VP are not budging. They've got the crossfire established, and now it comes down to Pasha just looking for that angle, looking for a little bit of info. A little bit of an HE, a little bit of a peek, and the job is done. VP, they win that crucial round after the timeout from Liquid as well.
They play that perfectly in that 2-on-1 situation, much like we saw him play that. It's a couple of them a little bit sketchy in the beginning of the half, but now Team Liquid, they're really reeling at the moment. It's going to be another save out of them, some upgraded pistols, but this happens a lot where we see these lesser experienced teams, the underdogs, they put up a really, really good fight, and it comes down towards the end.
It's a lack of faith as well. What we just saw in that replay, but finish your point.
I mean, they just can't close. You have to learn how to close these matches out, and Virtus.pro, I mean, they've learned that long ago, so they're just showing it to Liquid right now, and another boost up from Elige, but they're not going to fall for it twice.
A little bit of lack of faith, I think, as well, from that play where they dropped the bomb, but they're so worried, it seems, Liquid, rather, the player up on Plateau who's controlling the bomb. You need to be able to trust in your teammates. I think that's the main thing, the main point that I'm trying to make here. You can't be looking at 30 places at once. You need to trust in your teammates to lock down angles so that you can focus on yours and get the job done. It is going to be Virtus.pro pressing onto the B site. No respect, even with the stack. They don't care. They're going to walk up here and get work done. Hiko is doing a good job, as always, just trying to make it a bit more expensive. But it will be, in the end, 14-13. Virtus.pro 2 rounds away from securing their first map here.
Still, Team Liquid essentially getting blanked in the gun rounds in the second half on the CT side, only winning one of them so far. So now they don't have tactical pause. They just have to quickly figure something out. What are they going to do here? They have the losing bonus is fully in their favor. They have everything they can win again. They have 5 smokes. They have a Molotov. They have the M4s. And I'm just going to keep an eye on these utility. I want to see where exactly they're using these so quickly in this round.
And again, with the AWPs for both teams, it doesn't really seem like they're having an impact at all, though. Neither player, neither Neo or Adren have gone up in frags since they started using these sniper rifles.
This is a good switch, though, because both these ops have been over towards that A-bomb site. Now they're going to boost up Adren. They're going to let Adren have those B-halls, which means they don't have to use smokes to block off that choke point. They want those smokes to expire so Adren can have that long angle with the AWP. Now they can cheat some players back over towards A. Actually, no one's doing it quite yet, so they have so much faith in Hiko at this A-bomb site. It's either that or a lack of faith in their defense at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, they just keep getting run over on the B site, so maybe that is it. Or maybe they're just willing to go for the gamble again. I mean, do they have a lot of information to go off of? Hiko hasn't pushed into halls. He might have heard some steps, but that doesn't really give away too much. That could be one guy. And now they're falling back to the site. Extra Man is rotating over this time, getting up on a balcony. It seems that's Elige making his way over towards that A site. So they are trying to bolster the defense here, but nothing's been shown here by VP. And still a great nade count on VP, whereas 35 seconds left. Still a couple of flashes to work with here for Liquid, and actually they've done a better job of holding off on the smokes.
I don't like this though by Adren. Falls off that B platform. Now he doesn't have an early shot for information, but there's Hiko with the first kill. That's crucial because now they know it's clear. And now they're like, oh, we've had 3 members over at the A site. Nitro's got to do some work, and he can't win out against Snacks. And it's all going to come down to Adren. He needs to either stay alive or land the shot, and he takes out Pasha. So that's a good start. Fugly's here as well. The cavalry has arrived, and there's a crossfire, but Adren doesn't need it. He picks up the second kill onto Taz, and Elige with the final one onto Snacks. 14-14, and this time Liquid make it work. Yeah, beautiful switch up. Now the question is, do they bring Adren back towards A, try and be mobile with that AWP, or do they put him back in that B bomb site? So Liquid gets there just in time, and more crucially as well, they keep 3 members up, so there are not as many rebuys. Their economy is still very weak. They haven't established anything. But once again, a situation where Virtus Pro, if Team Liquid still win this, the last round is going to be a very sketchy buy for VP for both of these teams. So
it's incredible just how close it is right now between the two. Just the replay there of the last round. Both teams full bot. 14-14. Now good nades going out. And Liquid, I mean, they had nades to work with towards the end as well last round, so let's see if they can reproduce that. And they're still holding on to 3 incendiaries and a good number of smokes. But here's the full execute coming out from VP. They messed up the Molotov onto the tree, so now Elige, he's free to sit up here, try and pick them off as they come jumping off a plateau. Nitro to stop Snacks. Cold and Neo and Pasha getting low on HP as well. And all 5 members still alive here for Liquid. They just have to keep their cool as this bomb gets planted. It has to go into the retake now. This is communication is going to be key. Who is pushing where and at what time? But there we go. Elige just leaps in. Bialy with 2 headshots. It's a trade. And Nitro, though, does manage to pick up 2 to bring it back. Neo still alive on the plateau, and we're into a 2-on-2 hold now for VP on the site. And Taz, he did it before. Not this time. Adren is there to take him. And Neo falls as well. Liquid, they have the time. They both have kits, and they will be picking up the 29th round.
Oh, huge round. Beautiful retake. Oh, they stayed so passive away from those smokes. Just let it expire because that wall from VP was beautiful. It covered everything in that bomb site. So they get the bomb planted, but they can't hold it back. So many nades left in that retake. So doing it as the stretch, the closing stretch of this match, Liquid's done a much better job holding onto their nades. They had Molotovs, they had smokes and flashes to work with. And a couple baits set up really well. Elige just rushes in first, gets killed, and they're able to trade him off relatively quickly. And from there, it's just well done from Hiko and Adren. And they're the 2 players who survive into the late round to win those situations. So that's exactly how Liquid wants these rounds to play out.
And that's fantastic. And well, now it's going to put the pressure on VP. They go for a buy. They still have 4 rifles and a Tech 9. Overtime, definitely a risk here for Liquid. And you're talking about, learning how to close out maps. This is it, the moment, the make or break moment for Liquid.
If this goes to overtime, I don't think Liquid can do it. No. They need to win out right here.
Exactly. It's all in this round because you're right. And it is that tendency as well. Once you get to overtime, the more experienced team prevails because it's a totally different circumstance. Again, different kind of pressure. Let's see, 4 players on the B side early on as the minute mark ticks past. And now they start rotating an extra man back towards A. VP, they have the nades necessary for an execute onto the A side if they want. Snack's actually thinking about throwing that smoke to cancel out that Molotov, but he isn't going to give away his position. And now Hiko might be a little worried here. Is there somebody close? Flash goes off, ineffective. Hiko goes leaping in, point blank into the Tech 9, but Fugly's there to trade. And Fugly getting close, but he's going to get flanked. And Pasha's there to take the fight straight up. And Dren will take out Taz, though. But Bialy right back into it. The trade frags, they're going VP's way. Liquid are now down a player. Elige and Nitro are the last 2 alive here for the CT side. And that bomb has just been planted on the A site with all 3 players alive here for VP. All comes down to the timing now. Who's going to land the shots? Elige, he's been doing fantastic work so far, but he's down to half HP. Good flash there to give Neo the chance to dart under balcony as well. So now there's a backstab component here that Liquid have to worry about it. Neo's there to take out Nitro. Bialy takes out Elige. And it is going to be the first overtime that we have so far in the group stage.
Hiko's got to be so frustrated his Molotov does not reach Snacks in that corner. He knows he doesn't get flushed down. He's just like, man, now this is trouble. It was a nice pop flash from Fugly to help him out, but Snacks just peeks at the right time and it just barely blinds him. That kill was crucial onto Hiko.
Yeah.
And as well, he even goes further than that. He even gets more damage out onto Fugly, brings Fugly down to 20 HP, and it's just an easy cleanup. So Virtus Pro, even though there was 3 members at the same bomb site, they just steamed through the defense. And look at Elige, 26 and 22 for him. Snacks, on the other hand, 29 and 18. These 2 guys putting up huge numbers for their team. Unfortunately, Liquid They get to 15. They give themselves a great shot at stealing this match away. Now into overtime is going to be tough.
Yeah, exactly. And it just seems like time and time again, once you get into overtime, it's a totally different set of circumstances. You get the full buy right off the bat. And, well, experience plays such a big hand in it because now you have to, not only do you have to know how to close out a regular time match at 30 rounds, now how do you close out the overtime? How do you take it against Virtus Pro, who are so experienced in these kinds of situations? They don't crack under pressure, VP.
Yeah, the only good thing that I can say for Team Liquid, or both of these teams really, but especially Team Liquid in that second half, who could never get a handle on their money. With starting out with all that, they're gonna have a great shot. They can it's just reset. Don't have to worry about the nades so much because they can just rebuy them twice in a row, basically full nades. The question is the op doing it? Is that investment they're putting into the AWP, is that worth enough in this overtime? Because we've only seen it be effective for a Dread like 1 or 2 rounds in this half.
In Gran, I think that's why we're asking this question, is because like the one round that we really saw it be effective was on that key round where he held the line on the A side and got the 2 kills.
Right.
But then we didn't really see it again, did we?
Yeah.
So
Well, even for Neo, was it even worth it for Neo on the defense?
honestly, I don't think so. It seems like, I mean, you have Neo kind of hanging around in these angles, just hoping to be able to pick somebody off from Liquid, but that's only going to work if Liquid are playing aggressive. And Liquid just have been holding so passively that Neo never gets the opportunity to go for a kill, or to pick somebody off, right? If it's going to revolve around the quick executes, the big explosive plays a la VP, you kind of have to go for the full rifles. And yeah, we are seeing that change already. Adren will go for the M4, and I think this might be more about managing the money than anything.
Yeah, very well could be, definitely. But now you can see, look at the Liquid side. 4 Molotovs, 5 smokes to work with. BP doesn't pick up an AWP on Neo as well either. Look at this, very aggressive towards this B bomb site it looks like, but they're not going to commit to any kind of really fast play. They throw their nades, they throw their smokes to block any kind of aggression out of Liquid, but it's going to be boosted up anyways. And here comes the execution very quick with one player lurking over into A.
This is a totally different change of pace here from VP. They've thrown a lot out onto this plateau, and there we go. Pasha just goes charging through straight onto a Liege. He gets picked off immediately, and now VP has some options. They might be thinking about wrapping up onto A. They go through connector with the bomb, and this is going to be big. Neo's already lurking in underpass. He can catch that backstab rotation coming in from Nitro from the B site. If Neo gets that kill, oh, this is big now. 4-on-4, and the bomb is going to get planted for Virtus Pro. Where is Adren?
Where are Fugly and Elige? They're taking so long even getting into these double doors. Nice trade. There's Taz picking off one as well, but it's a 2-on-3. Virtus Pro don't have great post-plant positions, but Hiko's got to find some really cool kills here. He's got to come up massive in this flanking.
Yeah, he is so good at it. Might get that angle. Stacks is like, no fun on this server, Hiko. Sit down. Gets the double kill as well. 16-15, and the key round 1 for Virtus Pro. That's going to put Team Liquid in the hole. They can full buy this round, Moses, but if it goes to 3, I mean, it will go to 3, but if VP win this next one, they're going to be in very deep trouble.
Even if they lose it and have a weak economy, but we are seeing the op buy out of Adren. No nades on him, just light armor, just snacks, just clotheslines. He just has no joy, Hiko.
And Hiko probably, for a split second there, he's probably like, yes, he's not looking my way. And then Snacks is like, no.
That's just another passive situation for Team Liquid where, oh, look at this Molotov going to prevent that boost, but actually Adren doesn't take too much damage, it just falls away off it, but it's done its job.
Yeah, instant smoke there as well. So Pasha's going to be able to clear out these angles, but again, Virtus Pro, they're just totally changing up the pace. Now there's the lack of respect is being shown. They don't care. They're just going to go in here, get aggressive on Liquid, put the pressure on as much as possible, and Pasha actually getting shot by his teammate there. Neo strung a little tight. Fair trade so far. Dren finally coming into play with that AWP. So it is a 3-on-3 retake scenario now for Liquid, and they are knocking on that bomb site as the bomb gets planted, so they have plenty of time to play with here. Comes down to communication now. They have a smoke, a Molotov, and a flash to work with as well, so they actually have some utility going into this. But it's just going to be straight shots, straight duels, and you run right into Snacks. Nitro gets caught.
They've got to save.
Yeah, they really do. This AWP, I mean, the Dren even taking a huge risk there, risking the wall bang.
Yep, they got to fall back. Elige is going to get that kill, and that man propped him forward, and that's a little bit scary because there's just a nice setup from Virtus Pro and post-plan. Now Dren, no option. No kit on him as well. He probably could have picked one up if he somehow manages to find some of those miracle kills, but this Liquid getting brutalized in this overtime now. And you're exactly right. No respect. Something that's been happening.
Enough nades there from Liquid to be able to stop that aggressive take of Plateau, but now Pasha has been boosted up. He's looking for a deep hole. The Liege has shown that he likes to go into the back corner, so that's what Pasha's looking for.
This is just too many times throughout this match that Liquid's allowed Virtus.pro to have whatever they want on their terror side. There's no one contesting danger stairs. There's no one contesting these A-halls. No one contesting any kind of connector. So Neo, he's in here with an AWP, and he's all alone, and he doesn't feel any fear whatsoever.
Too far back, and well, Snacks is there to open things up. He takes out a Liege, and that was from drop, I believe. Fugly's going to be there to take one back, but then he gets caught by Taz. Again, Virtus.pro moving in pairs, buddy system in play, and now, well, it's going to be Nitro getting caught. Adren and Hiko, the last two alive here from Liquid to stop a perfect half from VP. A 2-on-4, and they go back there and check. Just make sure that Hiko isn't lurking in the hen house this time. It's going to be Pasha instead, just charging forward. He takes the fight straight up with Hiko, and it's going to be Adren trying to barrel through this smoke. He's right on the edge of it, but Virtus.pro, they don't have to take any risks.
Right, Snacks just showed up to play this overtime. When they need him, this star player just comes out from first round on, and this round's just one entry kill, but it opens up that B-bomb site completely. Adren's got to go for this. No kit, but he's got to find Pasha, and this is such a hard spot to clear with that AWP. He's know he's got to bait out a peek from Bialy, and now look at this, they're just toying with him, a perfect way to juggle aggression. They eliminated 3-0 in the first half of overtime for Virtus.pro, and they're on the verge of surviving a scare early on.
Absolutely. All right, one more round is all that's necessary. It's the first to 19 in this kind of scenario here. So we'll see. There's a little bit of time to talk things over as you go into the next half here for Team Liquid. I mean, they're the ones who have to really take a deep breath. Or I don't know. Maybe it's like, you know, ghost pepper and vodka time. You know, to do something to fire yourself
Right?
up. Like, get going. Because you are on the edge right now of just dropping down into that lower match.
Ghost pepper and vodka. Is that what
Who was it that was
fires
talking
you up?
about that yesterday? Where it was like, you know, you take a shot of ghost pepper and vodka.
That sounds awful.
It does sound really awful, doesn't it? But, oh yeah, there you go.
This is just, this is going to have to be a Liege is going to have to step up once again. And this is a nice matchup. Nitro's had some really nice entries on the T side. And that's the thing. When you talk about the success of Liquid, they've looked so good in this match, but it's all come from their terror side. Their CT side really didn't give us too much promise, but it's this T side where this is entirely possible for them. But they've got to have Nitro come back. They've got to have a Liege get some of those stellar kills.
Yeah, 9 rounds, 9-6 in regular time. So, I mean, regulation, I guess. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Elige, I mean, Elige has maintained the pace. He's sitting on nearly a 30 bomb. He's trailing behind Snacks, but yeah, it's a bit of a stretch here, especially considering, you know, the lack of experience on this team as we've been, you know, we kind of have to hammer that home. No matter how you cut it, Virtus.pro are the favorite team in this matchup. They have so much experience on it that in these kinds of situations, you have to give them the edge. You have to give them the advantage. And so Liquid being 3 rounds down, they're on the edge. They need a perfect half. That's a lot stacking up on a bunch of young players.
That's a lot to ask for.
And we're not going to throw them under the bus quite yet. They're making full use of the switch time. So Liquid right now, it is going to come. I mean, Hiko, he did kind of show up as well in this second half. He had his moments, but now is the time to prove yourself here. Let's see what Liquid are made of.
The big thing is Liquid going to be? Oh, look at the auto
what?
buyout just right off the bat. Pasha just wants to end it.
What were we saying about lack of respect again?
Yeah, it's down to 2,200. This is.
I mean, if you lose this round, Pasha, you realize what happens.
Yeah, this is the opening, though, for Liquid. If they can punish this buy out of Pasha, then all of a sudden they've got a big advantage moving forward.
Yeah, okay, he didn't use it in regular time, so maybe Liquid won't expect this.
Here's the cool thing, too.
Look for it.
He goes back in this position where he punished Neo. He wants to punish that push. He knows if he can just give him one kind of advantage. Doesn't want to lose to that kind of an aggressive play out of Virtus.pro again, though, especially when they're just on, you know, they don't have anything to give up anymore. So taking no risks, Liquid playing it very safe, very passively.
It looks to me like VP aren't going to fall for the same trap twice. This time Neo isn't going for the aggressive push. He's checking an underpass real quick, but instead they've elected to just wait and see Virtus.pro. They're going to make Liquid sweat. And Liquid right now, they're also holding very passively. Just hoping that somebody's going to make a misstep on VP's side.
No, the missteps are over. VP's not making missteps anymore. We haven't seen one in quite some time.
I keep thinking, you know, is Neo going to get aggressive? Is he going to try and go into underpass? But there's no reason to take that risk. Team Liquid are the ones who are showing nerves right now, so if you make their lives more difficult, this could be it. Neo's rotating over towards the B site. Now Bomb is up on Plateau, about to make its way there. They haven't committed, though, and Taz is there to stop Elise from pushing in from underpass. There's the rotation coming in from Neo. He takes out a Drent. Effective trade here for Virtus.pro so far. And there is a little bit of an over-rotator meet, but it's still a 2-on-2. And Pasha's still here with the Scar 20, and Fugly's about to get a pretty rough surprise. There it is. Pasha not even taking a point of damage. And what do you do now, Liquid? What is the answer? You take a bullet to the face, you sit down, and Snaps is there to pick up the last kill. Perfect overtime half for VP. 19-15, the final score. And we had a little bit of hope there for North America. They had the flags, but you know, they fell on them this time.
And let's not take anything away. That's a very, very big match at the team, especially to open this tournament up. Really impressive. You know, the analyst talks about, let's just forget about Virtus.pro. They're going to beat everyone in the group. They got a little bit of scare here, but they ended up with a win. So this just bodes well. You gotta imagine if your team Liquid
Cơ bạc gian bây giờ là kẻ trắng, tinh thần giờ ruộng bỏ ta, còn mình ta thân xác như còn đâu đi về kẻ đón người người yêu xưa bây giờ gặp nhận chẳng ra. Một đời giàu sang đến mấy phút lỗi lầm giờ kẻ trắng tay, đời bạc gian có ai không tham giàu sang.
I think we saw a lot of the elements we were discussing or previously before the match. Liquid not getting the start they wanted on T side, lost the pistol. They were 3-0 down, but that's when they started really playing. And their attacks, like I pointed out before, that they were attacking very much together, and they were trading those kills effectively, and they were making sure they were managing to get those afterbound situations and coming out on top of most of them. Elise was playing crazy, Fugly was playing really good, and Nitro was doing some stuff here and there as well. But it was more their CT side, playing way too passively, giving Virtus.pro way too much room that really that was the huge struggle for them.
The funny thing is, even though it's a round that actually ended up being a retake that Liquid won, the round that showed me like they're just not going to be able to win this CT half was the one where VP finally did the full wall of smokes, ran out, and they managed to get into a scenario where with 4 people, they got all 4 in alive, planted the bomb, and then all 4 people from Liquid who'd all
backed off,
who were all in the site, they'd all. In theory, they'd rotate correctly. In fact, one thing I noticed is on CT, they always did rotate correctly which site was going to be, but VP just executed every time pretty much.
wrap it up. I don't have my box, no fair. They'll wrap it up, and then obviously, like I said, Titan versus Nip.
Hello and welcome back to the DreamHack Open Inclusion of Poker. I'm your host Richard Lewis. We're on the Intel analysis desk. We're going to break down the game that we just saw, easily the game of the day between Team Liquid and Virtus Pro. And with me to do that, we have got Duncan Thorin Shields, the world's leading CSGO analyst. I've said that enough times now, I've met my quota. And on the far end, we've got the cheeky chappy of Natu. And of course, Sadakist enjoying his first major and about to pick his brains. So, as I said, game of the day, no doubt about it. Kind of a bit disappointed almost with Team Liquid, if that's weird. Like, I feel they should have closed that game out.
I think actually, to pick up on something that Semler said at the very end of the cast, I actually feel like this was a blown opportunity because here's the thing. There's two factors here. One, you're very rarely going to get a performance like that from Elige against European elite teams on land. So you've wasted that already. And then secondly, like Semler said, you've shown your hand now. Now people know you beat Fnatic on Cobblestone, you showed a strong T-side here. No one's going to let you play that map. They're going to make you play maps like Train or something else that you don't want to play.
Train they wouldn't, but I'm not going to go entirely with that. I think their map pool is reasonable to get through a group stage. The problem is when we do get if it was all best of threes, then they start to struggle. Cash is still really good for them.
But I mean, any elite team that has a wide map pool, they now know. Just don't even let
don't play.
I don't think there's enough emphasis you can put on Elijah's importance in that match, because that pistol round on CT side, he managed to win that 1-on-3, which should have never happened. The first guy should have never peeked him. And that's basically why they even got that far with it.
Virtus Pro have a tendency to do this when they're in clutch situations. They're peak happy.
That's why I feel like it was a wasted effort, because, okay, the first half in terms of fragging, okay, those were all totally legit kills from Elige, etc. But he literally had to have that crazy 1v3 where he just did 3 1-bullets to win the round. And if he doesn't do that, remember, it's probably just a closeout from VP, the way they rolled on T7, so they got any money going. So a lot of the TL rounds were, when they got VP ecoing, they could pick up some rounds here and there. But once that economy was built up, you could see they were just going to plow you completely. So I feel like, as weird as it is, yeah, they narrowly lost, but they gave it all. They gave it their all, you know, in that game.
This is where you're saying you're disappointed, though, because this is kind of what Moses was saying on the desk about Cloud9 earlier, that no one really paid attention to them. They didn't really counter-strat them. They didn't have that much information about them. That's where Liquid is right now. But the problem is they're not closing out the games like
They need to
Cloud9.
be winning time. That's what you're going to make use of it, right?
And they're still not really there. There was a few mistakes. There was round 14. They got the first pick. They actually had it slowed down. VP over-rotated to the B site. They waited all in the hallways. And for about 30 seconds, it was a stalemate. And I think Liquid just was hoping a pick was going to fall in their crosshairs, because they didn't really look for information on the A site. They just sat back and said, okay, what do we do? What do we do? You need to be looking and trying to get a little more aggressive on the offside at that point in time.
Right.
They had a player at A. Again, it was an over-rotation. If that player walked into A, he would have called, dude, bring the bomb back. We got this. And instead, with about 30 seconds left, because it's a long rotation, they said, well, we have to go B now. And they walked into 3 VP players, and they just slaughtered them.
Yeah.
So I could have been 10-5
there were numerous missed opportunities, I felt. And like you say, you've just got to have that confidence. When you're leading from the front like that and you've got rounds to play with, why not be aggressive?
I mean, think of this.
When are you the time to gamble?
When are you ever going to get games where on Cobblestone you're a 15-14 up and you've literally got, I mean, it's a hockey saying, you've got the game on your stick. It's up to you whether you win the game now or you have to go in on overtime again. I mean, it just feels like, I mean, to touch on what you were saying there, it's like there's a saying, there's a reason why they're called windows of opportunity, because they get closed eventually. So when you have those games like that, you have an amazing performance from Elige that we don't normally see from him online. He's one of the guys who's had issues, you know. You're leading in the game, then you get the lead back and you get to game point. You've got all these advantages going. If you can't close out that game there, it's like, when these teams then do know more about you and they know more about your map pool, they know how you play, it's going to get even harder at that point. You've got to be getting these wins now to put people on their heels.
Just had the MVP come through in my ear, and it's one of the guys that we highlighted right at the top of the show. It's Snacks. Not sure I agree with this. I probably would have given it to Elige, even though they did lose.
The thing is, though, if you looked at the scores, I was watching the scoreboard as it went along, actually. The thing with Snacks was, he got to this kind of like a ratio of like kills, like maybe like 6 or 7 kills ahead of deaths, and he just stayed there the whole game through. The thing with Elige was he was really hot the first half. He cooled off a lot in the second. Snacks just kept rolling. He kept picking up his 1 or 2 kills, and that gave VP the chance to get this point.
And we did say as well, the form he's been in since Dubai, just horrifically consistent if you've got to play against it.
What has to be noted, though, is like on the CT side for VP, economy was a disaster. They were in a lot of trouble when it came to economy. It was Snacks, Bialy, and Taz that basically kept that VP boat even floating, because it could have sunk any point in time in that. They could have gone down to like 3-12 or something like that, but they managed to scrape it through for VP.
Well, the thing is, I can relate, because Snacks is what floats my boat.
Indeed.
As a player, he's a fantastic player. I really get hyped up, turns me on intellectually.
Yeah.
So
I'm not going to question your judgment. I think there's better things in life that we'll see this week, but I'll let you have that one.
So we'll look at the movement analysis. Natu, obviously, you're the ex-pro here. Let's talk about
allegedly.
Let's talk about what you noticed from the executes between on both Team Liquid and Virtus Pro. What stood out for you tactically?
I mean, it was very similar from my point of view. I thought it was very similar. Both teams were playing very, very methodically, slowly, and like the thing is, especially with Virtus Pro, we know the plow effect, but Liquid actually does a similar kind of fashion of attack when they do go to sites, and they trade kills as well as Virtus Pro does. So I think these teams actually there's a lot of similarities on their T side.
And if you wonder why there's this mysterious blue patch in the top left there for Team Liquid, that's because Hiko is literally one of those lurkers where he'll just sit behind a wall and wait for you to try the full rotate, and then he's just behind you the whole time. So he's from the old school in that sense, you know. It's not like you're just following people up and you're trying to... He's not the lurker who's trying to disrupt you. He's literally just waiting for you to walk past him, and he has a free crosshair onto the back of your head. So that's why it's a little bit different there from a VP-style attack.
Yeah, so what we'll do now is we'll see what that result does for the overall standings in Group C. And this is the group, like I said, was the group of death. It's unbelievable, isn't it? So Virtus Pro, with a great comeback, they're obviously in the winners match now. Team Liquid...
You can best believe someone like Nip was just praying for Liquid to pull that game out. Like,
the thing.
We could be in the quarterfinals with a one man.
If that was the case, it would have meant that guaranteed one of either Nip or Titan were going home at 0-2.
Yeah.
And one of them possibly going through, though.
Well,
that's true, yeah, exactly.
So,
no, 100%. It totally shifts the whole formation of the group.
So now, obviously, Nip and Titan have to go at it, but I mean... This is what I said. Look, I agree. I think Team Liquid, in terms of improvement, they're the most improved in NA, no doubt about it. They are got the potential to be that flag waver now for America. I think the Cloud9 slump, but this group absolutely crucifies them.
To be fair, what I feel like what they could use as an addition on this lineup is a very good offer. I think they have very good roles right now. There's players for passive roles, there's players for aggressive roles.
You know, Hiko had an idea along those lines a while
he did.
ago.
It was almost this exact lineup.
Sort of. Yeah.
That's where you look at someone to do, if you were going to do that. The thing is, Adren is quite a tactical mind. So if you're going to do that, you got to put someone in like coaching role or someone else in a strat calling role on that team. Hiko's not going to strat call. There's rumors that he wanted to try it for a while, but that was never going to work out in his favor. So I see what you're saying, and I agree that firepower would be amazing for them, but that would be a bit of a restructuring in general. Like, again, you need a sixth man in that case. That would be really smart.
Let's just do some final thoughts. I mean, how impressed are we with Liquid? How disappointed are we with Virtus Pro? What's the temperature?
The way this is going at the moment, I don't think this is necessarily over for Liquid. Like, it's not like whoever they play out of... Like, for example, if they play Titan, okay, well, we still haven't seen that much from Titan overall. And also, when they play against some of these players here, Titan hasn't done well at majors. A bunch of these players have had failures in group stages where they lose even unexpectedly early. Then you look at NIP. It's been a long time since NIP was in really good form. Admittedly, their form's been a bit resurgent recently. You'd expect them to probably beat Liquid if they play them.
This would be a good test. This next match, we'll know right away.
Yeah. But that's obviously if NIP even loses. So I think whoever gets to the match with Liquid still has a chance in that match. Now, whether they have a chance in the decider, which will obviously be the best of three match later on, that's going to be a lot harder there because you're going to have to beat some European team in a best of three, and that's not something historically they've ever done so far, so that's going to be a real test. But at least in the first match, in the lower bracket match, I think they've got chances against whoever they play.
Yeah, the structure of plays there, they got a lot of diversity now. They used to be very execute heavy, very slow with that kind of play. It was too predictable, you could say. Now there's a lot more loose play, a lot more playing by instinct, and but what it really takes is their individuals like Elise need to have those performances on a more just more often than not.
I was actually really impressed their T-side did as well as it did, because Elige, again, you said he hasn't had that much performances on lane. He's another guy that, because of the restructuring, is doing better, because he's usually the second man and it's Nitro. I was impressed they won that many rounds with Nitro not actually being up closer to Elige's total. Usually that's a 1-2 punch. And again, Nitro did have some moments on the CT side. There was a couple rounds. He was actually the one that took down Pasha on that push. There was a couple times he did find the entries, but usually he's the guy that in a game when they're actually going to take down a top dog, he's the one that steps up. So if he can come on and Elige continues playing like this throughout the weekend, their T-sides are going to be absolutely incredible.
Okay, well, let's hope we get an opportunity to see more of it. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're now going to throw to a quick commercial break. While we do that, if you want to check out the coverage over at The Score or download the app so you can make sure you get all of the updates here from the Major while you're on the move, you can do that there. It's on your screen. That's all you have to do. We're going to take a short commercial break, and then we're going to come back with what many have been highlighting as the potential game of the day, NIP versus Titan. Please come back.
First time I saw Getra playing, he was such a passionate guy about the game. He was just a little child back then, but he had so much talent in him. You know, everybody who's like that guy. They thought he was a bit too young to be a star player, but he proved everybody wrong.
I got introduced by my older brother when I was 9 years old. He showed me the game and I was like, whoa, what is this? How cool is this? And then he just introduced to me the whole world of Counter-Strike and I just instantly loved it. I didn't really think about become like the best or like try to be. I was just having fun and playing with my friends. But I still wanted to, you know, explore the whole world and see if you could play with other people. I went to a place called Remedy, or like the event was called, and I was there with my brothers, and I was like so amazed. There was so many people there, so many computers, so many different games, and so many people talking about games. Then they actually can play competitive, so I was like super surprised by it. It was just a cool experience, especially since we were like 14, so you're like, I want to go to every LAN party there is, everywhere, in the whole world.
I definitely think I've been a part of Christopher's amazing journey, especially in the start.
Esport in 2001, I got introduced and I was like, whoa, can you actually win money playing this game as well? This is so cool, this is something I really want to try. We're following the games like 4 in the morning here in Sweden because the games were so late in the US. So you had to stay up the whole night, and that's when I first saw Hedon.
Well, esports was totally new when I started playing. I think I was maybe the first guy in Sweden to receive a salary from playing computer games. I think it was something like $200 or something. I felt like I was king of the world, and I even got free mices and keyboards, and that was huge.
When I saw Hedon play the first time, I was like, whoa, he's super good, this player. I need to look up this guy and see who it is and where he's from and so on. And then I saw he was from Sweden and in Stockholm. I was like, oh, I need to follow this guy. I need to know what he's doing, what team he's playing for, what achievements he's done. Basically, after that, I got hooked, and I was like, he's my idol. You know, he's so good and he's so talented, and I hope that I someday can actually compete against him.
I competed against Getra a few times. There's one game in particular.
We played this big qualifier in Sweden, and it was a major spot for the ESWC back then. It was like a big thing.
It was like this David versus Goliath. We were the best team and they were like kind of bad on paper. We were supposed to just have an easy walk in the park.
I was playing out of my mind.
Get right, he did some kind of hero match and they managed to win it versus us.
It was just a cool feeling to see that actually, whoa, am I actually this good in this game?
And he's still so proud about it. He still smiles like this when he talks about it.
After when we beat Hida and those guys, it was like just a good feeling to win the game, and especially over someone that you've been looking up to. That was basically his last official tournament and game as well, so I always say to him, I actually was the last one to beat you.
And my feeling afterwards, okay, there's gonna be new king in town soon. After that game, I quit playing professionally and still worked for NIP, so I recruited Get Right to take my spot, and he did it very well.
He said to me basically like, we're gonna do NIP again. I was surprised that he wanted to try the luck again and see it. NIP hasn't been active for many years because it's a legendary name.
Ninjas in Pajamas. We handpicked the team with Get Right, Exist, Forest, and Fifth Line and Freiburg, and it kind of exploded into something else.
We went pretty successful directly.
We had this amazing run in the beginning. We won every single tournament, 87 straight games in a row without a single loss.
It was just very cool and surprising to see that you actually can be so dominant in a game, and also that you were one of the best players at the same time. That's probably my biggest success.
I think our first loss was in Ukraine. That felt quite sad when it happened, but it's like, it was just such an amazing run. I mean, I could never believe that anything like that would happen.
I guess you felt immortal because you're having that winning streak and you basically won against anyone you played, but when they actually hit you that you lost. This is how it is to feel to lose.
It's always so hard to know what to say because you can't go there and say like, yeah, better luck next time, because at the moment it doesn't matter. He's just so frustrated. I guess I just try to hug him and like don't say anything.
Like a big burden on your shoulder because everyone's expecting you're gonna win every time, no matter what you're doing, you know. But you're a human being. It's not normal to go and never lose, you know. So you want to lose something.
I don't think it helped Christopher being more humble for losing a game. I think he's always been a humble guy. When we're on that 87-0 streak, he was still the same guy as he is now and has always been. So I think it's just a genuine guy.
You always learn by your mistakes, and that's where you can pick yourself up.
There's so many reasons I'm proud of Get Right. I mean, he cares about everybody so much. He has so much passion for both the game, people around him, and his fans. And he has a kind heart, and it's very rare to see that, especially when you are the most hyped CS player in the world.
He's so passionate and so driven and so competitive. And outside gaming, he's very calm. But something that shines through, both like in-game and outside of the game, is that he never gives up. He just keep on going and going and going, whatever he does.
He's playing all the time, and when he doesn't play, he thinks about the game, and he just have that winning mentality in him. He's in it to be the best.
Never in a million years I thought I would be one of the guys that people would look up to, especially in CS and actually in whatever I would do. I'm just very lucky to have this as a job.
So there we have it, another video from Valve there, and one of the true greats of the game, Get Right. I don't think anybody could dispute that. Had a wonderful career, even though right now things not really going Nip's way. They've been in quite a remarkable slump for some time. Your thoughts, gentlemen?
I mean, his career is still far from over. I mean, you still see tournaments. Dubai was an example where he'll just have stellar maps. Like it's the Get Right we know from CSGO. I mean, for me, I did my list of the best players of all time, like who I thought was where I had him number one, because he was just in the first period of time. You talk about someone like Olafmeister, and we're like, wow, how did he do it for 6 months to be so good? Get Right did it for like a year and a half. He was just absolutely unreal, and so. For me, he's the best CSGO player ever, and I don't think it's over quite yet, because as you kind of say, it's the team that's having the problems.
Yeah, not
Other
him.
players are in all-time slumps. Maybe you put the right players around him, you put him in a new environment. I don't think it's necessarily over for Get Right as like a great player. I think there's still more. He could still have more trophies in his cabinet at the end.
I agree.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's not like he's ever had he's had some quieter performances recently, but he's still, at the last 6 months, still up there as the best player within AIP. And I think that's still true of a lot of the players. Like, it's Get Right, Forest, and even Alex Wilkes are having some big performances posted. It's just the team aren't seeming to quite close out these big finishes in the big tournaments. They get to like the very finish line and just can't seem to finish it out. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do at this major. I want to see them do big. I've always been a big fan and see what they can bring to the table.
Here we are, James. This is where I get to bring you in.
Okay.
It's another trip to Cobbletown. NIP versus Titan, of course, and it's going to be. I think it's going to be a tall order for both teams. This is another game where we looked at it right at the start. This is Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
This is a big surprise on NIP's part, though, because the thing about NIP coming to the last major and beyond is they didn't play the customs.
Yep.
So they were the team that they don't want to be a near Cobble overpass train, especially not overpass and train, obviously. And so now you see them, they're letting Cobble through. It means that we're in a situation where previously it looked like Dust 2 would become their best map. They beat TSM on that map. So you would think, if anything, they would only go to the standard maps. Historically, it's actually Titan who were the better team on Cobble. With the Apex KDS lineup, they were one of the underrated teams there because they weren't a beasts, but they could kind of upset top teams there. I'm feeling like this is a dangerous map for NIP. Overall, at the moment, I think NIP is a better team than Titan, but I think this is a real map that can be dangerous for them.
James?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Thanks,
Go
Henry.
on. You can have this one.
I think the thing that's going in at NIP's favour is
Action
that
and reaction.
there isn't really
No. And another script. Oh, sorry.
there isn't really any pressure on them compared to Titan. Obviously, they have a new lineup, but they've haven't done as well as they would have wanted to. Obviously, in multiple majors, and it's been a long time since they were up there in the semi-finals. So, I think all the pressure's on the Titan side, and NIP. We've seen them playing pretty free from at the moment. They seem to be quite relaxed, not really having carefree. So I think they should have a good game. I think Exist is going to be one of the important people for them if they're going to come through on this map.
It's like I described this as really, because we kind of know, we've heard these rumours from behind the scenes, like maybe this lineup's definitely not going to line up, but certain people might go, certain people might stay. I described this era when you know that as like, it's like the farewell tour. Okay, these are the last
You've been
times.
saying that for quite a while, though, Duncan, let's be honest.
And that's what people have been saying farewell to him. So that's the way. People have been helping him out the door, I'll get your bag for you and your coat.
Well, I mean,
shoes on.
Look, let's be real. Obviously, there's a contract in place. Professionals have to honour those contracts. Those contracts aren't going to be in place as we move into 2016. There's opportunities for everybody to get this kickstart to their career, but of course, they're model pros, these guys. They're going to represent NIP, the brand that's done so much for them, and they've done so much for right until the last drop. And majors mean things to them personally. Now, this is a really, really tough game to start things off for their campaign. I think we'll get a very good idea about how the team is feeling, because they're coming up against the Titan team, and of course, in it, they have got the destroyer of NIP, Shocks.
Well, this is the thing, right? This matchup is kind of two different school of thoughts. Traditionally, when you have an existence lineup, they're very tactic-based, with lots of executions going in. But the difference is now they have Scream and Shoxy. That's obviously a really dangerous lineup. And I think to get the most out of those guys, famously, you need to let them off the leash a little bit. You can't rely on these tactics every single time. Obviously, it gets them into decent positions, but these players definitely want to be given some control, given some freedom to take their gut feeling and go for big kills here. I love the idea of these guys together. I'm just not sure whether Existence will be able to get the most out of them yet. Like we know in previous iterations of these teams, it's been a problem where they say, okay, I can't play out like this. Like it was a surprise to see Shoxy go back, and now it's even a bigger surprise to see Scream go back to this lineup.
Well, the thing is, from talking to some of the French players, they've told me that one of the reasons why you have seen these big performances of Existence, actually, where sometimes he's top fragging, he's getting 20 plus kills, is because it's not that he's gone totally away from it. You're never going to get, if you have Existence, there's no point going away from the execution style.
Sure.
But he's loosened the reins a bit, and he's also realised, like, I can't always do like every part in the strategy just to set up a flash for this guy and a smoke. Sometimes I have to go for the kill myself, I have to do it a bit looser. Now, what's great about this featured matchup is this really shows the history of these two teams, because if this was the middle of 2013, these are the two best players in the world going head to head, and they're still players now where, they're not at that caliber, but they both can be the best player in the server. We've seen Shock since he came back to Titan, his levels improved certainly. It's a team that it had to be based around him, because in the last lineup, they only had supports and Shocks, so it had to be all on him. He's got Scream now, he's got a bit of firepower there. And get right, we've already mentioned it, he's still the best player in NIP.
Another interesting addition to this is actually Smiths. We don't really talk about him too much as a world-class AWPer. Recently, in the last few weeks, at least from what I've seen online, he seems like he's stepping up his game, dropping some 30 bombs in there. Alu, this is actually one of the maps he can kick off on as well. That's going to be a really big battle here. T-side on Cobble, Alu is like really formidable on this. Like he can actually carry NIP sometimes on this. We saw Achieve in the season in the past, even when they're up against the ropes against teams like SK, he was the one getting the 4-mans, the 5-mans, keeping them alive in that series. So I expect to see big performances from both all players here. mainly from Alu, but I think Smiths is going to step up as well.
Okay, so we need to start thinking about predictions round about this time in the broadcast. So let's get into it. You got roughly 30 seconds each, gentlemen. James, give me your summary.
Well, I just saw all the players are just in this direction. For those of you who obviously can't see at home, but I just saw Existence open up a giant dossier and pull out a few pieces of paper.
He always does that.
So and I know they work on a lot more things than other teams, like lose the pistol round and go for an eco buy where they're just trying to get a bomb plant and so on. You know, things that not many teams aren't doing in those kind of situations. So I'm going to say Titan are going to take the map.
Okay.
Considering it's Cobble, and I think Titan have been working their socks off in this one. I really do think their playstyle going into this hybrid of the looser playstyle but still with the tactical execution. I think that can be really important towards the B-bomb side, for example. I think they're going to get a lot of T rounds here. I think the CT setup is not going to be strong enough in NIP. They need to be much more aggressive than I think they will be. So I'm going to call it 16-12 in favour of Titan.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take Titan as well. I think this is more in their wheelhouse. It's never really been a map that I thought Nip vibed with. The fact they won a major as a result of it. That was the old version, which is a lot more CT-sided. I think there should be a Titan win. I think it should be closely contested, but the map is what favours them, I think.
Okay, all right, let's get into the game then, gentlemen. Thanks all for your thoughts. But this is it, the one we said was likely to be the game of the day. Let's hope it delivers. NIP versus Titan. Take it away, boys.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Titan and NIP playing here. I'm with Fiflaren. We've got the ex-NIP team assembled. Fiflaren, how do you feel about this?
I got tearful watching Get Right's Get Right video. I was like, oh, Get Right.
I had a fun time with Heaton saying that, we lost that game to Get Right, and then I quit. So out of it.
Yeah, right. Just rage.
It's kind of funny. But look, they're playing up against Titan, and I think Richard actually hit the nail on the head there. Shox is a terrific player, and I think he's definitely one of the people who could stop NIP right here on Cobblestone. We're going to have to see NIP starting on the terrorist side. It will be Titan on the CT side with a bit of a stack in the back of Henhouse here. 2 people. Is that a trick coming in, Fiflaren?
No, I mean, by the looks of it, Alu is just lurking, right? And then NIP have 2 drop zone. It's just going to be a regular B split here.
Oh, Existence is going to open up with a good kill on Forest, and he's hiding in the back here still, so they probably know where he is. But are they going to realize that there's 2 people back there? That's what I'm wondering about. Smith has shown himself as well, and they definitely know Existence going down. Another headshot from Smith, and he's finally going to be dropped by Alu. Still looking good right here for the Frenchman. And Existence doing a fine job hiding, just staying alive. Scream coming up with a headshot of his own, and you can expect a lot more of those. It's going to be the round going in favor of Titan with Scream finishing it off, and a nice start for them.
Yeah, I've actually never, especially on pistol rounds and on Cobble, I actually never really liked the fact that, Alu was just covering the flank, but by the time they hit the site, he's so far away, he can't really help him. You saw there for NIP, they couldn't even get to the site because Titan had 2 guys stacked in the hut there. It was a great hold.
Yeah, and I guess you can even tell here at the end, the 3 players that are left, they're all running in one at a time. There's no kind of group up at all, and it's hard for NIP to even try and return the frags. Even though they knew where Smith and Existence were, they couldn't really come up with much of anything. Now, this round, Scout on Get Right, a little bit of armor, a little bit of everything, it seems. What do you think about this buy from NIP?
I actually don't like this at all, especially on Cobblestone, because you don't have any flashes. You only have P250. You have 1 flash and 1 scout. You can't really do anything. If Titan are smart here, they will not actually even take the duels. You see there with Titan, they have 3 guys with SMGs, actually 4 and 1 M4. So I just think that this is a very sloppy buy from NIP. At least get some more nades.
To find out if they can actually capitalize on this. Alu is going to be going down early on. Shox with the UMP to take him out, so a pretty good start. And right after that, you can tell that the French side, they're going to be falling back. They get that 1 kill, they don't want to risk anything more. Maybe, no, I actually don't think Alu had any armor, but they're probably going to realize by the time now that some of them will have here. Shox getting a shot in there, but not going to be able to get the 3rd kill. Still not a bad trade.
Yeah, no, for Titan here, that was actually close. I was going to say, when Titan then realized that they actually full bot with armor on the second guy that went down, they should just fall back, because they don't have anything to go with, right? Just keep the corners and work with your SMGs.
They're going to be RBK to finish off there. So Shox got 2 SMG kills, RBK got 2 as well. They did lose 2 players, but I mean, still not too bad. Their money's still going to be decent, and we're going to be moving to the 3rd round. NIP didn't get a bomb down. Did they get enough out of that round to hurt Titan?
No, not really. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you didn't get the bomb down, sure, you can just go for a buy, but then just do something together. Have like Exist buy, a smoke and 2 flashbangs, and maybe hit A again or even B with an execute to try to get the bomb down, because that's really what you're looking for when you do a buy like that.
See, really light buy. I mean, 2 pistols being picked up this time by NIP. Glocks on the rest. Get right with a single flashbang, which I am a big fan of. Just the $200 investment. See if you can't make it work. I think it's almost always worth it to try and do it. Alu has already gone down in Titan. I mean, if they can make the people, I would always say they have 3 SMGs. Some of them need to be pushing, and one of them is. I'm glad to see that Shock's actually being very aggressive here.
Yeah, that's what you need, because you know they're going to be on a full save. Oh, that flash though.
They're actually jumping on top of Smith. He picks up 2 kills. One of them, I think, was literally standing on his face, and Shock just going to pick up the last one there. So again, just counting the SMG kills here. This is looking good for Titan.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just as they were running through the smoke. That's something that like every team should actually do on the 3rd round, especially when you know that they force spot last round.
Yeah.
So then you know they won't have anything. They won't have armor, just Glocks. Then you want to be actually very aggressive with SMGs. Make sure you get the kills so you actually get a payout for buying that.
Yeah, just to catch everyone up in case there are newcomers out there to the game, we obviously hope there are a lot of them. You do get different kill rewards for different weapons, and those SMGs, almost all of them except the P90, have a really high return on investment there. So you got to keep that in mind. It's important. They've actually kept 2 of them, which also is a window of opportunity, I think, for NIP. AKs versus SMGs is definitely a favorable fight for NIP if it happens. There's also now 2 AWPs in play, 1 on Alu and 1 on Shocks of all people, which is, I think, a reasonable choice.
Yeah, but Titan are playing this really smart with SMGs. You see RPK on the drop zone, and then Smith is very close. So he gets the close duels with SMGs, which is what he wants. So it's a very good, solid strat from Titan, and then obviously the rifles are a little bit further back, so in case they push, you have those long-distance weapons to work with as well.
Good point. Yeah, trying to optimize where the weapons are the most effective. I think there was an attempt to flash Forrest in, but he kind of got stuck on the wall then. Smith's on the other side. Maybe would have been blind enough that he could have got the kill. Either way, they are kind of running low on time here, NIP. It's 45 seconds, and it looks like what might be some sort of a smoke execute here. They've got 2 smokes left.
Yeah, but they've been really smart about this. You see Titan, they only have 2 flashbangs left, and that's on RPK. Everything, they don't have anything else, so this could actually work out for NIP.
Oh, now they're in the drop here. Existence going to go down immediately. Smith's close here with this MP7, looking for a shot on Forrest or Alu. He's going to get the first kill there. Alu next in line, and he's going to take him out with the AWP. Still 4 versus 3 here. NIP coming out on top for the moment. Existence going to take down Scream, and RPK still alive. He gets 2 with the MP9, and now it's all on Alu. 15 seconds left in a 1 versus 2. Bomb is dropped in front of him. He has to either go and get the kills or try and get this bomb planted. He's going to miss the first shot. Picks up the bomb, but they're going to hunt for him, and Shots will finish the round. 4-0 in favor of Titan, and a terrific round there. And you know, I was raining a little bit on those SMGs, but actually it was RPK with the double kill that made it work.
Yeah, and actually the thing here for NIP, you see here, this RPK's round here, when he actually gets to I don't know what gets right, he has to just completely whiffs the spray completely. But when they get the frag on the drop zone there, NIP should just push right away. They didn't, they just took their time. And without them having actually like any nades left, same with Titan actually, you want to make sure that you get the bomb site fast and methodical, and then just get the bomb down and the planning. That just didn't happen, so RPK just cleaned up.
Yeah, they traded 2 for 1 initially, NIP in their favor, and still played it kind of slow. So you're right. Maybe that is what cost the ultimate downfall in that round. A big round to give up now. They're back to Tech 9's and Armor here, and RPK still doing great work. He must have a lot of money at this point. He only got the 1 kill this time, and Existence stole one of them with an HE grenade right to Forrest's face, and it's going to be Alu now left in a 1 versus 4. Not a lot that he can really do here. If he lands another kill, that would be almost, I think, a slip-up on Titan's part, in fact, and headshot from Smith, making sure Alu knows who's the boss here.
Yeah, and a good round by Titan. You saw there, NIP just showed themselves in the middle. You had the fast rotation coming in from Titan. They had all 5 members towards the A bomb site. They just left B completely open, especially because they saw the bomb. So good rotation coming from Titan. For NIP parts now, the round they did previously, it worked. You know, Titan had no nades left. They couldn't really hold the site anymore. It's just that NIP just needs to execute a little bit better.
Alright, now Smith is top fragging, which is probably not the player on Titan that we're looking for to do it, but I mean, if he's going to carry the show early on, that is a good sign for them anyway. We're going to be moving into the 6th round here. Again, similar setup for NIP, AWP on Alu, some AKs on the rest, and let's see how they plan to open up this round. They're a lot more spread out than their previous rifle round. They don't have everyone just stacked outside of B this time.
Yeah, you see here, look at Shocks. He's actually very aggressive. Alu just instantly turned around as well, so could have happened there.
Forrest getting the refrag on Smith at least, and trying for the fight with Existence, which may have been a little bit too much. He's going to end up losing it, and now we're playing 4 versus 3 in favor of Titan as well. Garai very low, and Existence going to hunt him down. That's a double kill. And Existence playstyle now and in the past maybe 2.5 months has just been so fresh. It's like a complete return. I mean, for him, it's actually almost a return to CS Source rather than any kind of career he's had in Global Offensive, but he's playing at a much higher level.
Yeah, I think that one of the reasons why is when they got Shox and Scream back on the lineup, I think they had to talk together. It's like, well, you know, since we need to mix some things up. We can't just keep on going like you guys did with Kenny S and Apex. Like, we need something new. And then you see there, he actually completely changed his playstyle, which is great.
Going to be a third kill here for the captain of the Titan team, and now it's all down to Freiburg. 1 versus 4 up on the plateau, horrible position, and RPK is going to pick it up here. But I've got to say, if you've been, Existence, I think, especially early on in Global Offensive, I think the thing that he was most famous for was having that very aggressive leading style. Whenever people saw him land, he would be, shouting at his teammates and really controlling everyone.
Yeah.
And it seemed like at some point he sort of dived into a period that was almost like a period of depression where he didn't really care anymore almost.
Yeah.
To see him play like this now is actually super refreshing. I'm very, very excited for it. I feel like it's been a really long time coming. I actually thought for a while maybe he's considering if he should just retire because it felt like he was not really interested anymore, but this is not the existence we're seeing here. 6-0 in favor of Titan.
Yeah, you see a complete force buy coming from NIP. They do have the smokes and Molotovs though, so it's going to be towards the B bomb side. Let's actually see if they go a little bit faster this round.
Well, they are going to go fast, and a little bit of a slip up there from RPK. Didn't have to continue to take that fight. He could have fallen back and just try to stay safe, but he wanted to see if he could win it. Scream and Existence, though, will pick it up, and of course, NIP don't have a lot of equipment here. Smith is going to get one party shot on Forest. It's going to be annoying. Existence, Freiburg are left 2 versus 3. This is doable round. They got Tech 9, they got armor. Now they're in the smoke trying to see if they could escape. Freiburg going to go down, and Exist will fall as well. It's going to be Scream picking up a triple kill for a 7-0 victory. Fiflaren, what has to change for NIP? What kind of switch can they make right now?
Well, actually, this round, the force buy was the first round they actually did something together. Actually, they just rushed out every single person just to try and get the bomb site. You saw the 2 rounds ago when they full bought. They actually went out one by one in the smoke. So get with low HP, go down, and then Titan just locked it down. Here, they actually at least they're a little bit faster and together. I want to see more of that. I want to see almost the same strat, but with weapons. Because you did get the entry onto RPK, and you even got Smith in such a lockdown, he couldn't move anywhere, and he didn't get any help. Get him early, and then all of a sudden you have the whole bomb site to yourself.
We'll see if NIP have managed to identify a similar weakness in the Titan setup, and see if they can actually make this work.
It looks to be the same. Oh, they're going to go to drop zone instead. It looked to be the same, because right now they don't have no mid control. You look at Shox, he's all alone on the A bomb side. He's not hearing anyone. The smoke that he just threw was obviously his own, so he still have full control.
Got that Molotov up as well, a couple of flashbangs left, and now he's actually getting a lot of backup. RPK and Scream coming in behind him, so NIP, all they've done right now is waste a lot of time. Still have not got the entry frag, and they need one somewhere. Shock still hiding close by here. Now backup is kind of far away. If they rush him down, he probably can't get a lot of kills, but instead they're going to walk right into RPK. Gets the one headshot, second one as well. He gets a double before Alu takes him out. The Scream is still waiting here, and of course it's going to be a headshot. Shots to take down Freiburg, and Get Right will be left here. The bomb was dropped up there as well by Scream, so everything falling apart for NIP that round. It looked like they were trying to throw some sort of mind game, because I think you're right. The initial setup was the same, so maybe they were trying to telegraph that, oh, we're over here by B again doing our thing, throwing some smokes in. But it just didn't work out. When they rotated back to A, they got caught.
Yeah, and this is something that a lot of teams actually do on this map on the T side, is that they don't actually take map control at all. They just stick together, all 5 go towards B or go towards A, and then what happens is that for the CTs, it's such an easy rotate for them, so they don't really have to even take a guess. They just know, it's like, well, nothing has happened here, there's no one here, just rotate. That's why Titan rotated 2 more people towards the A bomb site to help Shox, because Existence was all the way pushed in, and he had full control of the B bomb site.
So right now, 8-0 in favor of Titan. I think a tactical timeout for NIP.
Yep.
Get Right also died after the clock had run out, which means you don't get the losing bonus. You lose your rifle, of course. You see $400 you see at the corner there. Not a lot to work with. So things right now are shaping up very badly for the Swedish team indeed. But I've got to say, I am excited to see Titan play this well. I mean, this team, and maybe especially with Existence as the captain, they've really been through a lot, haven't they, in the last year and a half? Yeah,
for sure. And I think that this map actually heavily favored Titan coming into this tournament. It was between Dust 2 and Cobblestone, just a 50-50. I'm sure NIP would love to play Dust 2 instead. Instead, they end up getting Cobblestone. It's a map like the desk was saying, they didn't really play. They didn't play it almost a single time in the past major, right? So. map heavily favored Titan, especially when they play like this. NIP, they just need to do something together, try a fast round, just work together as a team. And it's quite surprising, actually, because I spoke to the NIP players 2 weeks ago, I think. Maybe a little bit longer. And there were rumors that Freiburg would be the in-game leader. They might have actually switched again. You see Richard in the middle. But yeah, Freiburg actually tried to call for a few games online, yeah. And it was a little bit shaky in the beginning, but actually, during the official games they had, it was actually Freiburg calling and not Exist. Because you did see a new kind of light in there. You know, people are calling it the YOLO style, where they just run and kill people, but they've been playing a lot better, right? But I think that was also one of the reasons why they changed in-game leaders. They got some more, you know, maybe some, I wouldn't really call it new tactics, but more freedom and, you know, play less afraid and just go for, you know, shoot heads.
I was about to ask you that very question, that YOLO style, for lack of a better word, because that's what they employed when they were playing in Dubai as well. They were very aggressive, very fast. At that point in time, it didn't seem like they cared, but they still had better results than when they played the style that they played previously. So I am kind of like wondering where that's at right now. Speaking of Freiburg, not to throw anybody under the bus, but he hasn't got a kill yet. How does he mentally and like personally get himself back in a game like this? Because obviously the pressure is on the whole of NIP right now, but it's got to be especially on him maybe.
Yeah, I mean, throughout probably for the half of this year, he hasn't really been playing too well. I did have a talk to him about it, and one of the main things that the reason why he's not playing well is because NIP as a whole is not playing well. It's been, you know, when you get so down as a team and, you know, you're not winning the games you should, you know, you're on a losing streak, you don't qualify for stuff, you go down early in tournaments, then what happens is you get more passive. You don't have the confidence that you had when you were winning events, right? You're like, well, I'm the best player in the world, I'm going to go kill this guy. You don't have that anymore. So what happens is that mindset that you get, it's just going to get you, and then you will perform way worse, especially for an anti-fragger.
Yes, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Now, the question becomes then, can NIP fake it till they make it? Can they just pretend that they have the confidence and see if they can get back in here? They are 8 rounds, but 8 straight rounds with a Titan in a row, and obviously winning the pistol gave them a bit of an early boost, and they had a good setup as well. Let's see if the Ninjas can bring it back here. And right now, it's pistol, armor, a little bit of an execute still. They probably could try and get the bomb down here with a couple of smokes and some flashbangs if they can get that early frag on Existence. And they're going to get it. Forrest will take him out. That was close range with that P250. Perfect for him.
Yeah, for NIP, this was a good call just to not just rush out there. Because when Existence went aggressive like that, you kind of know that, okay, there's someone else who's waiting for you there, so there's no point in rushing out.
Oh, the bomb is down and drops, so now they kind of have to go and pick it up and scream. He's already been called that in from RPK. He's going to go down anyway. Existenalu picking up 2 crucial kills. Smith in a lot of trouble as well. More NIP members are coming in. It's going to be Exist to pick up Smith, and down to Shocks now in a 1 versus 3. He's got the Tech 9. They've got a lot of money, so he doesn't want to let this round go, but Exist is going to steal it away from him. Triple kill here for the Swedish player, and that's finally going to be a round for NIP. And of all the rounds they could have got, this was pistol armor.
Yeah, I mean, Scream had a really good position. He actually baited RPK there. When you saw RPK go down, Scream was also in the drop room, just waiting for them, but Exist just with an insta-headshot on him. And on top of that, Exist is going down. I wouldn't really, you know, that push that Existence made, you don't really have to do that. I understand that you want more control, and, you know, there was a smoke there, but it's to the point where you should know they're on an eco, especially after killing Get Right after the round that has ended. So just, you know, believe in yourself and play more defensive, and just take them when they rush out towards the site.
Now, in spite of Titan winning 8 rounds in a row, NIP actually still have the chance to economically get them into a really weird position. There's not that much money on the CT side right now. They keep buying double orbs as well, which might have something to do with it. But there's still a chance, I think, for NIP to get back in this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, even you saw the first game there, Fnatic versus Vex, only got 5 rounds, switching over, and they just completely locked the whole site down. So it's not over yet. Just NIP just needs to get some momentum back in the game and actually get a few rounds on the board. Because if it ends up in 14-1 fashion, yeah, it's going to be over.
Yeah, that might be too much to overcome, even with a little bit of NIP magic in there. It might still be...
There's always magic, Anders.
There's always magic. I think that depends on who you ask. Nice pop flash there. Existence catching all 3, but he can only see one of them. The bomb is now dropped. Oh, someone has to go back and pick it up. He almost gets a second kill. Get Right's going to take him down, though. Scream going to hit the 1 headshot, and now Get Right down to 10 health. RPK going to be picking up Alu, and now it's a 2 versus 2. And that bomb is still back up there. Forrest, if he had it, he could have maybe run to A right now, and it would have been a very different position, but he somehow has to get back 20 seconds, and Shocks is going to shut him down. 9-1. And Flaren, again, just to reiterate here for all the new viewers, what happens is if you lose 5 rounds in a row, you'll be at the maximum round loss bonus. But NIP, they win a round that resets the bonus, and now they're back to losing again, which means they've got just enough money for a buy here, but you can tell they've got almost nothing. They will have, 14-1 might actually be a reality if they lose this round.
Yeah, and one thing for the economy to note there on a side note as well is when you're an in-game leader and you play against team, even though it's 9-1, like you were saying last round, Titan, they're still kind of low on money. It's only one player that has more money to spend. NIP knows this, so even though they lost the round, they know that Titan's going to be quite poor. So they're taking a gamble, just force buying again. If they do manage to win this round, there's a big possibility that Titan's just going to be forced to save, and then all of a sudden you have another free round.
So at least they have a goal in IP, they know what they need to do, but Existence Forest are down already. Smith and Existence doing a great job defending this bomb site. Normally, 2 of the weaker players on this lineup, but right now they're both stepping it up so massively that B bomb site has become a really hard target to try and breach. And flashbang in there. I think Scream was supposed to peek behind it, but a little bit too eager. Alu already being tagged down, and the follow-up, Freiburg runs right into a headshot. Alu will take the 1 kill in, but it's Get Right left alive, and he's in a 1 versus 4. Makes it a 1v3. Still got 40 seconds here, and Shock's coming close. Easy kill with the pistol. It's going to be 10-1.
Yeah, and this is the point where, for NIP, since they bought the previous round, if you just look at the money, the max, they have 2k, 2.8k even. They can't even buy here. Yeah, sure, they can try and force buy once more, which was the round that they actually ended up winning last time, right? But sooner or later, you're going to have to make a decision. Okay, do we want to take a gamble and save, or are we just going to keep on grinding and hope for the best?
They do have a 100% win rate in their force-ups, Flaren. It's pure maths for you there. I don't know why you want to argue with the science here.
How is that 100%?
They won the 1 round that they forced up in.
Oh, they forced up they almost forced up every round.
Oh, well, the forced pistol then, the pistol armor force.
They had that second round as well, which they lost.
Alright, the 50% win rate. I'm not going to argue this anymore.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Forest and Exist have gone down. The fact is, they didn't go for the force armor this time. It's just going to be the pistol. A little bit of pistols here. Smoke grenade, maybe some hope there to try and get a bomb plant if it was possible. But it seems like, again, Titan are playing fairly aggressively around the plateau here. So getting in and getting the bomb down, even that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to note as well, if you just look at NIP's past performance online, they've been playing really well, right? So, and on almost all the maps. So my mind of thinking is, why would you even let it go to a map like Cobblestone when you've been playing so good on the other maps? So what are you afraid of when if you have this YOLO side, you pick a map which is extremely hard to be YOLO on?
Byron, there is no better player, no better analyst that I have had in the world here to answer that question for me. Used to be on this team.
Yeah.
I think NIP as a top team, and they pretty much always have been. How are they also simultaneously one of the worst teams at picking map, at drafting the maps? Because there's been so many incidents where this has happened, where they've ended up on a map that they should have never ended up on.
Yeah, I think that we've always had a very unique approach to the veto process, even when I was still playing. When we were very dominant, we had the map pool in our favor, so whatever we did was we just vetoed their best map and we played anything else. Now it's gone to the point where they're not even that comfortable on certain maps, so they're forced to veto their worst maps. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're in a pickle where it ends up like this.
I think probably the most shocking examples was when you guys played VP in Katowice and ended up on pretty much VP's 3 best maps and then ultimately lost that major. I think that was when I think a lot of people started thinking, what exactly are NIP doing with these vetoes?
Yeah.
Look at this setup here from Titan. 3 people, and they're going to be pushing aggressively right into NIP. Freiburg picking up a kill. Alu's there as well. Shocked for the 1 return. He's got the 5-7 out as well. Looking for Alu, and he's going to win that fight as well. Existence fighting Get Right, and 1 click away from doing exactly the same. It's now 2 versus 3 though, and NIP with maybe a chance to pick up a second round here in the first half, and it is much needed. They need everything they can get at the moment. Shocks getting shot down to 10 health as well. He's going to go down. Forest dropping him right through the door, and that's going to be Existence now. Not really up that he could do. So finally a second round, and it wasn't entirely gifted, but Titan did go for that aggressive push at maybe the worst time possible.
Yeah, that's something they tried to do the 1 round that NIP fell back to A again, where you saw RPK, they just pushed into the long hallway there when Shocks was in middle. I think that's the kind of their approach when they do see people in mid. They don't want NIP to take control more than they have, and just push it back. It didn't really work out that specific round, but now you're in a situation for Titan where Existence is really forced to save us up here because, well, first of all, bomb down 3-on-1, but look at the money, right? It's not looking good. Well, Shocks has been saving quite a bit. They can still buy next round, but it's gone to the point where if you end up losing next round, you're in a situation where you might just end up losing the remaining rounds.
Oh, is that? I think that was Anna on the teddy bear there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet. We all saw the intro as well, so
Exactly.
we can't understand it.
Yeah.
Really good job that they've been filming all those videos. I
actually really like them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so Titan changing their CT side setup before NIP really even necessarily know how to beat it. It seems like it's been working, but I mean, they're really trying to stay a step ahead. Instead of letting NIP figure out the setup, they actually try and change it and go a little bit aggressive every once in a while. It is going to be the 14th round, almost at the end of the half here, and NIP, they've been struggling massively. Nobody really seems to be individually able to step it up and bring them back into the game, and they need that right now. Existence, on the other hand, has been doing a fantastic job over here on the plateau, taking down Exist early on here.
Yeah, and again, you see there, this is very common. It was very common a few months ago as well, where you have this one guy on the T side just trying to lurk out towards the B bomb site, get a good position, might just be able to pick someone off. But people know this now, and it's one of those things where if the seats have good economy and they have a Molotov, it's easily countered.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the opposite of what it is on most maps, where on most maps the standard is to throw flashbangs and then go. On this map, you're right, people tend to sort of try and creep out a little bit too much maybe. RPK here, great angle for nothing but headshots there. Forest is going to be going down. It's now a double opening in favor of Titan, and things are looking really rough here for the Swedes. Scream trying to fall back into a safer position, which once you're 2 kills up, you might as well play it safe from there on out. 30 seconds left here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially when you look at the position the Titan players have on that A bomb site. There's no way they're going to be able to go in there and plant the bomb.
Shocks absolutely wrecking them. Double kill there, and Scream to finish it. Oh, nobody even dying this round for Titan. With the fight that was sort of extended out for pretty much all the map, the whole map range there just got used. Drop room, then the plateau, and then over at A as well. We're going to be moving into the 15th round, last of this first half here. And NIP buying what they can, which is really not that much, but got no choice anymore.
I mean, if you compare NIP's recent matches they have played, and you compare it to this game, it's actually quite different. It feels like they have gone back to their old ways once more, and it's like, well, okay, yeah, we tried it, guys, it was fun, you know, we managed to win a few rounds, but let's just go back to what we normally do, and you know, just again go one by one. Look at that, like.
One by one with the bomb out on the plateau as well. Not sure if Smith necessarily saw a drop, but still, they have to go and pick it up eventually, and really good double start here for the French AWP for a way into the round again. Exist is going to be going down. Freiburg and Get Right are the only 2 people left here. It is looking like a 13-2 finish here in favor of Titan unless something miraculous happens. Existence going to spray down Get Right, and Freiburg is right behind him. He's not realizing it. Nice way to end the round. A Scream gets a headshot there on Freiburg. It will be 13-2 and a completely decisive victory for Titan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much to say about that whole half. NIP playing very sloppy and Titan playing extremely well, especially when you have a player like Smith. We were talking about it before, where he's not necessarily a star player, but when he shows up, I mean, he used to be so good on Dust 2, for example. One of the best operators on Dust 2 on the CT side. And that was kind of, when he joined Envious, that kind of faded a little bit. So it's quite nice to see now that he's getting back into the range when you do have, Daddy Existence there to maybe with the whip a little bit and just seeing him back on in form.
So, I mean, they had that tactical timeout at some point, and it didn't really give them a lot, but they at least tried to do it. We've got about a minute left here before the second half comes into play. Why is it not possible when you're an NIP to just, try and sort of mentally, collectively boost everyone, have that team spirit talk where you say, now we're going to get back into it, make it work. It seems like they're not able to do that much anymore. Even when they get some breaks, some openings, it doesn't spark any kind of landslide in their favor.
Yeah, and I think this is the problem. You can see that in a lot of teams where if they've been so dominant for a longer period of time and then all of a sudden it just ends, right? Like nothing works anymore, and then you go to the point where you lose games that you shouldn't lose, you don't qualify for stuff. The confidence that you have, it will just keep on getting, on a decline, and you get to the point where you mentally just feel like, well, it's not like we're going to win anyway, or, I can't kill this guy. It just gets to you mentally. So even if you do take a pause and, all the teams are going like, yeah, guys, let's go now. Yeah, we can do this. We can win. That's just, in reality, it's kind of fake, right? Yeah. Because you're just trying to fake hype people, but it doesn't really necessarily work. Because the only thing you're thinking about is like, well, it's not like I'm trying, right? Yeah. It's like, if you tell me, oh, come on, let's do this. It's like, well, I have been trying. I just can't kill anyone.
Do you think some of that loose style that we've been seeing online that we saw in Dubai is easier to implement when the pressure is less?
Yes.
I mean, it's a major tournament, so for you to just run in and have a good time and let's see how it goes, must be a harder mentality to put yourself in like that frame of mind for a major like this.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is that here it's like make it or break it, right? But when you play online games and you do the YOLO style, it doesn't matter if you lose a game because you're not going to be out of the league, for example.
Yeah.
But here, if you lose games, you're out of the tournament. So then all of a sudden the YOLO style kind of maybe works 6 rounds and then all of a sudden you start getting... You're not confident enough anymore, and then it's just gonna get worse. And that's when you do have to work as a team and just try and make something happen, get a few rounds on the board.
Well, Titan are expecting some sort of play here coming out. Shox is ready and waiting for Forrest. He taps him once in the face and sends him back. So Titan not wanting to let NIP set up for anything grand here, really trying to approach this round slowly. And NIP, they sort of play their one card there, but now they've got a bit of a stack going on over here by Drop. Not really many people at the plateau, but it doesn't matter. They're all coming down. Freiburg going to pick up the opening frag here. Get right fighting, but he's not going to be good enough. Now PK and Scream getting back assist with a double headshot, and that might just be what NIP need. If they don't win this round, this match is probably going to be over already. If they win it, there is a slim, and I mean a very slim chance for them to get back in. Forrest with a headshot on Shox, and now it's looking a little bit better. Smith going to be the last man left. 1 versus 3, and if he could just get the bomb down, at least Titan would get something out of this round. He's creeping around the corner, walking right into Alu, and there's the first kill for Smith. He is right now top fragging. If he clutches his 1v3, that would be, I think, one of the most important games of Smith's career, almost, this one. Against NIP in the group stage of a major tournament. They need to make it on Titan. It's about time they make it to quarterfinals at least.
I was going to say, they've never been out of groups, right?
Yeah.
So then, you know, every single game counts for Titan here. You're just, like you're saying, just reaching quarterfinals is a massive step for them. So
Smith's jumping up on the plateau, and NIP slow on the rotate. They do not currently have a kit picked up, so they need to move fast here. Smith's got to be careful, back at hiding as well, doing a little bit of damage, looking for the shot. He's going to headshot Forrest, and now it's down into a 1v1. Exist has picked up the kit in the meantime. That's probably why they went through there to begin with. And now he's up on the plateau waiting. Exist has to come and find him. The park position is perfect for Smith. He's going to fake it once. Exist is going to get the headshot, and I think he's just going to have enough time for the defuse here as well. What a close round. Almost a 1v3 for Smith there, but NIP, they get the one crucial round they need. You know, NIP magic and all that. How far back is the road right now for the Ninjas? I'm not talking mathematically because I can do the maths myself, but
yeah, I mean, just the two frags that are coming in from Exist were just massive. Get right, just completely whiffing Scream there in the drop room. Just for Exist to actually go in there and get the triple at the end and get the bomb down, it means a lot. I mean, like you're saying, if you end up losing that round, then the moment or anything that you might have had, the hope you might have had is just gone.
Well, nice counter grenades coming out here from Freiburg, doing good damage, and Shox has picked up an AK as well, so Titan are really trying to catch NIP off guard, but Exist seems to be fired up here. Gonna get the one headshot, the double grenade lands as well. I think it only took down one, Exist got the other one, but it was perfectly timed. And now Smiths and Shox are gonna be left here. 2 versus 4 to try and see if they can salvage this round. Exist now with the triple, looking for the last here in his quad, but gonna get stolen by Shox, who does land 2 headshots. They're gonna be able to save some of these rifles, but still that round ended up being a bit more expensive than maybe NIP would have wanted.
Yeah, and actually I'm surprised that Titan actually did this buy. Normally when you get the bomb down, you just completely save, maybe buy a flash or whatever, and then just wait to get the AKs. Something that we've been seeing more and more as of late. There was a time when even if you get the bomb down, you just bought Tech 9s and you just got more nades to play with, right? But now it's getting to a point where it's coming back the way that people played before. If you get the bomb down, you save. If you don't, then you force buy. And there you saw, yeah, it was a close round, but they have so many rounds to work with. They don't have to take the gamble in buying. Just make sure you save up money and then just, you know, play the weapon rounds with everything that you can instead of just force buying and stuff. You see RPK with a shotgun now. It's like, why?
Well, Scream has a flashbang. Put the right flash in, jump down with the shotgun. You're shaking your head as I'm talking.
Yeah, no, but it's like...
I want to believe that this Nova play can work. Yeah, though he's down once, twice. He got countered by shotgun. Get right, fighting fire with fire and taking down Scream as well. It's going to be a really good start here for NIP. And this is important. They have to win these rounds and not lose anybody. They need a huge bank. They need such a big bank that the only way Titan could ever force an eco is to win, you know, 2 rounds in a row or something like that. So they really do need all this money. Triple kill on Get Right. 13-5 going to be the scoreline here. How long do they have to make it back before we start taking the comeback seriously?
I mean,
when is the cutoff point where you think Titan are going to start to think, wait a minute, this is slipping from us?
Well, I wouldn't really call it yet because right now what you saw was Titan's pistol round, Smith's almost winning that in a 1-on-3 fashion, and then Titan just force buying. I would probably say, since Titan has so many rounds to work with, keep in mind NIP needs 11 rounds to actually end up with a win here. That's a hard task.
Yeah. So maybe once we're all the way back to a tied scoreline, 13-13, then we can start to reevaluate the situation a little bit here. There is a couple of rifles here, and in spite of the impending doom for NIP, they still go with an MP9 and a Mag 7. Maybe the Mag 7 is reasonable as long as you can get the kills and drop, but if you're trying to retake a bomb site with the Mag 7, suddenly things get a little bit more tricky. Shox making some initial noise here, setting up for a smoke as well. They've only got one player on the other side of the map, Titan. That's Smith hanging around.
Yeah, you see the Exist with SMGs, very good positioning there. He can just manage to, if they rush out there, he has some close quarters.
See, Existence is making a lot of noise here, and Forrest close by, getting a double headshot. What a way to start the round. He's going to get down by Scream. And Freiburg with some blind spray through. I think Scream just walked into that. A little bit funny. Shox is going to be taking down Freiburg, and it's going to be a 2 versus 3 now. Still not done yet, and walking in right through the doorway there. Alu saw it coming. Smith's going to be downed, and now Shox last man left, but he's going to be able to get the bomb plant here. And if ever there was a player on this team you'd want left for a 1v3, it just might be Shox. Looking for the initials of fight here. He wants to make it at least a 1v2 or 1v1 before he even thinks about planting. A little bit worried, and now he's down to 22, so that might have been his opportunity. Just snipped away there. Get right. Gonna catch him out of the open. A little bit of help. Oh, Shox still landing a headshot on Alu. Should be able to flank him here. He puts it down once, and because of the time, he couldn't even fake it. So Alu gonna get the parting kill.
Yeah, good round by Forrest, just getting the two entries there when Titan dropped. It was actually quite smart of him as well, because normally when you do end up going towards the drop zone, you just tend to just cut straight into B. Titan had a new approach to it, where it's just they jumped 3 out the window instead. And Forrest, he was just smart enough to back off, just to be able to help the B guys in long distance instead of short distance, and Titan just managed just to drop down on him. So. And we see her again. Like, look at Titan's buy. Like, I don't agree with this buy at all. You see Scream with armor and P250, flash or a smoke on a 6-inch with a Tech 9, a Deagle RPK. Like, why are you doing this buy when you're so far ahead? Just save your money, get an op on Smiths if you want, or just make sure you get the Molotovs you need to actually take the B bomb site. Don't keep on buying like this, because you're just basically spending money that you may need when it gets closer, in this game.
Yeah, right now they're spreading themselves thinly over a large amount of rounds, whereas all they need is a couple of knockout blows and the match is won. So we'll see if that's going to end up hurting them. Right now it definitely could be. Forrest opening up on Smith and winning that fight, and he's taking another one here with RPK. I think out of Deagle, he's not going to get the shot, ends up going down in Existence here. Also very low on health, so not going to be able to do too much to Alu. And Forrest will show up, clean up the rest here. So a comfortable round again for NIP. Lots of people surviving. 13-7 is going to be the scoreline. And the NIP economy see 2 people starting this round on plus 10,000. A couple of people lacking a little bit behind, but it's still looking decent.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what I was talking about for Titan. There's two options why you would buy like that. One is that you think that the NIP players are low, but you don't want to buy, but you want to keep their economy low. You just want to try and get some picks. Or 2, that you're just so overconfident that you might win without a Deagle and whatever, so you just go for it. NIP's happy to take that. They're like, yeah, come with us without just a Deagle or nothing. We're happy to take the rounds away from you. Because sooner or later, you guys are going to probably crumble, and then we're in a very good situation here. With the money blooming, CT side is going well.
Yeah.
Titan really needs to figure something out here.
And that has been the pattern so far in the second half here. Titan maybe not realizing, or maybe thinking it's just a temporary thing. We'll get right back into it here. Shox moving out on the plateau, looking for a headshot on Exist, and Get Right showing up to help out Freiburg nearby as well. Some jumping shots coming out of Get Right, a little bit adventurous with an AK of full weapons there. Shox really trying to be patient up here at the back, but Get Right might have seen him jumping. Not sure if he did. A lot of action over here, but on the other side of the map, Scream opens up with a shot on Alu. RPK gonna go to Exist, finally winning that fight against Shox and Forrest. Now he's gonna get caught. He's getting shot to the back, but he takes down Existence before he falls. A big kill coming in here from Forrest, and now it's gonna be Scream and Smith left. 2 versus 3. No bomb plant happening yet. It's all the way down the middle, and in fact, they had to go back and pick it up, and that's gonna buy a lot of time for NIP to rotate into a better position. Scream, nice shot on Freiburg, and now it's back into a 2 versus 2. Are they gonna try and see if they can actually get this round through. Bomb is down now, and Scream making noise. I'm not sure if they heard that. Get Right is actually right next to him, spraying long range and not connecting, and now it's going to be down to a 1 versus 1. Exist is up there, and Scream is the only player who's unknown right now. Exist, they know exactly where he is, but no one has any clue where Scream is. He peeks out once, twice. It's going to be a quad kill, a headshot on Exist, and Titan making it to 14 rounds. That rotation back from Scream, and they had no idea where he was.
Yeah, I was just looking at the radar, and the bomb was not in mid, and Getron was actually flanking, and instead of just going up mid, he decided to go into long hallway instead, and obviously Scream had no idea where he was, so he just dropped down mid. This could have ended up in way differently if Getron just went up in the middle there.
What a round, and that's going to be 14-7 now. Up on Alu again. Existence playing with, so far, just the pistol, it seems, and it's going to be Forrest taking down Scream. 2 more rounds for Titan. They might have done it, but Forrest going to open up with a big opening double kill here, and you can tell already they're posturing like they want to get back to a defensive position, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, great round again by Forrest. Really, throughout the first whole CT side here, it's been playing really well. And for Titans, if they keep on losing members like this, they're not really, instead of doing, you saw NIP's T side where they just stacked together and they went towards the site. Even though it was, a very poor execute half, they at least went together. Titan had more of a default approach where they just try to take control of the map. You see Shocks tend to just go out B, try and get a pick, and then you see the other remaining Titan players just holding drop, one in middle, one on the long sideway. And then all of a sudden, when NIP are getting the picks that they want, then for Titan, they're just stuck, right? They can't really do anything.
A nice boost as well, Freiburg and Get Right boosting up there. And Shocks actually did kind of try to check for it, but the flashbang wasn't enough. And now it's up to Existence here, 1 versus 3. See if he can get something done with about 24 seconds left. He's going to Molotov out the hen house, try and see if anyone's hiding back there. But walks right into Exist, who has actually been overtaken for top frags on NIP's side. It's actually Forrest now, who has really stepped it up in the last couple of rounds. We're looking at 14-8. Still a 6-round difference between the two teams.
Yeah, and for NIP, it was a good round to win, especially because it's going to put Titan on yet another eco. They won the former one with not so many members alive, and it's a one-on-one, so it's only one member surviving with the weapon. So they're basically forced on the stage once more.
And that's how it's going to play out. We say a 6-round difference, but it's obviously not going to be 6 buy rounds out of Titan. They're going to have to eco every once in a while here. Scream opening up with 1, getting a second headshot on Exist, and now Freiburg has to stand up here, and he's going to get 2 kills. A third one's incoming, and Smith goes down as well. What a time for Freiburg to come alive. That's huge. If he goes down as the 3rd man in line and he was exposed, there was no cover. If he dies, that's it. The bomb side is lost, and Alu's going to finish that round. 14-9. I mean, Freiburg, we really haven't seen a lot out of him at all, but that triple there was big.
Yeah, especially, if Titan would have won that, they were on a save, just bought some Tech 9s. If they would have won that, then for the NIP part, that would just be devastating. Freiburg, great hold, the triple spray down. But yeah, for Titan here now, look again. Because they keep on buying. This is what I'm talking about. The buy that you just did here. If they would have just stopped buying previously, they could afford AKs now by now, right? Instead, they do yet another sloppy buy, and I do not understand the reasoning behind this.
Oh, I mean, if it ends up being one of those mythical comebacks here, then maybe that's one of the factors that we're going to have to look for in the Titan lineup here. Grenade on down in the middle, and Alu with the follow-up AWP shot. A second run in the row here. 3rd one coming in before they finally shut him down, but then Get Right has shown up. He's going to get 1. He doesn't want to take the long-range spray this time. He's going to get the headshot on Smith instead. That's a nice round there. Alu's AWP, is it anywhere to be? Yeah, I think Get Right caught it there, so 14-10. Historically speaking, this is actually a problem that Titan have had in the past. When they used to play you guys way back during the whole 87-0 record, sometimes they would end up forcing and then actually ending up in a 14-14 situation and they couldn't buy anymore. So this whole force-up thing is something that Existence, if he's the one making these calls, has run into in the past.
Yeah, and it's because they get so stressed out, right? Instead of just thinking, we have so many rounds to work with, they just want to take the win. They just want to win right away, and the idea is that, well, let's not even get them into the game, right? Let's just keep on buying, try and win. But in reality, when you play a team like NIP or any other top tier team as well, for that matter, if you keep on buying like this, eventually you would just end up losing the game.
That is not quite what's happening yet, but we might be getting there at some point, although it was a great opening for Existence here. Shutting down Get Right. Alu playing a dangerous and close combat game here with a sniper rifle while the rest of the team is moving up. And Existence Forest, they're going to go down. Titan off to a fantastic start in this round. Double kill for Existence, and he's not going to even touch the ground. Freiburg will take him out, and Alu sneaking through what has been popularly called a murder hole, and there's a good reason for it. You just don't survive going through if someone's waiting on the other side.
He did get one, though.
He got one.
That's...
in the back lines.
Yeah, I just walled him as well.
But yeah, a little bit dirty.
Yeah, this is something I wanted to see from Titan from the beginning. You know, look at what they did now. They had all the nades. They had everything needed. They went together towards the A-bomb site, managed to get right off the bat, and then Forrest was in a very bad situation, just completely a little bit too aggressive in the middle area, just trying to hold both long sideway and also mid, all by himself. You know, if Titan just takes advantage of that and they do go together, he just ends up falling. So now it's do or die basically for NIP.
Match and map point here against a Titan team that has come almost, I think, uniquely prepared considering their major tournament careers here. They're really in good form right now. Forrest, though, with a nice opening, and Smith was perfectly ready for it. But that crouch-in kill there was just a little bit too quick, and we'll see. Titan's economy won't really tolerate any kind of reset right now. They need to win quick, otherwise they will run out of money, and we could be going to overtime, which is something that NIP have tried a lot.
Yeah, and especially when NIP got the entry here there. So 4-on-5 situation for Titan. Here you see Scream just rotating back. It looks to be like a B play once more. I'm hoping that they would actually try to just go out the original way, just have one guy lurking in the drop, and just try and get the bomb site control first, and then just eventually just try and hold them off.
Well, right now, they are definitely looking for an execute here. Freiburg taking a really safe jump there, but the grenade fails a little bit, so that's a bit unfortunate. Some counter grenades are still raining out. Freiburg, is he going to try one more time? This time it's successful with the Molotov as well, and Alu's right behind him. Got to be careful they don't block each other too much there. 30 seconds left now for Titan to make their way through. It's not a lot of time. Flick is initially missed. They're going to try a bit more. He Exist goes down. Get Right picking up one with the shotgun. 25 seconds. They've got to move now, Titan. They're going to run out of time. And now it's just down to RPK and Sharks. 7 health on both players. And RPK goes down. So a bit of a strange round. They got locked down on that plateau. Some good counter grenades coming out from NIP, even if they failed one of them. And Titans never sold the opening.
Yeah, no, NIP actually, the positioning from the NIP players were actually quite poor. They had 2 guys at the backup bomb site just blocking one another. For Titan, they actually had 2 smokes to work with there. I'm surprised they actually didn't use any of them. Instead, they just walked out, you know, tried to take a duel, just get anti-flash, Molotov, H-Sheet, and the 2 smokes that they actually did have, they just ended up dying with them instead.
So 15-11, still another 4 match points here Titan have to try and see if they can win this, but again, it's just pistols, no armor here. Overtime is definitely in the cards right now for NIP if they can keep their heads cool. And Get Right is jumping for a little bit of information. Got to be careful because Smith is up there, but not going to be any kind of issue right now. He's gone down. It's also a double up setup for NIP.
Yeah, I do like this because then look at how they're sitting right now, right? Forrest and Alu both with the AWPs towards the A-bomb side.
Exist and Freiburg picking up a kill each, and Scream is going to go down to RPK, last man left with the Deagle, and eventually gets a kill there and a headshot on Freiburg. Beautiful play from RPK, but not going to be enough to do any kind of real damage. And NIP don't care that much about the economy anymore because it's not going to be any more save rounds or rebuys or anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just going to say. I mean, Scream, I'm not sure. I think he bought a pistol last round. And look at this round, right? He buys like a little now instead because he just spent money last round where you don't really have to. With the Tech 9, he opts to go for the nades instead. But yeah, like you're saying, NIP, they don't really care about economy right now because, you know, if they lose a round, they lost. So for Titan to keep on buying like that, it's not going to be to any effect unless they just eventually ends up winning that force buy.
The Frenchmen right now having an American approach to economy. Just if you don't have the money, just keep buying anyway.
Just if you don't have the money, borrow it?
Yeah, if they could, they would. It's going to be the 28th round, and Alu up here looking for a bit of a shot down the middle, and it's going to hit Smith. He goes for the repeat here, the Finnish player, trying to see if he can bring it back, but he's going to go down to RPK. Now Forrest is isolated in this corner with the AWP. He gets a kill before he goes down, and he's still got 12 health left. Exist there to try and help him out, but that fire is actually blocking him. And somehow Forrest gets to live as they try and rotate back. They do have a player on B right now, so that's probably why they're rotating the bomb back here. They've got shots waiting in the doorway. Oh, this could be a horrible way for NIP to lose. If they walk through and don't check, if they have no Shox in the corner, this could lose them everything. Bomb, if it goes down, the Shox might be in the godlike position. Existence is going to punch in those numbers. He's actually on 100% health, so he's going to be just fine. But I think Shox is going to be the key player here, and Existence making some noise, trying to pretend that I'm on this bomb site, just having a bit presence right now in NIP's mind, and trying to see if they can make Shox entirely invisible. He's going to peek out once. Shox is going to get the kill. They know where he is. Double kill for Shox. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Shox is going to finally go down, and there's NIP retaking that site. And that was a little bit scary, from a 2-on-4 into a 2v2.
Yeah, and for Existence, I'm quite surprised. He got the bomb down, and then instead of getting a better position, he was just stuck there, like with nowhere to hide. And you know, when Shox has that position that he has, if he plays it cool, we do see the replay from 2 kills that he got. So instead of playing it cool, he could just been all the way towards the door. There's no way NIP would have checked that, because you know, for them, they thought that both of them were in middle. Yeah. So he could just basically just let the 2 NIP players just run towards the bomb site, Existence just hide in the bomb site, and then all of a sudden you just have to basically kill the bomb diffuser, right? But instead, Shox was a little bit too aggressive, took that duel. Sure, he got the 2 kills, right? So if Existence still had a better position, they would have won that round. But since he just got caught off guard with one of the worst AFPLAN positions I've seen actually this tournament so far, then it's not that easy, right? Because I mean, you're leaving Shox with basically 10 HP versus 2 NIP players, even though the bomb is down.
Right, so a good double kill from Shox and a good call initially to even rotate back to B. Those 2 things put them in a position to win the round, but the poor after plant position kind of lost that again for them. Now, I think Shox ended up calling a timeout here. Tactical timeout, obviously, for Titan this time, very, very late in the game.
Yeah. And look at it this way now, right? They just call a timeout. There's 2 more rounds left to be played this game, unless it goes to overtime. And look at Titan's buy. This is one of these situations where it's really make it or break it. It's like one of those things that do you have the balls to save here, or just buy like a little bit and just try to go for a 16-14 win, or you're just gonna shit the bed and just end up buying here and then just end up losing going into overtime.
Well, we are about to find out as we do get back in here, and it is going to be an all-in here for Titan. They've got the A case, they've got the armor, and they're going to try and go for it. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense as well in the light of the fact that they've lost 3 rounds in a row, which means their round loss bonus is kicking in here. So, as long as they get a bomb plant in this round, they should be okay. They could probably still buy in the last round, at least some sort of buy, but right now, they got to step it up big here, Titan. They need to close out this game. I mean, considering the performance they put in first half, this is their match to win.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised by Titan. They actually haven't really done a solid execute yet. They've just been going, when they went A, they went middle and just got outpicked by Alu. Went B, they just threw 1 smoke and just went out, didn't really smoke anything. Here we actually do see something though, an execute.
They're certainly setting up for it. They're ready up on the plateau as well. Get right holding close to that hole in the wall with the max 7, so they got to be careful. But Shox is there with the opening headshot. RPK is going to be taking down Existence. Looking good right now for Titan. Freiburg trying his best. They line up for him. He could have almost got that triple, but they both survive. And now it's all on Forest. 1 versus 4. He takes down Existence, but this is a task that might be too big, even for Forest right now. He's got the health for it. He needs to find 1 kill at a time, and Scream is going to shut it down. It will be Titan to take it over NIP 16-13. What a play here for the French-Belgian team.
Yeah, and you saw there, like, that could have ended up, possibly in overtime when you saw Getright just running up towards the B plateau where athletic players were playing. If Get would have gotten the first kill, then chance on you.
Đi về kẻ đón người đưa, người yêu xưa bây giờ gặp nhận chẳng ra. Một đời giàu sang đến mấy, phút lỗi lầm giờ kẻ chẳng hay. Đời bạc gian, có ai không ham giàu sang.
13 for 2 at that point. Just take the ecos, just win out the game, get a full buy-in. They kept force buying every single gun run. It felt like they had 1 player over Tech 9, and it could have been over much sooner had they have actually just handled that economy and played a little bit smarter. But obviously, the result came in we expected after that first half. You kind of think there's no way NIP can get back into this, but very impressive for them in that second half. But the correct result came from it.
That's just laughable that you take the tactical time out when there's 2 rounds left on T-side after you've been getting barely any whatsoever. If you're going to take tactical time out, take it about 6 rounds earlier, figure out what you're doing and just close the game.
Yeah, absolutely. But strange decision. I mean, obviously we'll get into it in detail later, but there was some, trademark poor performances again in the first half for some NIP players who are not going to be feeling great about themselves right now. I'll throw that over to you, James. You're the nice guy on the desk.
Yeah, there was a lack of coordination there from what we've seen from them before on Cobblestone. They've had some, I was mentioning off stream, they've had some executes that we've seen towards A, but they've been slow to push on them, but we didn't see them at all. Like they have all the nades, the smokes, the mollies onto the tree position, etc. But I didn't see that in a single round here. I have no idea why, but it seemed that their T-side was definitely lacking.
Okay, well look, we're ready for the interview with Scoot. I'm looking forward to this one because it is the wandering French samurai, the Cantona of Counter-Strike. It is Shox. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am joined by Shox. I like to put people who are older and maybe not so good looking. So I had Taz, and now I have you next to me. It makes me look really good. So let's get right into it. Dominating first side, 13-2. It was crazy. And then all of a sudden, we always talk about Nip Magic, and they slowly started crawling back. But I think a lot of that was you guys don't understand the word save. You just kept going for it and pushing. Thoughts on that?
We are not like so much pushing on it. It's just like when you lose so much run, you earn a lot of money. Like if you lose 5 runs straight, you earn like 3,400. So when we just want next one to have an AWP or have AK and full stuff, we just prefer to take like a little gun and a little Kevlar because you never know what can happen, and sometimes you can make the run than just play with Glock or with no Kevlar. Anyway, it won't change the money you will have the round after to do what you want.
And at the end, you did win in regulation. It was very, very close, though. Another question. We were wondering why they would let Cobble go through. They don't like Cobble very well. Obviously, you guys are good at it. Any idea, like, if you put yourself in Nip's mind, why would they go with Cobble?
Because I don't really agree with you. Like for me, NIP is a good team on Cobble. Like there are these kind of teams when the map just started out, like they started to practicing a lot on it, and they were really good. You had like 3 big teams on it. You had like VP, NIP, and Fnatic, who were really good on Cobble. It just like, I guess they just started to stop practicing it since few months or stuff like this. And because of people and teams like us playing it a lot and trying to make it as a strong map, I guess we were just better on it this time.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, big French shuffle a couple months ago. You guys landed Titan. What kind of prep have you gone into, and are you guys finding a better personal comfort level with this squad?
I could not say yes, like it's just different, because it's not the same game style, it's not the same players in it, it's not the same organization, the same preparation, everything is different. There is not like a good thing or a bad thing, it's just different. So yeah, I just how can I say it? Like I'm happy to play in it. There is no problem. And the thing like I like with this team, it's like even today we know we got a lot of. We lack of big experience and we need to put big efforts. It's like for us, I really think like we got this lucidity. That we know we are not like envious today. Like they just shuffled it and directly they had good results and stuff because everything went well. And we had to change one player, we had to practice a lot, and everything didn't go so well for us directly start the beginning because we lack some players, or the team itself, like lack of experience and lack of some principle, in game. But we all know we all know like what we lack of, and we just continue like practicing it and putting effort in it, and that's why I really like because. As you can see today, like we are just growing up and starting to be good teams, even on internet in online leagues. So yeah, I really know like we still need to improve a lot, but we got time, and today it's a good day for us.
And your next opponent, obviously Virtus Pro, you have the edge on them. You 2-1 them at Gaming Paradise. Thoughts on that matchup?
Yes, we can't really speak about Gaming Paradise because
it happened.
Yeah, because. This match for me, like didn't represent anything, you know, like with the competition and LAN, like. So you can't really speak about it. But yeah, I guess we definitely have our chance against VP, and we'll try our best.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for me. And when we come back, obviously the guys are going to walk you through this matchup in detail, and then we're going to jump into our last 2 matches of the night.
Hello and welcome back to the DreamHack Open in Cluj-Napoca. I am your host, Richard Lewis. You are now about to watch the Intel Analyst Desk. With me, we've got Duncan Thorin Shields, leading CSGO analyst in the world, and Henry G, some guy from the UK, used to play a bit, and of course James Bardolph, Vice President of Programming at Faceit or something. So let's get into it. It was a close game in the end, but as we did say before we had that wonderful interview with Shocks, it should have been a blowout. Titan should have really closed it out. You have a 13-2 half. It shouldn't be 16-13 by the end of the game.
If you remember when we were watching the Team Liquid Virtus Pro game, I said the good teams on Cobblestone are really good on the T side. So when you're a team like Titan, we're saying you should be favoured on this map anyway. If you can get 13 rounds on CT, well, that should be game over right there. You should definitely be winning the game, and probably by a massive score. But one of the reasons they were never going to, as you saw, was since they didn't win early on, they then just did these ridiculous buys. There's probably like 6 or 7 rounds where they didn't get a proper full equipment
One thing
buy
I don't
around
get is
him.
I don't understand Shox' justification with those. Like he's talking about the loss bonus there. Sure, let the loss bonus build up and then utilize that. Don't like they were getting like halfway through the loss bonus. One player would buy an AK, the rest of the guys were on Tech 9. Someone had some armor, and like it wasn't even about stabilizing the money and trying to get it equal. It just seemed like I'm just going to buy a Galil this round. I'm going to buy an AK. Let's see if we can do anything with it. Nothing really came of it.
The worst was the round where they had like a save. Almost everyone had a pistol.
Yeah.
Then I think it was Scream had like a Galil or an AK. The next round they had 4 AKs and he didn't have enough money for an AK. That's like almost there's not even communication going on there. Because in theory, when you're doing a force buy, it's okay if it's under the directive of the in-game leader. If he says, right, we're going to force buy, and in this way you get a flow, I'll get a flash, he gets a smoke, I've got the AK. There was no communication.
To be honest, I think the most important half is the first half. The second half here, when you win 13-2. You probably think, like we said, you've already won at that point. I think Titan were a little bit surprised it went that far. They probably thought they were going to close it out as well. They kept force buying as far as get it over with. NIP's approach to the T side and Cobble was questionable to say the least. The 2 rounds they did get, the one of which was an eco working out for them somehow, like a cheeky drop down play, and then somehow got the PT50s working in their favour. Just the general approach on the T side. It's just too dated now. Although it's a similar school of thought to other teams, like playing simple plays towards it, it's just not technical enough.
Yeah, but this is the problem that's ongoing. I'm sure this will be the point you're going with. It's just they don't have the tactics in terms of, like you say, it's an outdated play style they've got, but they don't have the personnel either.
Well, I mean,
where's the entry fragger?
To pick up on what Semler said before, as he set me up for the joke, Freiburg showed it. He is the most consistent entry fragger in the world.
They've shown they've shown better approaches to Cobblestone before on the T side. I don't know where it's gone. They did not even try and do things that they've done successfully before or semi-successfully. Again, one of the 2 rounds they had was because Existence went for a peek. He went to change position in front of a smoke, but there was an NIP player lurking in front of the smoke, and then a round fell apart for Titan. So I would say it was a lucky round for NIP to win, and that was half the rounds they won on the T side.
So I've just been told as well about the MVP. It's going to come up on your screens now. It's been awarded to Shox. I'll let you guys. Fair award.
It was a pretty spread out.
No one really stood out that much for me. Like on the first half, it was like it was a roll. Like they were on 13-2, right? It's not like one guy was getting all the clutches and stuff. Shox obviously had some great moments there. Picked up the AWP as well, showing he's a real versatile player. Can be very handy with the AWP. When they were running dual AWPs as well, very strong indeed. I still want to talk more about the NIP. Yeah, let's be honest. I think that's the more interesting part of it.
Yeah, definitely. Let's get into that.
So Freiburg, the entry fragger of the team, right? I think he finished the first half on 2 for 15. Like that's. You need to be relying on your entry fraggers on a map like Cobble. Obviously, like I talked about, the meta right now is very simple. Most teams are doing almost the identical strats right now. You kind of have an A split, you utilize middle and long hauls, or you have that B execute, smoking down, and trying to get your key players to get the frags on the upper platform, right? It just didn't seem like they were doing that, but they weren't actually utilizing the flashbangs with that. They're running through their own smokes, running into absolute chaos there, and when players like Freiburg, I think it's a 1 for 14 towards the end. It's just like if he's not having any impact whatsoever, your point man's going down before you even get to the bomb side, then you have no real chance of actually getting any sort of execute. It's looked so easy. We saw players like Smiths at the back of B and Chicken Coop. That's the one.
So I thought you were just going to reel off some other restaurants. So we might want to go with that. Yeah, Chicken Cottage, we got them all.
Chicken Coop, sorry.
Sponsor us.
You saw it on his screen. He wasn't even flashed, he wasn't smoked out, there's no Molotovs, and there's no pressure. You need to be isolating certain areas. You need to be dissecting the parts of the bomb site to at least eradicate those risks happening to you. You don't have to look at every single area. There's one smoke coming in, try a pick, and then just bundle out to the side.
I think the worst thing is when it happens to someone like Freiburg, James, he's clearly a confidence player. And when he goes out and he starts going 0 for 5, 0 for 6, 0 for 7, it weighs on his mind. You can see him visibly slump in his chair.
Yeah, I think there must be some frustration for the whole team there. Because obviously, I think, he's played the game long enough so that shouldn't bother him too much. It will bother some people more than others. But again, the team really, I mean, never mind the score on the board, but the whole team on the T side just seemed a bit lost. And we have seen better from them.
Now, obviously, Duncan, you're the kind of person that certainly likes to be critical of NIP from time to time. So you've remained tight-lipped at the moment.
The problem is, when you see a game like that, if you just looked at the score, people might say, okay, so were there some rounds that it could have won that would have turned the game? You have to be absolutely real here. The only reason Titan played that absolutely bizarre T side of themselves is they were so far ahead. They thought we can't lose. And we can just try and force it. So as a result, say it had been like a closer first half, like they'd only won 9 rounds, they would have never played it that way.
I just don't understand that mentality though. Like, you're at the majors, it's the biggest tournament we play every few months, right? Even if you think you're in the massive lead here, just play the percentages. Wait till you get the full buy-in, finish it off properly. Don't take the odds of going, oh, we might win this one if one of us buys an AK. What if he goes sick? That's just not the way you should approach these tournaments. You should be making sure you do everything you can to eradicate these kind of 16, 13 score lines. That should be ended much sooner than that.
There is an argument to trying to keep up the pressure on the C2 economy, but the problem is there are multiple rounds where the C2 survived with, say, 4 players. So that kind of becomes less of a factor.
The thing is,
but the
though,
forces continue.
If you look at the way the game went, like that was like, it's like Titan thought they were envious there. Envious can do that because they have players who, if they have just a deagle, they're going to go sick. They're going to get a kill or they're going to put damage onto someone. They're going to have a chance to isolate an opponent. They could never do anything without a full buy on T side.
That's the thing though. When you're up against the ropes and you need a round like that, sure, that's amazing. Like, you can pull that out of the bag and make it a really victorious round. But when you're 13-2 up, you don't really need to do that. You don't need to take it all that distance. You don't need to take that risk, is what I'm saying. Like, when you have that bed of rounds to play with, just take the full buy. They had, I think it was about 5 or 6 rounds in a row. They had at least one player who didn't even have a rifle going in 10 rounds and stuff, which is like, for me, at this kind of level, you want to just take that stress away and just give yourself as much chance as possible.
NIP, a dangerous team to do it against as well. You know, they've been known for comebacks back in the Nip Magic era. Now, we'll have a look and see what that does for Group C, as we're about to get ready to move into Group D. And you can see there it is, Virtus Pro and Titan confirmed. Team Liquid versus NIP. Based on that performance by NIP, I don't think we're going to see that on Cobblestone.
Well, I mean, the sad thing is, it's kind of deflated both of the games for me because now Liquid look like they could beat NIP, and even worse, VP Titan doesn't look like it's going to be a great game because VP's an incredible T-side team. Titan looks absolutely terrible on their T-side. I think what map are you going to get where you don't have to win T rounds?
I still think we have to take that T-side on a little bit of a pinch of salt.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just because of the situation, like Shock said, I think they're just trying to close it out as quickly as possible. I think they can perform a lot better than that. We know they can be better than that.
Sure, but I mean, the problem is at this point you want to go into that match knowing that they've showed you something here, whereas we already know what VP can do, you know. So it's kind of a known quantity there, whereas we're still wondering what can Titan do. At the moment, no reason to think they can beat VP, you know.
Yeah, sure.
So, any final thoughts to add about that game?
It wasn't really the game of the day, unfortunately. Like in terms of the billing, it was going to be very interesting. Obviously, it still did turn out to be quite interesting because Titan ends up going forwards, whereas historically you would have favoured Nip there. They were always better than them in the last 6 to 8 months or so. But now we've got a scenario where, interestingly, let's think of this: at a major, Nip could literally go out last place at a major. And that's something that was inconceivable before. They've never failed to make the playoffs. Until the last one, they never failed to make the finals. If they go out in a major in last place and they lose to teams like Titan and Team Liquid, teams that have no history even of going deep, that would really be like the nail in the coffin for me.
I do think Team Liquid game against NIP, that's going to be one of the bigger games of this tournament. That's going to be huge.
Yeah.
Just the context of that.
If you're Team Liquid, you have no reason to feel worried after watching that.
Liquid definitely on the rise. The last 2 or 3 months has been sensational for them. They're getting better and better every time you see them. NIP, unfortunately, maybe getting a little bit worse. It seems like, especially their T-side's very rusty. Hopefully they can bounce back. We know they always perform bigger, these sort of tournaments, so I wouldn't count them out yet, but that game's going to be very interesting indeed, and I think that's going to be the more interesting than the Titan VP one, to be honest.
James?
Just to add to Liquid, they are one of the more disciplined teams in North America, and they work harder than most of the teams out there. I just hope that we see the stronger side of Nip in that match. Otherwise, I think we may all be disappointed.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait until tomorrow, but certainly that fixture there, for me, gives more questions than answers. It was they're not really sure about either team, and I think both are under tremendous pressure, Titan included, even after winning that game. But anyway, we're about to bring up all of the Group D games, but we're going to take a short break before we do that. And while we're on that break, we recommend that you go and check out The Score. They've been providing coverage and articles about this event. And of course, they've got a wonderful app you can download to your various products and keep up to date with all the results from the major while you're on the move. Now, we're going to have a very short break before we get into Group D, so don't go too far. We'll see you soon.
Child of Iris, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't a liar, then just give me what I need. Tell me where am I I'm so sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the DreamHack Open at Cluj-Napoca. I am your host of the Intel Analysis Desk, Richard Lewis. With me, we've got an all-star cast as we've had throughout the course of the day. It is, of course, Duncan Thorin Shields, immediately on my left. That's not him on the screen, by the way. There we go, we're here. And we've switched.
How many times are we going to see Cobble? It's DreamHack Winter 2013 all over again with Inferno, where literally every match was Inferno.
Cobble-Napoca.
And what is Dignitas thinking leaving Cobble in against Envious?
Yeah, I know.
Envious has been beating First Pro on it, Fnatic on it. At the moment, they're the most dangerous Cobblestone team. If you're the guys from Dignitas, you want to get it towards, well, a bunch of these other maps. I mean, obviously, Train was an obvious ban from Envious. That's the one they have to ban. But beyond that, they can play pretty much whatever they want. Overpass is another map. They've been banning quite a lot. So those are it makes sense on the Envious side. I think it's just a bit weird over here on the side of Dignitas. I'd rather play Mirage. I'm amazed why they're banning Mirage against Envious. I'd rather play that than Cobblestone for sure.
I think but I mean, okay, we were just talking about this earlier as well. Like last major, Schneider just joins up before the major. We don't really expect big things of them. It's more of an experience, gain. Then this major, Tensky's in there. Schneider's out, Tensky's in a week before the event.
I mean,
awesome. What can we expect out of Dignitas?
Yeah, but this is exactly right. Now, obviously, I don't want to rail on Team Dignitas they're here, but I say they're coming into this major and they've given themselves a massive disadvantage immediately with what happened with the Schneider incident and bringing in a new player. And then, look, you've got to play the percentages. You've got to veto smart. You've got to give yourself a fighting chance. And Envious, for me, the best Cobble team in the world right now. They're unbelievable. They're unstoppable.
One of the problems on this map as well is that you've got this situation where there's some fundamental dynamics. Let's say you get that one player who's super skilled, and everyone in Envious is obviously very, very skilled individually, and pound for pound, they're by far the better team individually. So let's say Kiyoshima is doing his thing on B Plateau, and they just can't stop that. Yeah. A lot of teams actually struggle with this one dynamic. I've spoken with a lot of teams at these events, and for example, when I was last speaking with Liquid, I think Nitro was telling me, I don't know a team that's got a good answer for the B plays. That's why we see so much of it. But the thing is, if you get these heavy hitters, if Olafmois is on, he can basically just destroy a site with 3 people. He can waste so many grenades by himself. He can just find kills. He can just keep the pressure up, and he gives so much space to the team. That's just one player potentially. So if someone like Kiyoshima is actually really on in this situation, then you can get really bad. So this is why I also agree that Cobblestone is quite a risky pick.
And my argument to that point would be, or rather to sort of further the point, I don't see Dignitas having a player like that. Now maybe Tensky can be that player, but they were only just learning to play around Schneider. Let's not forget, he replaced Nico, a dedicated AWPer. And then they were given the AWP to Pimp, and then that wasn't working.
If you want to just go at the player level, I think the game's already lost there. That's the problem. Because not only have Envious got all these fantastic players, but the players who were good for Dignitas, AZ was always really good, but Pimp was always really good as well. Yeah. This whole forcing him into this hybrid AWP role has just limited Pimp. It just made him not as good. So now before you were able to almost win games over people like Envious when you had Nico as dead weight. Now you've got, in theory, better players overall, but you've limited your style. The whole thing that used to be going for the Dignitas guys for me was they didn't have the best team, but they made the most of it. Everyone was playing the right sort of role. Admittedly, Nico wasn't doing a good job, but the rest were all doing a good job. They had a decent tactical foundation ever since they started messing with the lineup. Even though on paper you're getting a better player to replace Nico each time, they've never got the rest of the team back in a comfortable place again. And at the moment, you can't even look at it and say, oh, well, maybe they'll have great tactics or something. There's not really a whole lot to expect that's positive on the Dignitas. I don't know how they can be envious.
There's no easy solution because you keep mentioning like the two people that they brought in are riflers. They aren't oppers. So it's just that simple. If
but that's
they
the thing, though, they refuse to give up on the idea they have to have an op.
Yes, and that's true as well. That was going to be my next point, is that, okay, rather than put Pimp in that awkward spot as a hybrid, it's exactly as you described it. AZ would sit on A, Mirage, for example, right? AZ would sit on A side with the rifle, Pimp would be on B side with the rifle, and they could single-handedly stop pushes on their own with those rifles, and they were just starting to hit their stride when all this started. When Nico decided to, well, I don't know if Nico decided to bow out, but he might have been shown the door. That was the beginning of it all. Right now, though, where it stands, it's just, where are you going to take this fight with Call? Because Dan brings up Plateau, and yes, Plateau can be the linchpin, but what's more interesting to me is drop
down, right?
And how are you going to stop Envy? There isn't going to be that hesitation that we saw from Fnatic earlier, where one guy would jump in, and then Crims would be a second and a half late to get the refrag. These kinds of disjointed plays. Envy are a team that just run in and slam into the defense all together at once.
I think what's even worse for Dignitas is envious of this team that, when we've seen them do it on this map time and time again, especially when you can't break their economy because they can just force buy constantly and win rounds predicated on that. So how would Team Dignitas, even if they could get into a position where they could take rounds off Envious here, how do they get any momentum built?
I mean, as far as like a player perspective goes as well, we've always been looking at Kjaerbye as like maybe the next big thing out of Denmark.
Youngest player in this tournament, by the way.
Exactly, and so everyone knows he's a young superstar, and we're waiting for that breakout tournament. But it's also this issue of roles, which we're saying like Dignitas have this fundamental issue of like how do we find the right players for the right jobs. And Pimp, for example, who is a big stage player, he always is able to deliver on the big stage, and that's what's so wonderful about him, bringing a lot of experience to the team and just making sure that there is a solid bedrock to perform off of. So he does give some space to the team, but it feels like there is this fundamental issue, something systemic that's not allowing the players to necessarily.
One of the things I hate is this approach in general to any kind of sporting team, is where you get a really good player in your team who could be like a star, a strength. You say, what we'll do is we'll use some of his skill and his strength and versatility to cover up a player who's not doing as well. He can't do his role fully, or he's not shining. Because it sounds good in theory, like then if everyone plays comfortably, but in the end you take away your strength from doing that. Like the key strength for Dignitas, first and foremost, is you have to have Pimp and AZ in really good positions for them so that they can get rolling. Now, if the other guys can't get rolling, they're the ones who need to be replaced. You can't be covering up for this guy or giving him a great role that he can't really make a lot of himself if it limits the guys who you start. Because when you go up against teams like this, in the past, that was your chance. You knew Pimp and AZ would have a good game, and if they did, you'd at least be in with a shot. At the moment, it's been a while since Pimp's been in that form because he's been messed around, he's been moved positions, he's not even playing his preferred CT spots.
It was a complete and utter change. It's devastating to his play because all of a sudden he was getting comfortable in these spots, and now it's just like, oh, you're going to play the opera role, which mainly rotates around mid on the map. Completely different scenario for him to get used to, the angles, etc. It's just all downhill.
And one thing as well we haven't really talked about is we spoke about B, we spoke about drop and plateau, but the A side of the map is incredibly difficult. Like that two-man setup as CTs, from like a tactical perspective, there's loads of give there to change how you play that, and a lot of teams mix it up based on what suits them and their AWPers and so on. But Apex, how are you going to deal with, let's say Apex walking in there and just basically just decimating the defense? Because this guy is crazy, and if you can't match him for skill, then you're going to have some really bad times holding A.
We've talked about AZ a little bit, obviously, in our pre-match rundown here. The other player we picked to watch for Envious for this particular game is Happy. Now, pound for pound, a lot of people think he's one of the best all-rounders. I know you did a recent ranking, Duncan, and you rated him quite high. Where was he overall?
Oh, you mean of all time?
Yeah.
I think he was like, I think he was top 10.
Yeah, I think he made the top
somewhere
10.
around there.
I mean, and there's so many superlatives about this guy. Always Happy.
Maybe like
He lives up to his name as well. He's a very good pistol player. We've seen plenty of evidence of that. I've listened to that YouTube clip of you going crazy when it's slowed down on the D-Glaze. It's much better slowed down, actually.
Thanks.
And he's good.
A lot of people say that to Samla.
He can pick up rifles. He can pick up AWPs. He's an in-game leader. He can lurk. This guy really has got an incredible repertoire.
Well, I mean, 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
You can guess which one he's not really that much of.
Yeah. But
great AWPer, really good pistol player, good rifles.
Just spell it out for us, Duncan. Just spell it out.
I know you get it.
He is an in-game leader. That's factually accurate.
You don't think he's a good in-game leader. You've criticised his flaws as in-game leader before.
Look at the results.
This is where I was going with
Look at the results, and it's proof in the pudding. Is the fact that he has the most skilled team in the whole world, And even then, they still get into trouble sometimes. The force buy style doesn't work 100%. Obviously, it can't anyway. But if anything, the fact that you need to have that many skilled players shows to me how inefficient that force buy style will always be. And there will always be games, no matter how good your players are, that it will just lose you the game outright.
Well, this is an interesting point that you bring up, because going into this major, the question is, have they had enough time now to get adjusted to this man right here, your Opera, your star Opera, who can always get something done with the AWP, but
if he can have the open his
exactly,
hands.
you can't force buy. It's the same thing with Navi and Guardian. You know, you cannot go for a force buy style if you have somebody who's going to be so dependent on the AWP, but who can get you results with that AWP, who can take over a map with that AWP. You have to balance it out and say, do we take the risk with the pistol and maybe shatter the opponent's economy, or do we just play it safe and count on Kenny to carry us through this one round that we're saving for him? After that, anything can happen. But I think that's been actually like an adjustment period that's had to happen for Happy and NBK, where they're trying to shift their game plan over from, okay, let's actually pull back from the aggression and try and play a little bit more of like the classic CS, where you build around the op.
Well, we're getting closer to the moment of truth. So, Dan, I'll start asking you to give me a summary. About 30 seconds. Who's going to win and why?
I mean, it's got to be Envious, of course. I see there's too many problems for Dignitas to overcome, and I feel like Dignitas, their lineup right now, they haven't solved a lot of the issues to make the players work as they should, to even have an engine to build a result from. So I think it's going to be pretty landslide. I'd say something around 16-8 in favour of Envious.
Okay, similar.
I'm not going to go too deep into technical. I don't think the tactics are going to be there for Dignitas. Again, adding a second player in and changing up positions again, it's too much. It's too much to change. So when it comes down to rifle versus rifle, Envy just completely outweigh Dignitas. Even if AC and Pimp are getting close, maybe we see some kind of performance out of him. MSL also been doing very well. I don't see it. I think that Envy outweigh them just in the sheer aim, and that's going to make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, the CT side for Dignitas is going to be a nightmare this time. I see Envy's just going to run all over them. It should be a huge win, an absolute stomp, I'm expecting.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for your thoughts. Without any further ado, we can start to get into the game. So we're going to throw over to our casters. This is it, Envious versus Team Dignitas, the penultimate game in the first day of the major here in Cluj-Napoca. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, welcome to it, guys. Another one, that's right, that could potentially be a bit one-sided here. Another one we see on Cobblestone as well today, but interesting thing. I mean, that's one of the storylines coming in was Dignitas changing out Schneider right before the major.
It's such a difficult map to go on as well. I can't imagine they've had too much time. Less than 10 days or something before this event, before he got replaced. Cobble is one of those maps that can be really tactical, and that's the best way to actually execute into these bomb sites. So I'd imagine we're going to see more of a simpler play for them. It's all going to come down to the individual players and whether they can really step out. Their stars need to go huge here. AZ, Kiabi, and Tensky, we need to see a big performance of him as well. The new boy, I'd like to see him step up, but here we go, let's get into it. We can see it's going to be more of a actual utility play here. We can see only 2 sets of armor purchased for them. We're actually looking over, they've got Tech 9s and HEs on MSL and AZ. Let's see what they go for here. Oh, heading towards B, but it looks like it's maybe the drop-down split towards A, as the bomb is towards middle right now. Big grenades coming in. Those grenades paying dividends as Tensky picks up a double kill, taking down Happy and NBK. What a fantastic start.
That's so huge. That is so huge that they take down the stack that quickly. And like you said, they wanted to split to A, but Kenny S and Apex catch them off in the process. Kirby still managing getting one late. Does mean that Kenny now has to rotate, or rather Kirishima, excuse me, has to rotate on his own. And this makes it all work out. If they hadn't been able to pick that kill, they might have had a chance on the retake on a 2-on-2 situation. Bomb planter was already on the platform, so it would have given them more room from this position now where Kiyoshima is on the balcony, but in the end it's all for naught. Kenny goes down, AZ closes out the round, but that nade, that was perfectly timed to read a stack. They weren't even going for the boost over, just that first man to take the peek, and they nailed it.
Yeah, that shows Dignitas may have done the homework on this map. That's a perfect play for them. Look at that. The airstrike comes into drop down, takes down 2 players. A split working out perfectly for them, and they pick up a much needed pistol round going into this one. Of course, Envious will be force buying into this one. The analyst pointed out they're going to rely heavy on the Kenny S AWP. That's not going to happen now in the first gun round unless they do somehow win this round. 4 rifles coming up for Dignitas. Looks like they're going to be focusing towards middle, but the B stack coming in for Envious here. For all 5 players committed towards that bomb site. Dignitas keep at the current pace they got right now. They should be absolutely fine getting the bomb down here. And you would assume Envious probably have to go for the full save, considering their investment here.
Yeah, no reason not to. Just sit back, keep the guns up, give themselves more utility again on that 4th round when it does arrive. Yeah, like you said, they've already committed away from Kenny getting onto the AWP. He may go on the hunt as a result of that, but the rest of them have already backed off, and they're going to do exactly as you suggested. In fact, it'll be this round should end with all 10 up, because there's no reason for the T's to hunt either and lose their weapons.
For any new viewers right now who might be
wondering
what is going on, why is no one even battling them? So they've taken the educated risk, I would say, to take on buying up the second round. They've got Desert Eagles, 5-7s and CZs. Obviously,
weapons we know they can be very strong with. They went for the full stack towards B. Once they know the bomb's going on A, they've got no kits, they've got no real utility to work with. So they've taken that decision to save those weapons and actually use them in the next round. And hopefully their decision to go wherever they may stack or whether they'll push up middle through something like that, they can actually find where Dignitas are. Obviously, Dignitas making the perfect call there. No frags exchange in the entire round. A very rare feat for some in Counter-Strike, but there we go. We've seen it here. And that's 2-0 in favour of Dignitas. Really nice play from them so far. 2 great rounds for them. Opening pistol, very impressive indeed. Obviously shows they've got something in the old strat book come forward. So here we go then. We go into round number 3. Obviously, MVS do have those upgraded pistols and armour. They have invested in a flashbang and HE grenades. What are they going to do this round? Looks like they won't be stacking fully towards B this time. Apex will be staying towards A. Potentially just to kind of get that early call off in case Dignitas decide to do the same thing once again.
See if these guns can pay off. Second time they are, again, having, like you said, a bit of a stack toward this B site. The only one not here is Apex. He's just looking out toward middle right now, but surely going to make the call once these flashes come in on drop that he's got to at least support that connecting position. So if they go, even if it is going to be another A split, he can at least shut down the second prong of the approach. Instead, it's going to be on B eventually. We'll rotate and complete. It'll be all 5 players now for NVS on the site. This could pay out all right if they can find 1 kill on the way through, but MSL takes down MBK. Now the crossfire comes into it, and Kenny S, he manages to get MSL. Apex will trade as well. He eventually goes down to Kirby. He was boosted up on top of the tree, so they really looked for all approaches. A bit of a passive approach, considering it was a stack on the platform, it has to be said. But either way, it's still paying off, and yeah, they're going to find the last guy. He tries to wait the chicken coop. It's happy, and it is the Deagle, but not this time. He only gets the 1. Has to be patient, but now it's Dignitas. We will see the guns come up, like you said, but again, that investment, they won't be able to have a whole lot into this, really.
Well, this is the thing. So another nice round from Dignitas there. Just slowing things down, getting onto the B bomb site, using MSL, the MP7, just to get a clear out drop down for them as they pincer the bomb site there. As you just mentioned, they won't have a fantastic buy at MVS, that is, so they're going to have 1 Famous and MBK, 1 kit as well. He's going to be on carrying that one. They have got a decent amount of utilities, so that's what they've banked on here. Obviously, no helmets against the AK-47s. They are redundant, so it's like a fast play coming from Dignitas. I thought they'd not keep it nice and fast, simple, and here they go into the B bomb site.
He's gone quick as well through that smoke, so they're definitely manning up. They want to take the fight quick to NVS on this side. They've got them pushed back. 2 players over in front of drop, making a third. MBK is going to come out to help join his 2 teammates, and Happy, with his help, will be able to get the first 2 kills now as he gets Kiyoshima to help him out with Tensky on the second. That limits Dignitas. They're stuck on this platform, and it's just an absolute slaughter. No kills going the way of Dignitas so far. Decent damage on 3 players, but ultimately doesn't matter. The round is going to go against them. AZ eventually does pick up a kill. Bombs down. He has to commit to this. Good shot on AZ. And the second one, the low player. Now he's got 3. That one was a little bit more expected with Kiyoshima being low, but now he's got a chance to pick up the bomb. There's 51 seconds. He doesn't even have to commit to this bomb site, truthfully.
He's got so much time to play with as well. 2-on-1 situation. He's got full HP. The other guys are reasonably low. There it is. Happy does take him down there. Really nice economical damage there from AZ. Like, that round was very expensive for Envious. I feel like that's a bit sloppy from them as well. They didn't really have to face that at all. It's a 5-on-1 situation. Giving them the opportunity to even get those kills is pretty horrendous, considering there's no chance of implanting the bomb whatsoever, and the money wasn't great for the CTs, but picking up some AKs, they do stabilise it a little bit, but this is going to be a dangerous round for them still, as Dignitas will be buying up once more with the full AKs here. Had some very clean rounds in the first 3, so obviously the money is going to be absolutely fine for them. 3-1 now. Envious, though, still in a fragile position, need to win this one to keep themselves in that healthy position.
Just to go back as well about AZ being in that clutch situation, he's a high-skilled player. For people who don't follow the Tier 2 scene as much, anyone who knows the TSM team, there was a rumor he was going to be on that roster for a while, so he could be someone to watch for them in this game. Happy, meanwhile, he's going to watch out toward long. Interesting position for him to peek through the legs of the statue. A little bit unorthodox, not somewhere you would pre-aim when you enter as a T player, so that does catch Tensky off guard. Doesn't end up getting the kill, but Tensky's left to 8 HP, and there's no return on Happy at all, so really good early damage for him to work with again, and this round's going to mean a lot. Whoever loses this one's going back to pistols.
You'd be absolutely right there. So Dignitas still just working out what the CTs are presented to them right now. Still no AWP on Kenny S. He's going to be that famous towards danger right now as well. Kiabi making his way towards middle. Actually gets through the doors as well. So be waiting for him there. There's a fantastic shot from Kiabi to open things up now. Kenny S has got his work cut out. He is the only player right now towards the A bomb side. We said that they're happy is rotating, and this is actually a perfect play from Dig. They've got that first pick towards A, peeling apart the CTs and making their way back to the B bomb side. That's where the bomb's going to be as well. Looks like they've got positional control and drop down as well, you know, as well. So this is fantastic for them. Great opportunity to get into this site.
Okay, though, playing from Rock, it's such a hard angle to try and take down. You pretty much got to push out and go for the trade, and
It's going to be Kiyoshima to take down AZ. That was the intended trade player. Kierby gets back into him, but now the problem is that there's only 2 players left. They know exactly where they are on Dignitas' side. They've got 16 seconds to go in, and a combined HP that now equals 12. It was slightly better, but MBK's taking it away of both of them, and he'll close out the round, and this does mean now the save for Dignitas. So we're staring at a potential 3-3 start, an instant response from Team Envy.
Kind of disappointing thing this has that round. After getting that first pick and the positional controller drop down as well, it's kind of showing the new days for this team. It wasn't really technical enough, that execution. You saw no real pressure. Kiyoshima not really flashed. There's no Molotovs coming in, there's no real grenades. It's just kind of simple frags for him really there. And now that's going to put the second round of MVS. And as you mentioned before, never lost that was going on to the pistols. This time it's going to be Dignitas. It's going to be on P250s. MSO will be on the Tech 9. You can see he's got a couple of flashbangs as well. I'd assume they're just going to try and flash out to the B. And the best they can probably hope for in this situation is getting the bomb down. As I say that, they do get smoked off, so that's going to slow play down. As the CTs have got 3 players towards B. Kenny S pushing towards the end of long A there, probably trying to get some information. Let's see what Dignitas can do to get through this smoke.
One of the things I want to keep an eye on is we're seeing a lot of pressure applied to B right now from Dignitas. And I know this is an eco, okay, that's fine. But maybe on one of these ecos, if this continues and they continue to be shut down, they need to start investigating on A. And it might be an opportunity when they are in a safe situation where they can just go evaluate what the setup is. Kenny's gone for a really quick flank here, though, as the anti-eco looking fairly successful, but I say that, and Kiyoshima just now brings it back because the low HP was there, so Kenny comes around and it couldn't be a better time. Bomb gets planted, so it'll add more money to Team Dignitas, but in the end the round will go to Envy. That was a much better entry than I initially thought it was going to be.
Yeah, AZ stepping up. He's having a pretty good game in terms of fragging. He's currently leading the charge for them on 9 kills. MSL at the bottom of the chart, 1 for 5, but that's a very decent eco there. I said best case scenario, probably getting the bomb down. They managed to get 3 kills and make it a little bit uncomfortable for MVS as well there. So we're into round number 7, 3-3. MVS have balanced things out. And interesting enough, now they've gone for the double orb setup. So Happy's going to be getting down, and Kenny S as well. You'd assume Kenny S will go towards long A, and then Happy towards the back of B as well. It's normally quite a sensible setup here. 2 turrets in either bomber side. It means you can actually afford to lose some CTs towards A once Kenny S gets some vital information that you'll see him doing right now.
Surprised Kenny didn't go for the full peek out toward the statue as well at A, because he had a really good spawn for it. He actually had the most forward A spawn that you could have. So if there was ever a time to do it, that was it. Instead, like you say, he'll just sit back, hold the angle, not take the risk, and there you go, Happy on B. Like you said, finds Tensky coming onto the platform, and this is where Dignitas need to slow it down. They've got 2 players over toward A this time to look for that information, but the one time they're there is the one time so is Kenny S's op, and that's, you gotta be pretty damn careful walking into a site with he's got that weapon up.
Problem for Dignitas being on this B bomb site is they haven't really got the execution to actually isolate some of the key areas of the map. When they go into the site, you can see them getting towards drop down. They've got that once again, but they don't seem to have the executed plays to actually get out onto that bomb site. Once again, MSL is in that area, but you can just see this passive play from Apex. They know exactly what's going on.
And there's no one to help him right now. He goes into drop, but there's no one coming out plateau. There's no one to come in behind him, so he's pretty much a solo player right now. MSL is on his own. He basically just has to sit. Fortunately, they're playing it quite passively, so he'll have time to survive in that position. He could sell them here. He could actually just be the one man to make this whole play work because he's in a position to cut off the rotations. The rest of them are grouping over on A. 2 players to contend with there. If he can win this duel, MSL against NBK, then he actually gives his team a really good chance. But NBK's smart. He sits way back. And now Kenny talked about that op on the A side. He's able to pick up AZ already. He'll switch his position early on to get to balcony. That'll allow him, once again, a more passive approach. Doesn't need to overcommit, and it does bring MBK in a much closer position with that rifle. Happy's going to show up second op. It'll close the round. Envious with 4 straight.
Yeah, so Tensky trying to come out, using that one-man role of getting onto plateau, trying to find the first pick. Happy though, like I said, he's getting quite easy kills there from the back of the platform. But MSO, I feel like could have done a lot more from that position. The fact he kind of gave him his cards away before the A attention had even been gathered by the CTs. He kind of died, and then it just mean like that the A push became redundant. There, no one was going to rotate at that point. So it's a disappointing round there for Dignitas. We can have a look at the money right now. They still have gone for the quasi-buy here. AZ is actually fully invested into this round. Strange decision for them, leaving AZ on $0. The rest of the guys have done the quasi-buy here with P250s and Tech 9s. Be committing all the way towards the B bomb side as well. Smoked out for now. Not really sure what they're hoping to do with this one. Kiyoshima makes his way onto plateau, a position we pointed out as being key here.
This is a good place to play it on top of that box, but his teammate's flash just barely gives him enough vision to take down 3, and he actually gets them all. You would have thought surely he would have been traded in a situation like that. It does end up working out as AZ gets 2 kills to bring it back to a 1-on-2. With all his teammates gone early on, it's still a very problematic situation to be in, more so because the bomb is in behind those 2 envious players and he has to fight just to grab it.
So before, it was a very similar situation. Obviously now they have probably learned their lesson from that first round, so they're going to let him actually work there this time. Not going to give away too many frags. You're Happy, very advantageous position, watching towards drop down there. So the Apex just kind of backing you out. They're trying to play right next to each other. not give anything away. They're aware they've got the bomb here. AZ with it all to play for here, but then he goes down. Too happy. 5 runs in a row for Envious now, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the theme for the rest of this half, to be honest.
Yeah, it's looking like there's really, like you said, not many utilities, not many executions that are going on. They can't really find the space. Even if they do get that drop room like we saw, they can't really do much with it because Plateau's just being absolutely shut down. That time they walk in, sure, they didn't have much to work with, but they're walking out and basically just getting picked off one by one in most situations. That was a little more aggressive, but the last 3 rounds before that, we saw the boost at Statue. We saw twice they stepped back toward the chicken coop, so it's definitely been a problem. This double up setup, this time they're going to have Happy boosted up at drop. All 5 players right now from Dignitas looking at max round bonus means they could buy in again, obviously, in the bomb plant 2 rounds ago, plus a slighter force, I guess you could say, last round gives them a good position to be in. And that will allow for the bomb plant in the hands of AZ. A 3-on-3 post-plant situation, and Happy's going to go down to AZ yet again, so he's looking very strong. But watch for NBK, they line it up, and Tensky, he doesn't even need to leave the ground where he planted it. He's just got to sit back in that chicken coop. It's left to AZ. He pops out. It's at the rock. Kenny's got the advantage here in terms of position, but the time favors AZ. He just has to bait this out, and he reads Kenny like a book. And Dignitas will finally get their 4th.
So we see the proper execution coming in there. A full wall of smokes across the B-bomb site. That's much better for them. I think those are the kind of plays that's actually going to work so much better for Dignitas. Actually allow themselves to get onto the bomb site, force a post-plant situation, and then make this double up setup work for it. You can see the shot coming in from Kenny S. That's pretty sick from him, going for the chicken coop there. But another round on the board for Dignitas, actually looking a lot stronger that time. AZ's having an incredible game. Seems like he's fragging every single round there, and those kills he got in the previous round actually allowed him to get the AK this time. So a change of pace here for Envious, actually sending 3 players towards A. It's going to be perfect for them as well, considering
this is the one time
now. Yeah.
Yep.
Tensky kind of trying to cause a distraction towards the B site. Be able to do too much.
This is the interesting thing. They're going to go straight through middle, which means it'll be almost a retake unorthodoxly from long. Like they're going to come in and pinch them inside this site, and they need to read this because there's no one on A, but they haven't evaluated A at all, so they don't even know. First off, where they're playing the 2 when they're there, but that there's 3. Good read by Pimp to sit back with that AWP. He catches off Kenny. He's going to smoke it as well, knowing that they have to be out on that long highway. If they're not going to be in mid and they're not rotating already from B, that's the only place they can be. So they need to just use their utilities to hold it out. But still, Apex manages to come down. He takes out Pimp. Kiyoshima showed up and got an MSL. That's a trade, though. So it still is a 2 versus 3 post-plant situation. No kits right now on Team Envious, and that means AZ is buying them so much time. It's left to him on the site, but Apex gets the kill. And he will have more than enough time to snip the wires by hand.
That's disappointing from Dignitas.
Or will he?
Actually not going to have it. That's actually brilliant then.
I thought he would have had that. That would have only been about 8 seconds, so he had a decent amount of time lost on it.
Wow, that's huge. The fact that Dignitas got that round off, that disappointing hold, is actually massive for them. So Envious do manage to keep the AWP in 1 rifle. We can see the rest of the guys unable to really justify buying into this one. It would be a force buy going into it. Like a drop of Famous if they really wanted to. Be interesting to see how they actually approach this one. Really nice play for them, obviously not having enough to just finish that round off there. The bomb just ticking away from them there. They will be actually saving. That's actually quite disciplined from Envious. Not something I expected.
That's big as well that bomb detonates because they just reset a lost round bonus. So this allows them to buy it. I mean, that could have been a free kick for Envious to just start the momentum again. So now, as you say, they're going the safe route. They're not being overly aggressive here, and it gives Dignitas a real chance to put a 6th round on the board. T-side. I would like to see them get around 7 or 8 if they want to even give themselves a chance against Envy on this map. Let's be real.
This is the problem. Envious on T side.
It's incredible.
Emphatic. Like this would be so hard to hold them out. This is going to be the much harder affair for them. Here we go. The man number 11 is a 4-on-4 situation. You see Dignitas the bomb towards A, isolated by himself right now, just playing very passively, and no AWP this time. Pimp lost that last round, so they're going to have 4 rifles going into this, 3 smokes as well. Surprised we saw another step piece coming out from them. That 1 to B was actually very impressive. The fact they got out so much before any frags were actually exchanged here. 2 pistols for MBK and Kiyoshima, so difficult times for them. Kiyoshima not going to be able to have full control of this plateau area. Tensky's waiting for him as well, does spot him. That's information gathered for Kiyoshima, can't really justify challenging right now.
Hold from the window, we see that angle so commonly, so they look to each other. But Pimp actually comes out worse for wear, down to 54 HP, and that's before they're even out on the other side of the archway at drop. That's where NBK is going to use the deagle, make it 2 so, as he takes down Pimp as well. Headshot through the wall, and suddenly things look really good for Envious. Tensky comes out prematurely looking to that corner, thought that there would be someone there. Kiyoshima gets an easy shot with the P250, and they're swarming right now. Kenny S is trying to get away just to save it out, and Kiyoshima's going to get the kill on Kierby. And Envious will get the next round. It's not going to be the guns of Dignitas.
So it's even the guns they saved, the two players with the AWP and the M4, they're not the guns getting the kills. It's MBK or the Desert Eagle here, and we talked about, well, the analysts talked about this so much. They're so scary in this position. They seem to find these frags out of absolutely nowhere. Dignitas trying to come out, drop down, MBK punishes them, and resets their money down. They're going to be on Tech9's armor, and how much will they be investing into this? It's actually a full force by going into this. The problem is, they haven't really got much utility to play with, so you're going to have to expect something very fast, try and catch the CTs by surprise. They have one smoke and two flashbangs, so it looks like they're just going to try flash over the wall, maybe smoke towards drop down and just get out and see what they can do. If they can find that first entry kill, there's definitely a chance of getting the bomb down here.
Coming over, but it's a passive hold from Keo, so he's not going to be caught by any of those. It's actually NBK that gets the kill. And happy to contribute. Keo's not found anything, despite that he was the closest to the action. Now he finally will get what is rightfully his. Again, though, it's AZ that's getting multiple kills. It's not going to matter in this situation. Again, they've got him locked out, but he manages 3 kills, again, from a really, really poor position and poor situation. So AZ's been stepping up, but the rounds are starting to accumulate against them in a very quick manner.
Yeah, AZ on 17 kills. He's been absolutely fantastic this series, but it's going to be pretty much an eco now coming in for Dignitas after that force buy. Didn't really amount to much. It could have about 2k average across the board, so you can't really imagine much more than P250s. The AZ is a flashbang. This is pretty much a throw around at this point. Kenny S going to be maybe a little bit more aggressive here. Has got someone backing him at the apex, so maybe he will go for that initial peak, but Dignitas focusing heavily towards mid. She's going pretty fast with this as well.
Pushed by Apex this time and just cuts them apart before they can even get out the other side of middle. One member has, it's MSL, but blindedly trying to evade Happy. It's not going to work out either. This is, yeah, I mean, without the pistol, where would Dignitas be right now?
Well, the rounds, the 2 gun rounds they did pick up are actually very well executed. I think they need to go back more to those kind of plays, but Pimp with the AWP, we talk about him being a little bit inconsistent in that weapon. He actually was getting some very vital picks for them as well. Not going to be able to justify that this round. We're going to number 14 now, 5 rifles on the board. I've got some smoke grenades, but no Molotovs here. Can be very key for flushing out some CTs, especially in that plateau area as well. That's where Kiyoshima is known to be so deadly. It looks like that faster beep setup coming in right now. Tensky, to be fair, hasn't had too much impact up there. 4 kills right now. What can they do with this one?
Little boost to try and get them above that smoke. And they're going to nade into this arch too, just making sure that no one has pushed through that smoke. They know that Dignitas has been very aggressive on that plateau position. For better or for worse is up for debate, but this time being a lot more conservative. The problem is too conservative, and they're putting all eggs in one basket, and they're going to get 2 flanked because they know they've had so much free space. Envious are just taking the map that they've been given. They've had it round after round. There's no aggression on A. They're going to show up. They may not even need not to come into this. It's going to be Kiyoshima, and MBK that do most of the damage, but those 2 flank players were in the B tunnels before they were even peeking at the entry points.
It's just a lack of experience really on the map. That's kind of one of the fundamentals. If you're going to send all 5 players towards B and not have any presence towards A whatsoever, you better expect players like Envious, very aggressive, strong, and confident players. They're going to push into center positions. They're going to take peeks. Even if it's just going towards the bottom and middle and looking towards the top and mid there. If you see no T players there whatsoever, you kind of that's indicative that you can actually push behind. You saw them both do it there, completely sandwich the T side there, and then they don't really have any opportunity to do anything. So we're going to round number 15. Envious definitely have the advantage in this one. It's going to be 4 pistols, 4 Dignitas. Pimp, the only player with a rifle. He's currently sat on 2 for 11 as well. Very quiet game considering he's one of the star players for Dignitas. This one.
Well, we say he's the guy that's been going to the opposite of late, but we haven't even seen time to get that out because of the money situation. He's been on that rifle, which is where he's still a very good player. He's normally, in fact, arguably better in that position, so you would expect more than that out of him.
Have done some decent damage now. Happy and MBK on very low HP. Not really committing as of yet to a bomb site. Kenny S takes down Kiabi there. Makes it to the 5-on-4 situation. Looks like he's maybe a little bit lost here. Once again, MSL gets into that drop-down room, but Envious with this very passive setup, not really allowing him to do much of it at all. He's using their smoke grenades to isolate him in there. Not really gaining too much from this at all. The bomb does make its way back around towards A. And once again, we see the same sort of play. MSL needs to stay alive long enough for the A distraction to come in to allow him to get these rotation kills.
Hold 3.5, I guess, if you want to call Apex that right now in this position over toward that B site, but that half is going to get 1 kill, and that means Happy can just take down AZ after the trade happens. Flash out for Kenny, but he hears them coming too quickly. He'll fall back. He knows he's the last line of defense until the rotations arrive. The problem is last line of defense only has 1 more offense to deal with, and it's Tensky that will go down. Speaking of Tensky, it's Tensky rounds for Envious.
That's pretty confident half for Envious there. Obviously losing the pistol. That was actually a very nice pistol play from Dignitas. If you remember that double nade coming in, obviously did their homework against Envious there. Perfect A execution. And they get 3-0 on the board. After that, it wasn't really much to talk about in terms of their T strategy. They did have that nice wall of smoke towards B. That was a nice set piece, getting the bomb down, post-plant situation working very well for them. AZ, phenomenal game for him. Really did step up there. 18 kills. We pointed him out as one of the talisman of Team Dignitas. And also Pimp as well, 2 for 12. That's a very poor performance from him. I think he actually did pull out the AWP at one round, and that's where he got those 2 frags from. And I think that was the other gun on they actually won. So we talked about it before. Envious, one of the best T-side Cobble teams possibly in the world right now in terms of how aggressive they can be. It's so tightly constructed. No teams seem to know how to hold them off towards the B bomb side, especially. It doesn't seem to see anything that can counter them. Just looking at the sniper matchup right now on your screen, Kenny S plays 10 to Pimp's 2. Difficult times for Pimp.
I think that's rather indicative of where we sit. So 10-5 as we await the teams to just get readied up, jump into the next game. Sometimes teams will use this extended time to not ready up as a sort of tactical timeout, take it as a freebie. Again, though, AZ, that's impressive. He leads the way, considering the situation.
Look at the rest of the team, though. MSL on 3, Tensky on 5, Pimp on 2. Like, AZ had to get everyone on his back by that. Even to get those 2 gun rounds, he had to go absolutely huge. He was getting frags pretty much every single round there. 18 kills.
Oh, and there's 2 rounds that he picked up 3 kills to almost clutch it. You know, one more player contributes somewhere in that situation. You never know. It could have gone just that little bit extra to push it over for an 8-7 scoreline instead.
So the problem now for Dignitas, they go onto the CT side. It's such a difficult CT pistol. It's so hard to hold on Cobble. Obviously, the T's going to stay together as a 5-man unit. They can choose somewhere to go, and it's very difficult to work out what you can do as a CTs here. It's something you have to commit. You have to go aggressive. A lot of teams like to go push towards long A, for example, just to gain that initial information so they can justify the stack towards B. Be interested to see what they bring to the table here. They obviously had a very set idea of what Envious are doing on their T pistol. What have they got in store for us on their CT side? You can see they have purchased a 5-7 on MSL. 3 players. It's going to be AZ, KRB, and Pimp on the armor, and Tensky with the incendiary. You'd assume he's going to go towards drop down. And on top of that, and see what he can do there. So here we go then. Entering round number 16 is a pistol round in the second half.
There'll be a bit of a split play toward drop as they try and pinch on the site. Big damage already done to AZ. He's down to 2 HP, so Tensky has to get the utilities ready. He was looking to put the smoke out toward the plateau. Instead, it's Kierby who tries to come in. AZ, meanwhile, found MBK. That's 1 player splitting down already, but MSL's going to have to come up huge inside the window still. It's traded. Happy gets him, which forces Pimp to turn back, and as he does so, not only does he go down, all of his teammates are dead inside the site, and Envious will pick up the second half pistol as well.
Precisely what I was alluding to before that pistol round started. Stay as a 5-man unit, didn't really have to do anything too technical. Face down to the plateau there, headshot MSL, I think it was AZ, sorry, straight away. MSL did manage to pick up 1 frag here, but MSL getting shut down, and then all the kills fell towards Happy as he split the bomb side there. And pretty simple there, the Officer Envious there. We can see no force spike coming in from Dignitas, so just upgrade some pistol hairs, no armor. Just going to use Desert Eagles and CZs here, so they will keep some money in the account. I think it's about average of $1,000 after that buy, but then Envious have got the Scouts and MBK, the 2 Mac 10s as well, and actually an MP7 and Apex. You'd assume they're going to go towards the A part of the site, keep it nice and close range. You don't want to go towards B and try and use the plateau area when you have that many SMGs in hand, especially with the Scouts as well. Let's see what MBK is going to be working towards. He's with mid. The other 2 guys do go towards that long A area.
Flash goes down, Tensky manages to avoid it, turns back, gets the shot as well, and then did the gun fall down onto his hands? I'm not sure it did. He may have to jump up to try and grab it. He still could, but at 16 HP, it's not necessarily worth the risk in that point in time. That's going to discourage any play over toward B as well. They'll take the bomb back over to the A position, trying to get up the highway right now. 2 toward bottom mid as well. MSL will be the one to deal with them with the Deagle. We see him in this corner. Flash doesn't fully catch them, but he knows they're coming. Tries to go for the peek aggressively, and Kiyoshima manages to avoid the bullets. Put the AK to use. Ends up taking down Kirby as well, and now it's just left to Tensky. He's on the site, tries to be sneaky about it, but it's not going to work out, and Envious will avoid potential disaster.
You're going to see a lot of similar rounds like that. Happy is more than happy to lurk in that drop-down position while his team executes its way. It means he can hear footsteps rotating from the B-bomb site. He can justify dropping down and getting rotations. I mean, it simply doesn't feel like he can fall back towards A and actually hold the connector area there. So, nice clean round there for Envious. Only dropped 1 kill, and you can see that's actually going to force Dignitas onto another pretty much full eco here. They have got some P250s on the board. AZ has a flashbang, but they're going to be stacking towards B. This could be 1 player towards... it's going to be Pimp this time, and a very quiet game, so I'm not really sure what he can make of this. He's got Apex and Kenny S heading his way now.
Again, this time it's going to be greeted by 2, not just 1, make it 3. They're going to put that much attention. Nice shot, in fact, on AZ. And now they'll bring over everyone. It's just Happy versus Dignitas right now. And he's more than happy to take that fight. He'll get another headshot. Tensky's low. This should be the triple kill, and it will be. NBK was waiting in the wings for MSL to try and escape, and that gives it now 13 rounds for Envious. It's looking like another quick one for us, Henry.
Yeah, we don't get the longest games here, do we?
That's all right. They're saving us for the finals, that's all.
Well, the thing is definitely
Kappa,
isn't over yet. It can be a CD-sided map. Obviously, against Envious, I do not see it going down like that. But Pimp has picked up the AWP. Full glass cannon here. Has got one smoke grenade to play with. Still sat on that Super 15. If he needs to step up, it's going to have to be right now because his team need him to do something here. Their first pick would be fantastic. Apex sticking with that MP7. You'd assume they're going to try and do something very fast with him being the point man here. Looks like they're heading towards B. All 5 players committed to that side of the map. CTs are going to have one player on top there. KRB picks up the first frag onto Kiyoshima. That could be absolutely vital. He actually decides to push through the smoke as well. Takes down Kenny S. Fantastic stuff from KRB. Manages to survive as well. Just need to stay alive now. Fall back to the wrong side.
Tensky needs to follow this up to add to that great fate, but Apex does win that kill. So as KRB re-enters onto the site, they're going to know he's toward the back of the plateau. Means AZ's going to have to do big work right now from the rock. MSL's come over. They've got the flash to go in. He'll take the drop fight. Spots up one and doesn't want to lose the man advantage. They want to keep this, so they've got information that he's at least dropped down. He's committed to that position. They can fall back, and KRB's done the same out toward long. Again, that was a really good push by him. Sits on 28 HP as a result of it.
When you get the first frag like that and it's you're up against the ropes in terms of the scoreline, that's huge for him to push through and make it work for him as well. Still not over yet. 3 on place 4. 45 seconds remaining for the T's. You can see they're not really committing to too much here. Watch the MBK going towards the top and middle though. If he finds his frag onto Pimp, this could be devastating for the CT side.
Exactly. This actually could hinge quite a bit in the round, and Pimp gets it. Bombs all the way back in the tunnels. It would have been a re-grab by Happy with that pinch play coming in, and if he had a one over the A side, he could have rotated. He's still got 27 seconds to do it, but now it's pretty much option over. At this point, he can play for a plan. He can try and do some economic damage, but ultimately it's going to be the 6th round for Dignitas.
They've got so much money in the bank right now. He might as well try and get as much off the CTs as he possibly can, right? If he can even get 1 kill here, it'll be really difficult for the CTs to buy up next round. They're currently sat on about $100 each, and the rest of the T's have loads of money to play with. He's not managed to do anything with it, but just wanted to get that one over with, I guess. 13 plays 6. As I mentioned before, the T's have an absolutely huge stack of cash here. CT's not dropping too many frags, so they're going to be fine as well. But this is when it gets interesting. Kenny S picks up the AWP now. Before, we had one player, Apex, on the MP7. So this is the first real gun run, I would say. Both teams with the AWPs, full rifles. Let's see how this one unfolds. Obviously, a must-win situation for Dignitas. They can't allow Envious to get back into this one. If Dig do lose this round, they reset the money and they have a very difficult time buying into the next.
Stell and Pimp going to play aggressively. We saw Envious doing the same thing from that position in danger beforehand. Boost AZ up, meanwhile, on top of the B site. So, aggressive plays on either side of the map right now. Not a whole lot being done by Envious to try and distill anyone right now on the B site, but A's getting a little bit more aggressive out toward that highway position. Off battle, Pimp not able to land the shot, but did see 2 players because they tried to bait it out with that jump position, so he goes all the way back inside the site. That puts a little bit more pressure on the fact that they left MSL down below in danger, and he gets caught out for it, so it gives the man advantage again, this time to Team Envious, and it's Apex who gets that kill, leaves him on 20 HP, mind you, but it's a big thing to have the first kill as a T side because this forces the hand of the defense massively.
I would assume now Envious will go into a full-on set piece with smoke grenades here. You can see Happy once again in that drop-down area, just listening out for the rotations. They got full control of long A. I'd assume the smokes were coming in, and here we go.
Watch KRB though, he tries to push down and get the flash in from his teammate. It doesn't land on Kyo, and that's so unfortunate because Kiyoshima could just walk in, take the shot comfortably, and now we see the result. They get very, very close onto that A platform. In fact, bomb is going down as we speak. And they've got enough smokes out that I think Dignitas, and not even are they going to get out comfortably, just want to save these weapons, and AZ will at least get happy and then bail as fast as possible, but it's 14 rounds and Envy's got a heck of a bank.
It's so scary and Happy's in that position, right? Even when you know he's there and you know it's something he does, he's so smart at it. He knows when to commit. He knows when the CTs are out, got pressure against him, and he actually finds frags every single time. He picks up one there, and it's just such an important frag. It means the CTs aren't able to save a weapon. It's just AZ left alive. And as I say that, Kenny S takes him down, and the money now for the CTs is in a dire situation. As I said, the money has been reset. KRB on $1,400. The rest of the guys on an average about 2.5k. Probably have no choice but to buy into this one. They can't allow Envious to get onto match point with so many rounds remaining. So here we go then, into round number 21. Very healthy position for Envious. Very clean T-half for them so far. As Dignitas get the famous, a couple of CZs, and 1 and 4. Let's see what they can do with this.
Actually said they had a good bank. It wasn't brilliant, but it's more than enough when they've got 14 versus 6. Hazy's got the boost position. They haven't done anything this time in terms of utilities to distill it. He goes for the full jump up though, and that gives Happy a much easier target when he does arrive on the landing. And again, it's going to be first blood. for the French side. Kierby will wait out toward the the B plateau. Smoke's in front of him. He'll just sit with the pistol and hope someone walks into the close quarters range where the headshot is an instant kill for him. MSL back over toward lower mid. And again, this time, they're going to look for this split play onto A. 2 players lurking at drop right now. Bit of an interesting play happening from Dignitas, though. They're going to push 3 players down B main right now. They're already pushing into the tunnels. This is rather unorthodox. They could hear them right now at drop. They know they're not going to go B, so this should call that it's going to be an A push. They've got to be quick, though, because now they've lost their teammate. If they want to go, they've got to catch them right now, and that's already pretty much an unformidable task. It's going to be 15 rounds at this point. There's no way they can claw back in.
It's a nice idea for them to push like that, but now it's just in a horrible situation. They haven't got a single kit. They've got 3 rifles up. The bomb's about to go down, and they've got to retake the bombs in the worst possible place ever. You can see Apex has got his middle area locked down. Pimp's going to be top there. I'm not really sure the approach is from the CT6. Yavi's going all the way to T-spawn. So it looks like they will be going on the retake. Obviously, the bomb only just going down, so they can do something with this. It looks like they may just be going for the full save here. I thought they maybe just be trying to run down middle and try and make something happen with no kits. Very small amount of guns to play with. I'm sure they just want to try and get some damage down to the T's, but at this point, it's just going to be trivial for Envious. Even though they do get some kills down, they're going to have a full buy next round. Envious will be on the hunt here. They know if they can get the kills here, Team Dignitas' economy will be absolutely shattered.
This will pretty much put it. I mean, it was going to be a tough order, no matter how you sliced it. With the scoreline we saw in the first half and before that, I mean, just on paper, this game is fairly convincingly Envious is to win. Rather, theirs to lose.
Well, yeah,
I should say. But when it's this far away in match point, I mean, this is pretty much done now.
The way they've been playing as well has been pretty simple day at the office on the T side. Just doing their normal stuff, a B play, an A split coming in. Happy holds towards drop down, and this seems like it's all just falling into place for them right now.
And I think it was Thorn who said, I don't know how you would let this go to Cobblestone. I know Dignitas...
I couldn't believe it.
Dignitas do have a history on this map, but you're going against arguably the best Cobblestone team in the world, and a best of one at a major.
When you haven't had any preparation for this tournament.
That's true.
It's all like you probably have
go to your familiar foes as well.
Yeah, exactly. You can't base it all around what the other team are good at. You have to play what you've practiced and what you feel confident on, especially when you've got a new member who hasn't really been too practiced in this lineup. Here we go then, round number 22. More of a fast approach towards middle here from MVS. Apex leading the charge here. Such a deadly point, man. Gonna see MSL just through the smoke there. Won't be able to react just yet. This next frag's be very important indeed.
Oh, that flash catches Kierby. He was in a great position, so luckily AZ's down below to catch off Kiyoshima, because that could have gotten quite awkward between the two on that plateau position. But Apex will come back into MSL, and again, despite wherever the first kill goes, it always seems that the advantage either gets nullified or taken completely back by Envious, and the trade kill gives them a lot of space. Now they're going to work onto this A site as well, and there it is. Now they have the advantage. AZ's gone on the quick rotation. He's down from the connection point. Last man's left on the back of the site. They've already spotted him up. They'll try and rotate through balcony, and I didn't quite see. There is a Molotov you can place at the vent. You don't even need to break the vent out, and it expands all the way to the wall to prevent the rotation. I didn't quite see if that landed or not. Either way, they know where the last players are. Good kill by Kierby, but it's a 1-on-3, and it's looking like Envious. Surprise, surprise, none at all. They'll move into the upper bracket tomorrow. And Dignitas will have to fight from the bottom. They did well to get here, but again, this was always going to be tough with a player change 10 days before we arrived.
Yeah, you could see that just from their T-side approach. Like, it seemed like they had the right idea. They won the pistol, fantastic result. They're managing to get that 3-0 on the board. First gun round, go for the B rush, and then it seemed like Envious has caught on for what was going on. And we saw one set piece from them, and that's what I wanted to see more. I thought that's the best place they can actually hope to find some frags. Key players just not showing up. I think Dignitas there. Pimp, I think he was on, 2 for 15 after the first half. We expect him to do doing more than that. AZ, though, stepped up huge. He's going to feel disappointed. He dropped a huge amount of frags in that one, but Envious, this never really looked too under pressure there.
No, not at all. And we've seen TSM looking quite comfortable today. We saw Envious looking very good today, and 2 potential finalists. But we've got pretty much everything as we might have expected on day one, but we'll go back to the desk and see what their thoughts are, because Richard is ready with the panel.
I certainly am, and thanks a lot for that, my good friend Sado over there. So let's talk about sadness. Team Dignitas got it in spades at the moment.
If I was AZ, I'd literally just be like, please, does anyone have a team I can play for? Like, I can't be playing 1v5.
Elo hell, right? So it's a bit depressing for him. I think the more concerning thing is that usually the guys you can depend upon, like guys like Pimp, they couldn't even show up or do anything in this game.
We made this point before the game started that in making these changes, they've limited Pimp's game, and not on top of that, he had a bad game as well. So he did only have 2 kills in the entire first half. He ended the game with something like 5 kills. So when MSL and Pimp get 10 kills between them, how are you going to win that game? What, are you going to get 30 out of 2 other guys? It's not going to happen against Envious. You're already going to be kind of short in the fragging department anyway. You can't give up one of your star players.
No, that's what we were talking about. It's just what's remarkable about AC, it is like the 1v5 situation because he's top fragging for his team, but he's tied for top fragging on the server and the score.
Yep.
It's like they're nowhere near anywhere like being in that match. Dignitas, they weren't even on the server. It was AC on the server, and then that was it. Like
this is the thing when
you can't understand it
when it comes to like the analysis and so on. When you've got you can talk about strategy all day, tactics all day, and so on, but if there's like this big of a gap on just the raw execution, this what can you do? You can have the best strategies in the world, but it doesn't matter if you just can't hit these shots. If you just can't challenge in these ways, it's like you can't do anything. So and this is a huge problem. We already highlighted this going into the match that this would be the issue because it creates so many spots for Envious to just do whatever the hell they want. And when they feel that way, Envious is probably one of the best teams to when you give like an inch of rope to just take the entire thing and just keep going
And
for it.
You've got to show up against a team like Envious. Anyway, speaking of Envious, we have got Sir Scoots with another one of his interviews, and of course he's going to be interviewing NBK. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am with Nathan, MBK. Congratulations. Are you enjoying the Cobble Major?
Well, it looks like the good old days with Inferno. We're now onto Inferno, all the Dragon Lores, the M4 Knights, it's great things.
Now, speaking of Cobble, obviously we have seen it a lot. Put yourself in the mind of Dignitas. Brand new player, obviously Schneider had to bow out. Tensky comes in. Solid map for you guys. Why would they let that through? Why do you think?
Well, I think they just worked on the map they prepared and the ones where they could upset teams the most, I guess. But yeah, some rounds were just back and forth, and it was sometimes tied to some clutch situations. So it was not a terrible pick because they obviously worked on it. They had some tactics and some worked on rushes. But yeah, I mean, they had to play a map they prepared, and I guess Inferno and Cobble were the two they had in mind.
Yeah, and they started strong, first 3 rounds, but then, obviously you guys went, oh, enough of this, let's get going. Let's talk about your preparation. I know that Hastro's taking great care of you guys. Obviously, you are a major winner, but under LDLC, so I imagine you guys want to win another major, obviously, but it would be nice to see Hastro get one. New Villa in France. You're all there, you're prepping. What kind of prep work are you doing? Were you just able to scrimmage or more like mental stuff, watching demos and talking about it?
Well, first of all, yeah, we had a problem with the Villa because the internet was a bit bugged there. So we couldn't play from there. We went to another office. So it was a bit of a different preparation because we had limited time. But it was more about individual plays and mentally coming to the major as a team because we didn't change our game that much. We focused obviously on some aspect and like adding a few things left and right, but there was nothing really special we made coming to this major. It was more about, finding that whole unity as a team and being able to understand each other well, good communication, and just, being able to, each one of us, make a difference in a game somehow.
Gotcha. So if you don't clutch, your teammates clutch. Spread the wealth. So obviously, you're in the winner's bracket of this group. You're going to play the winner of Na'Vi and CLG. Who do you not want to play? Let's put it that way.
Well, I would have said I want to play Na'Vi because in the past majors we always had a very good record against them, especially on the quarterfinals. I don't think they like us anymore. But yeah, I mean, either team, we know the maps we're going to play roughly. And CLG have got that surprise factor that we generally don't like as a team. And we know Na'Vi a bit more than the Americans. So yeah, rather face Na'Vi, but yeah, I'm just looking forward to how the game is going to go because it's going to be a tough matchup either way.
And let's fast forward to Sunday. You're in the grand finals. Been there before. Who's your kryptonite? Who do you not want to see there?
Well, depending on what teams show, Virtus Pro is the team that can, just go off and just play the perfect game. They have this ability. Aside from that, well, I don't know. It looks like we're having a tougher time against teams like Titan or NIP. Now just playing more loose and more against us, pretty much. But aside from that, we had a good record against Fnatic. They're always going to be a team we're going to fear. And we had a very good record on LAN so far against TSM with this lineup, so I'm not really scared of them. We would like to play against the normal teams that we always fight at the top, and then we see who's going to take it.
All right, well, thank you very much. That's going to do it for us. We got one more match tonight after the commercial break. The guys are going to wrap up this match, and then, again, Na'Vi taking on CLG.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the DreamHack Open here at Cluj-Napoca. I'm your host Richard Lewis. This is the Intel Analyst Desk and we're now going to pick apart the game that we just watched. It was a bit of a one-sided stomp actually, so there might not be too much to talk about, but let's see if we can milk it for all it's worth. We have got Thorin, Semler and DDK, so let's go into it. Envious, pretty comprehensive victory for them.
I mean, you think today of the performances we've seen, and the two teams who are in absolutely blitzing form are TSM and they are Envious. So the teams who came in the tournament as these should be the favourites. If the bracket goes the right way, they'll meet in the final. And you haven't seen anything different than that. I mean, this was an absolute cruise control for Envious. It's not even like they played immaculately. Just they almost couldn't lose, it looked like. And then Dignitas had no firepower. So put the two together and you're going to have a really bad recipe for a Dignitas game.
Yeah, and keep in mind, obviously, Dignitas did win that pistol right at the start, so the fact they only went on to getting those 3 rounds, going 3-0 up, and then only getting 6 in total, just sort of shows how dominant.
I mean, history tells us winning the pistol against Envious doesn't mean anything. There's no such thing as that cushion. Oh, and I get the second and third, you get nothing.
No, you
mate.
get nothing.
Yeah.
They're just
What happens then is they just destroy your economy. If anything, you didn't get off losing the pistol round there. You'd have some money on the third round.
And look at that, man. We talked about Elo hell. All right, so easy there. Top fragger in the game. On the losing side, of course. Massively so. It's a frightening statistic. I mean, AZ, of course, was strongly linked with TSM. As a replacement for Zipnik just, a while ago now. But before the previous major, as it was.
And look at this game. Like, look at this scoreline here. So Pimp, 5 kills, 2 assists. I wish we had a stat here for like damage per round. It must be insanely low to be able to have a score.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It doesn't even have any assists.
Yeah.
Oh, I see how it is working out there. So it's headshots, 2 headshots out of the 5 kills. Is that the metric? The little hashed area there on the bars. You see?
Okay.
HS kills. Is that it? Because I'm wondering, I thought it was maybe first half. They ended the first half with 2, and then total.
I think that's just your first half kills.
You think so? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Because he had 2 in the first.
But then
half.
I see headshots within parentheses there, so maybe that's it. Regardless, we're trying to make sense of the graphic.
Yeah, but regardless of that, I think the one thing you can definitely say is that AZ was a class above everyone else on his team, and that's worrying because that doesn't usually happen. I mean, the fact that Pimp is equally fragging to MSL, the in-game leader,
that's the big deal. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
because
absolutely.
usually Pimp actually does deliver on these tournaments. He's usually actually leading the team in that sense. And the thing is that you look at Cobblestone and you've got the T side right for Dignitas, and that's a situation where you get to exert your drills. It's not you can keep it simple as well. You can keep it to the basics, and you can still be very effective. It is a T-sided map at the moment still in the way the meta's going, and even that's been reinforced by the recent patch, allowing the Ts to have more freedom on the picking base game. There's lots of stuff that you can do, and a lot of teams struggle with the CT side. Even Envious, that would be their weak point if there was one, and they couldn't get anything. They couldn't put anything together. They couldn't put anything together there. Yeah. There was no. They couldn't find any holes.
I mean, and Tensky, of course, as well.
Envious could find a lot of holes.
Yeah.
They were doing a good job of filling them.
Yeah, I
Good
mean,
on them, quite frankly.
Tensky was obviously the new kid on the block, and it wasn't sort of a great introduction for him either.
They had their way with that boy.
Yeah, definitely. Overall, though, I mean, we can say, I think, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Envious, again, they are showing that potential championship winning form here.
I think the one thing with a team like Envious as well is that the thing is, a lot of people will be looking. You follow Counter-Strike quite closely, be looking at a lot of the online matches. But when you have teams like Envious and TSM and so on, you'll often see like dips on online, like what looks like maybe it's a slump, but in reality, it's like just a result that doesn't really mean much. It's kind of like a pseudo slump in a sense, because these teams need pressure, they need a big tournament, big stage to actually put the performance in. This tournament means everything to TSM. So, this is the very defining moment for them to put all the laser focus straight into it. So they're going to be at their best. And the same with Envious. Envious are a team, they need the pressure. I mean, we already know they're kind of, from the old Envious days, that they had this appearance, that they almost didn't care, they're very lackluster in that sense, and people question their professionalism. Well, again, this is another stage for them where they know that they should be in that grand final, and they have all the experience. This is just as we would expect, I think.
Yeah, and one of the guys that we highlighted again coming up as the MVP in the former Happy. Now, Duncan, obviously, I know you always like to critique his performances and you pay particularly close attention to him. What did you make of him in this game? I mean, I guess ultimately he didn't really have a lot of resistance.
I mean, there was a lot of good players on Envious as well. It wasn't like it was just a single standout in that sense.
Yeah.
Surprising that his best gun was the AWP overall, because I mean his opening was okay.
He's been picking it up more and more.
He didn't have any particular
City half was just
highlight rounds or anything. I actually thought in some ways Kiyoshiima was probably the best player. I mean, you remember the play he made on the platform there, where probably should die at least 2 or 3 times in that round before he gets the 3 kills.
Honestly, yes. And he led the frags as well throughout the entire thing. So I mean,
good performance from everyone, I think, in this team.
Yeah, what about tactically? What have we noticed? Were there any trends there? I mean, again, I know Dignitas couldn't really get anything going, but Envious, we've talked about how good they are with their T executes. Like right now, I think it's them and Virtus Pro that are taking T play to that next level. You can see on the movement analysis.
What's interesting
here.
is, on Envious' side, admittedly, they were way ahead already. But when they were attacking the A site, they would send Kenny S with an AWP by himself along that long area, and he wouldn't have anyone with him. He wouldn't have someone to trade if he died, and the rest of them were just working the middle area. So you have to be extremely confident that your guy's going to get picked. He's not going to get taken out immediately by the angle. The others are going to be able to get round. So it just showed that they had no respect for Dignitas whatsoever. Deservedly so. Dignitas couldn't stop them, and as a result, they were going to roll them at all times.
And going over to the T side, you can already see how they once again have to change up positions, change where they are playing. CT and T side, Dignitas, I mean, you have Tensky up on plateau, and Tensky, trying to create those up. That's like the key position we were talking about going into this, that Dan actually spoke quite a bit about going into this map, where you want to put your heavy fragger on plateau because he can single-handedly open up that bomb site for you. If he gets one shot on a guy holding at the statue on the bomb site, or if he picks off the guy holding hen house, any of these key frags right there can actually allow for your teammates to push in and actually get that site. But they put on Tensky, who isn't exactly what you would think as like the heavy hitter fragger, the guy who's going to wreck people. No, he's fresh into the team, still figuring out how the hell he's supposed to fit into this team. Why don't you have AC there? Why don't you have him just sit there and do work?
I mean, what I will say is I have seen him do, I think, that same role back when he was part of SK, I think it was. And I think, so maybe...
But not AC, Kirby. Even. Kirby would have been superior to Tensky, in my opinion, because Kirby's played that position before, so just give it back to Kirby. But
but then again, Kirby's had this choking problem in big games.
The thing is, all Tensky did in this game was he would just walk up, look if there's someone behind the box. If there's not, he just walk back.
Yeah.
That's nothing, mate.
Exactly, that's not the point of the
You've
role.
got people working the dropper like they were. That's what AZ was going initially all the time. The guy who's on the plateau, at the very minimum, is like a distraction, or he's drawing people away, giving you a chance so that there's not two people in the dropper. There was some rounds you saw, they killed the guy who was coming in the drop zone, the guys on Envious, just because they had two people set up there. Well, there's no one to draw you away from that.
Yeah.
So let's see what that does to the group. We'll bring that up for you now. And you can see with that Envious win, that confirms they're obviously in the winner's match. Team Dignitas down to the loser's match. And coming up, we've got Na'Vi versus CLG. And, Team Dignitas, they might fancy one of those. But even so, I think they've got a real uphill struggle to look forward
At this point, Dignitas are probably hoping that they get Na'Vi, because at least Na'Vi they know. At least Na'Vi they have experience against. CLG are probably going to be a little bit of a... if you have to go for a raw punching game with CLG, do you really want to do it with a team that you're perhaps not as familiar with?
And I think it spares your blushes a little bit if you get beat by Envious and Na'Vi, right? You can say, hey, well, even on our best day, with a lineup that was stable, maybe we don't beat those
judging
teams.
by what we've seen from the NA team so far, nobody wants to lose to them.
Yeah.
Plus you've got this situation, right, where CLG, they defeated Flipside 2-0 to actually go to get to this tournament. So on land, that's actually quite impressive, because you wouldn't have expected that from CLG, because Flipside are quite a drilled, tactical, strategical team, so they're not going to give you very easy openings. So teams that have a lot more skill than them can more easily open up Flipside, but you would expect a team that's like a CLG that's not necessarily as powerful individually, that they would struggle. But in fact, the opposite. They actually pulled it together. They looked very weak in the Stockholm qualifier. They looked kind of weak early on. Came into that match against Flipside, and they managed to actually just beat them. And when it comes to Na'Vi, Flipside Na'Vi, they have some crossovers in how they play. Of course, it's kind of a domestic situation there. So that Na'Vi CLG matchup, if that happened, that could be amazing actually. That'd be a really fun one.
One of the matches of the day for sure.
Absolutely.
Duncan, anything to add?
Nice if we had some matches today at this point in time. And there's been too many cobble games.
Liquid MVP.
There's been too many that have just been one-sided, like as in someone just runs it up massively, and even if they give up rounds later, they were always so far ahead. So I'm hoping we at least... I hope for another map. I don't want to see Cobblestone.
Yeah, I was going to... Even I'll admit now...
I'm all done with Cobblestone for today. That's enough Cobblestone for today.
Please.
Thank you. I don't care about your dragon lores, Cobble. it just needs to go.
Well, look, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. And with that, now we can go to a break. It's going to be the final game of the day when we come back. Na'Vi versus CLG. Please join us.
child of Iris, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't a liar, then just give me what I need. Tell me where am I wrong?
Ваня был у нас очень активным, очень таким жизнерадостным, очень резвым ребенком и очень целеустремленным.
He's very caring, very kind. He loves the family. To be honest, I was feeling that he is special since he was very young because he has some kind of characters that belongs to champions. He was 9 years old when he started to play, and it was just his hobby. He liked too much.
Когда мы отдыхали на море с Родионом, с нашим двоюродным братом, мы ходили на пляж, а Ваня все это, каждую любую свободную минуту старался удрать в компьютерный салон. И только там мы знали, где его можно найти. Вот кроме моря, вот только там.
Я часто прогуливал школу со своими одноклассниками, и мы проводили время по утрам в компьютерных клубах. Вот. Там я познакомился с этой игрой. Впервые играл в самую первую версию, которая вышла в 99 году. Вот. Прям помню все как сейчас. Это был Винчестер, была одна из самых крутых волын в игре, и Кольт был с приближением. На протяжении жизни мне много людей говорили о том, что чем ты занимаешься, ты играешь в компьютерные игры, это детское занятие. Но я всегда верил, я знал, что это вырастет в большой спорт, и никогда не терял в эту веру.
Уделял настолько много времени, внимания, сил и здоровья своей игре, что на все другое у него просто уже даже времени не оставалось.
He felt that it's something serious in his life and it will help him and to realize himself in future.
Харьков замечательный город, очень люблю свой родной город. Харьков — это студенческий город, сюда приезжают масса ребят учиться, поступать в университеты, поэтому здесь всегда весело, они все общаются, очень много молодежи на улицах. Мы начали собирать лучшие команды в городе, мы у себя в Харькове. Начали выигрывать турниры по всей Украине. Затем начали ездить в Москву. И с тех пор моя жизнь уже состоит из поездок в своем большинстве. И я в родном городе иногда тоже как приезжий себя чувствую. Но, тем не менее, любовь к городу осталась.
Your experience is good.
Я побывал много где. Недавно пытался посчитать страны, на пальцах не хватило. не говоря уже о городах.
He is traveling too much, but I think it's good for him. He see a new people, new countries, new experience. It's good.
Я побывал много где. Недавно пытался посчитать страны, на пальцах не хватило. Не говоря уже о городах. Скандинавии, Индию, Корею, Китай, Северную Америку. Это бесценный опыт для любого человека. И только потом, в 2010 году, собралась команда Нави, в которой я играю до сих пор, но с небольшими, скажем так, паузами. Вот, уже на протяжении 5 лет. Ведь я тренируюсь много со своей командой, мы очень много времени проводим вместе, мы очень много работаем. Бывают ссоры, бывают конфликты, бывают моменты счастья, удовольствия. Это все вы переживаете вместе, потому что огромную часть моей жизни занимает именно команда. Если не большую часть вообще в моей жизни занимает команда. Поэтому нужно относиться к ней. Я отношусь к ней как к второй своей семье.
Я очень горжусь моим сыном. Меня очень радуют, конечно, его победы. Я даже не надеялась, но даже в лучших мечтах я не думала все-таки, что он добьется настолько больших побед.
It happened how it should be. There is no other way. Because to get what he has now, you have to give much. And so that was a sacrifice.
У меня есть мечта. Я хочу выиграть чемпионат мира в CSGO. Я не добился еще этого, и я к этому иду и буду работать над этим, пока не добьюсь.
Для него это очень важно, супер важно. Для него победа — это все.
It's his life. He lives with this game. And when he sees the result, I think it will make him happy because he thinks it worth it, what he has done.
There we go, another feature on one of the legends of the game. It's a great bearded legend, Edward. And Duncan, obviously, you know a thing or two about this chap from way back in the 1.6 days. Part of one of the greatest teams in history.
Certainly, and I mean, something a lot of people don't know is, for a lot of Westerners, he only really came on the radar when it was with Na'Vi, because then he was a superstar. But even a couple of years before that, he was playing in Virtus Pro, he was playing in Hellraisers. He was already known as like a skilled player, but at the time he didn't have the team around him. Well, he even goes even further than that. I once went back and looked up all the history of the old Ukrainian players and Russian players to see like where the roots came from. And like they were mentioning there, these guys were playing LANs for like 5-6 years before Na'Vi came around. They used to just go into LAN every month, every 2 months, and there was actually a very vibrant scene within the CIS region. So when it's someone like Edward and they're still playing now, they must have some deep-seated like love for the game. It's a bit like Get Right, you know. When someone's put in that many hours, they're not playing anymore just because, oh, it's fun to go to a tournament or maybe I'll win or whatever. There's something else driving at that point, because I'm not joking, he might have played in his career like 700 LANs or something utterly ludicrous like that. Something where guys from NA who are working on their like 11th LAN, you know, you can't even imagine playing against a veteran of that level of experience. He's not going to get shaken when he's in a LAN situation. No. That's like a second home to him, it really is.
And let's not forget, it clearly isn't about the money at this point. I mean, you know, he was part of the team that won the most prize money in a year. He's definitely made his fair share, but like you say, it's all about the love of the game. Anyway, speaking about people who love the game, of course, we've got Fifth Lara and Moses back. We've come full circle as we started,
yes,
so
we have.
shall we end? And
we're going to get Cobble.
I mean, yeah, we've got Cobble
Oh my God.
versus CLG, and it's your old friend Cobblestone. So, yeah, I know. Are the players maybe trolling us at this point? Like, is this...
No, this is... I mean, it's always going to be a 50-50 if it's going to be Cobble or the other map, and throughout the whole day, it's been Cobble.
But no one wants to ban it. I feel like the teams just, this map can be so much more even than other maps, so they're just like, no reason not to.
The problem is, what situation was CLG in? Like, if we take Na'Vi out of the equation, I'm like thinking, right, CLG, maybe Mirage, obviously, you try and head towards that. Maybe play some Overpass. Yeah, those are the two maps that if you play Na'Vi are right off the table immediately, and they've had to ban them themselves because you can't play Mirage against Na'Vi and expect to win.
And that's one of CLG's favorite maps.
Yeah,
they love playing Mirage. They'll play it all day.
Kind of what I just said, but yeah, well done.
No, but then we come to the point where they veto out of fear, right? They veto out of fear.
They almost came to you out the ethos of it, didn't it? You know.
But I mean, I've got to say as well, there, looking at that veto, it's not like, I mean, Train was left in there. Na'Vi can play a bit of Train. They're decent on Cobble. They're not bad by any means.
No.
I mean, this is where I think some of these teams that maybe don't have that depth of map pool, they get caught between a rock and a hard place here because they've had to remove Na'Vi's strongest maps. Great, now you're playing them on some of their second or third tier maps. Still way better than you.
Yeah, but okay, well, then we go to the point where
if say Mirage is CLG's best map, and then they veto that because it's always Navi's best map, then they veto out of fear, right? They don't have confidence in themselves. Like, well, this is our best map. We're gonna prove them wrong. Instead, they decide to veto their best map, and then you end up with a potential, a cobblestone. Sure, I don't really know how good CLG is on cobblestone if they even play it that much. But I would probably bet, after this game when Navi has trashed them, I would probably bet that we should never have actually vetoed.
Well, here's the part that doesn't make sense. So you don't want to play Navi on Mirage because Navi's amazing on Mirage, but it's one of your best maps. So let's play that on Cobblestone where they're also really good, but we're not that good. That's where it doesn't add up to me. Like, I understand the first part of it, but you have to think ahead in the back. Man.
Well, I mean, you could say that about basically every map, except,
No, but the point is, at least this way, you'd be strong on the map.
Right,
Like, they'd be amazing,
yeah.
but Cobble particularly is like, it's still always been a specialist map for Navi, whereas there's no pedigree there offline against European teams.
What other map does CLG have pedigree on? I mean, I know what you're saying. Just play them on Mirage.
We were going to ask Humo, so sure. And they,
you could say they can have all the pedigree against the North American teams and North American leagues. It's not going to matter against Navi.
So you gave up
I
already?
would still plump for Mirage.
This is America's last hope, Moses. Give us something. Here's
the reality of the situation is that CLG may look great tonight, and Cloud9 might look like the worst North American team on this first day, but there's still the best chance for a North American team to get out of groups.
Okay. Well, look, we picked our featured matchup today. Of course, Guardian and JDM 64. I keep telling them, just drop that 64, man. It's just a mouthful. But
that was a brilliant Nintendo console, though.
Yeah, it was. It was, absolutely. He's left it in there. And, of course, these are going to be this kind of sniper head-to-head. Now, obviously, Guardian, I think we can say, inarguably the better player. However, it's worth mentioning, has underperformed at majors. Statistically.
I mean, yeah, for what the level of his career, I mean, he is one of the all-time great players. He's a player who's had years. I mean, we're going back to 2013 when he was having standout LAN performances. He was really amazing. But you look at the history of the majors, it's hard to find one that he was really good at. I think that probably the best one was maybe DreamHack Winter 2014, where they got past Dignitas. He was pretty good there, like he would have good maps, but during his peak, which was the summer, that came right before the last major. You were thinking, right, if you can ride this, it was a bit like Skadoodle. If these guys can keep that form and go into the major, they're going to give their team a chance. Maybe they could make a semi, make a final, and both of the teams just fell apart, actually. We never got to see that excellent form, and actually both of those AWPers, who at the time, it was between them who's the best in the world, both have slumped since then. I mean, it's kind of sad because Guardian's still a very good player.
Oh, he's an amazing player.
But at the moment, when you look at the stats, he's one of those players where it's sad to say for someone like Guardian, if you go to the normal stats, and you look, the stats are still pretty good, but then you click that land button and it drops off at the moment. That's sad when it's one of the all-time great players.
So, guys, I've just been told we're getting closer to the 90 seconds left before we go live in the game. So, obviously, need to hurry this up. I quickly want to get a few thoughts about JDM from you, and then we'll get into predictions.
I think JDM has been fantastic recently. He's a player who came on really slow when he came back to CLG, had a lot of issues. Just his style of peaking and playing is like very aggressive, very just like re-peak. I'm always going to take this fight, always going to take this fight. And he's calmed that down a lot. And since that point where he started toning that down, he's shot up in his efficiency.
Okay, so it's prediction time. Just nice and quick, short and snappy. Is this Navi's game to win, Robin?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Navi will get in that ass.
Good to know. Anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. Sorry it was so short.
They're going to drop the soap?
Can we?
Thorin, here.
We've done
the soap right here.
We've done so well.
Borderline contextual.
We've done so well. Guys, I wore a tie.
Okay.
Come on. Right, anyway, let's do it. Let's get into the last game of the day. It's Navi versus CLG. Take it away, boys.
Oh dear, can't take fifth round anywhere, can you?
No soaps anymore, please.
Indeed, please, no more soap. So, we are soon to get into the pistol round. 10 seconds away we are. So, we are into the last map, the last match of the evening. And if you haven't got your D-Lord drops, then good luck and have fun to you at home. I'm joined by Mr. Natu. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you. How are you?
I am spectacular. Already 500,000 people watching. That is pretty damn cool. So, we're going to have Navi starting on the CT side. Zeus going for the Dualies. The Dual Elites.
Guess why not?
No armor, however. Something we commonly see. In fact, they'll have 3 players of armor with no CTs going for diffuse kits here. Let's have a look at the play of CLG. Got 2 people heading over towards the B-bomb site, but There's no indication from the bomb itself as to what their ultimate intentions may be.
Yeah. Maybe they're just trying to bait something first, or they're faking something. That's the two options right now, since the bomb is all the way down to middle.
Yeah, so you can see that little bit of harassment there from FNS, but we're seeing a completely static CT side. They are not reacting to this, so if that was a bait attempt, it wasn't a good one. The maggot is wriggling no more. So what is the play going to be here from CLG?
Seems like they're going to be going towards the B bomb site. That's what they're setting up for right now. I think it's going to be a pop flash for that drop room. We're going to have Hayes and the buddies jump down there, and it's going to be mayhem afterwards.
Well, the CTs have 4 people basically on the B bomb site ready to defend it. Flamey is going to spot for his team and try and move into a better position, try and get more of his teammates to come in to help. Edward, Zeus coming in. Zeus with 2 frags now with the dualies, and this round is falling apart for CLG. Tarek goes, can they even get a single frag? Zeus goes down, but that's going to be that. Na'Vi take the first round.
Yep. Speaking of mayhem, I mean, that was that was quite straightforward. CLG obviously, trying to go through drop room, but Zeus with those dualies, getting the kills, and everyone else in the team as well chiming in, and it just looked a bit too easy. I mean, they didn't manage to. I think what you maybe want to do there is just also have a bit of a sandwich effect, but not really happening for CLG at that point, and that's going to be putting them in a force buy situation, though. They're going to be forcing on this second round. A couple of flashes, Tech 9s, PP50s. See what they work with. It seems like they're going to be to that B bomb site.
So you can see Flamey getting the smoke down there. Coming in with the MP9, but the Tech 9 will have your superior range there. One tap and he's going to go down. The P90 coming in. This is going to be a bloodbath here for Na'Vi. But they've lost 2 players. The bomb is in their control for now. Edward with the range spray with the M4, leaving only Tarek versus 2. He's got a P250. He has armor as well. I don't know if he's going to be able to pick up a gun in his travels. He's in the middle of a crossfire as well. Sees with a brazen grenade there. Done the damage. Finished off by Edward.
Yeah, that was a fairly good round for CLG. Getting 3 kills. I think that's a lot more than they could have asked for in the end there. Tarek picking up a couple kills. So that's going to make a bit of a dent to Na'Vi's economy to start off with. But obviously, as CLG just fully invested on that one, that means they're going to be saved here on this one.
The good thing for CLG is that they forced Na'Vi to buy the superior weapons, the M4s, earlier, which means that they're going to get less of a kill bonus in this round should it go Na'Vi's way. But Flamey's picked up the Mag 7, and we know that has a big kill bonus, and that he can continue with that as a primary gun if he's going to be holding down the drop zone area from close. Tarek comes in blind, gets taken out. Close casket funeral for him, and again this is a clean up here. Flamey's just made $2,700. Nobody going down on this occasion. Clean round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was a no respect play from Na'Vi. They were just pushing left and right. They were just going ham and getting those kills down, and CLG not able to answer. And they're sitting pretty at 4 frags total in the first 3 rounds. This is gonna be the first buy round. And JDM going to the op directly. Won't have any grenades to work with, but his teammates still have smokes and flashes to do stuff with, so should be an okay round for them.
Curiously, the Mag 7's been thrown over to Steve. You can see he's playing the underpass area. He'll have to play close if he wants to make the best use of that. Again, it has a short stub and short range, and he's gone down already. Taken down by FNS, and there's a minute and a half on the clock here for CLG to play with. This is causing a 3-man rotation from Na'Vi towards the A site, just in case CLG are going to go for a fast play, but they're going to hold their horses and use this advantage however they can. Guardian looking to close the range. No fear from this man. Super dangerous with this AWP, no matter the skill of his opponent. JDM, though, has the angle. Guardian at a disadvantage, going for the peak, getting punished. So, 2 men down on Na'Vi. Flamey with the potential for a multiple spray down here. Switch to AWP, no bullets left in the gun. There goes Cutler. Looking for JDM as well, but FNS coming in from the back. And the CTs will trade. Now, JDM with 6 HP versus 2. Zeus and Edward remain. Zeus heavily tagged. JDM, though, with the AWP. And he requires 1 shot, gets taken down by Edward.
Yeah, when you create a 5-3 situation so early when you're CLG like that, it's very heartbreaking those around. It was all Flamey, obviously. Making those 2 kills was huge. Getting that kill with an M4, then picking up that op. So here we see the replay actually of that kill, and Zeus coming in from connector to seal the deal basically. JDM down to just like 5 HP. Not really much he can do in that 1-on-3. So opportunity was created by CLG. Getting first pick right off the bat, that's going to be a good thing going forward. If they manage to get those integrals, those are going to be the opportunities they will need to create some rounds here.
So now it's Flamey back on the shotguns, but he's gone for the auto shotty this time. Probably a good choice when he knows his opponents are going to be on the eco in case they go for a fast push into drop zone. He'll be ready for them. But for now, they're headed towards A long. Being smoked off now, so that choke point will be out of bounds in the near future. Guardian going for the resmoke.
Yeah. CLG also, it would be important to get some kills going on. Otherwise, Na'Vi is going to be build up a hefty bank. very early stages, and that's going to be very, very hard for them. That means the Navi's can buy whatever they like to, even go for their auto snipers and have all the Molotovs they need to just hold off the attacks.
Well, now most of the CLG side find themselves creeping over towards B. There are some Molotovs on the CT side to make things a bit more difficult for them. Hayes with a 1D taking down Edward. That will ring alarm bells for Na'Vi. They've got 2 players on the A side, have the CT side. If CLG can get on the site with numbers, this could get difficult for Na'Vi. Flamey with the auto coming in, taking down FNS. Got Zeus in for support, but the bomb's being planted now. 3 people on the site, however, they have no armor to speak of. Their lives will be paper thin and they will get taken down. Tarek is the only one standing. Flamey's coming in with the shotgun.
No fear.
There we go. 3 people surviving for Na'Vi, which will be good for their economy, on top of the bonus money from those shotguns.
Yeah, obviously for CLG, the main mission at that point is to get that bomb down. They managed to do it. That's going to help them going further. Again, they can pick up that op, which they most often do. This is a team that really relies on JDM making openings with that op, so they'll definitely have the money to buy whatever they like to at this point. But I think they should opt to do some more things they did in the first weapon rounds, just try to take that middle control faster. Make sure you have control of one of the areas of the map to cause the rotation from the CTs.
All right, so it's another opportunity for CLG to get some work done. Again, we can pay attention to the nade buy of Na'Vi. They've got 3 people on the Molotovs again, so they're going to try and slow down the push of CLG should it come somewhere on the site. CLG moving very quickly, actually, down T-main towards the B-bomb site, looking for some fast aggression here. Edward's going to play behind the tree position. The counter flash is coming in. That smoke will deny the T's vision of the impending grenades. Hayes going to get naded down to 33 HP. So the boost has come in. This is a very strong position for Edward. You can avoid many flashbangs, but a wall of smokes has come in, and indeed he's got a high ground advantage. Guardian gets taken down in return to Tarek for Edward, but Edward is still up there with another frag. They're trading back and forth, but the CTs are now advancing. Man advantage for them. JDM trying to find some frags, but he's not connecting with anyone at the moment. Both the remaining T's stuck on the T-main area. Edward charging forward with a pistol. Can't get it done though. And wow.
JDM.
He's going to get absolutely wrecked.
The odd moment of that round is the fact that Guardian was the one getting boosted out from drop. He was going to be flanking with an AWP and gets picked off by the first player. Not entirely sure why you would do that.
Well, CLG make their way onto the scoreboard. The buy continues, but there have been a few costly rounds for Na'Vi. Again, earlier on the full buy rounds, they had a lot of money in the bank now. They've only extended their lead too. Now it's been shortened a bit by CLG, but they could be broken very early on here. But it's a good start from them, 5-1. Passive round now from CLG, changing the pace. You can see JDM with a very long range towards A long here, looking for some aggression from Na'Vi. Again, it paid off a bit deeper into long when he got that frag onto Guardian. We'll see if he can get something now, but the first frag will go the way of Na'Vi. Edward taking down Hayes towards Team A.
Yeah, also you see Guardian and Seized are a lot more aggressive this time around towards that A site. You have Seized all the way in this side hall, and Guardian's going to be peeking that middle, but it's CLG is actually setting up for a B push, probably happening in a matter of a few seconds here, actually.
How hungry will Na'Vi get for the information towards A? Can they get the numbers over towards B in time? Tarek going to jump and he's going to get slam dunked by Zeus. He's going to go down. Zeus will be traded by Cutler. He'll be traded straight back. Again, this is going the way of the CTs. Only JDM remains. And Edward's in a great position. Well, he's dead now, so never mind that. 3 versus 1, however. 40 seconds on the clock here. There's a chance for a rotation for JDM, but he'll have to commit to it. He hasn't got too much time to play around with here. Moving towards the A site where it is actually completely vacant at the moment, but Na'Vi will be not worried on the retake.
He has to smoke a Molotov and a grenade to work with as well, but Guardian's going to be too fast for him. He's going to be on that site. It's going to be JDM's worked very, very hard at this point. It's got only 15 seconds left as well, so it seems like JDM's opting to just save that AWP. Maybe the right call at this point. I don't think he would have even managed a bomb plan at that point unless the CT on that site would have done a mistake.
Yeah, all he can do in this situation is lose money. And obviously the economy of the CT side isn't great either, but at this point it's probably more important for him to save his own gun as opposed to potentially losing it, trying to do damage to the CT side.
Yeah, but right now CLG's not able to trade kills properly. It's Na'Vi that's winning all those battles. They're making sure the numbers are in their favor when those attacks come in. They're not able to just do the trade the kills in the drop zone or be long. The best round so far they've had, basically, is the one where they just went through middle with a pop flash. They got the entry. They even managed a second kill, but then things just crumbled afterwards. So something similar maybe could be in the works for CLG to make a difference.
So we're going to have basically an AWP play here from CLG. This is something we've seen Versus Pro do on Cash on the T side, and they've made it work. might be a little bit difficult to do it on
Look at the
cobblestone.
HP.
They've taken nades to the chest, to the face, to the arms, to the legs. There aren't enough bandages to heal these wounds.
They don't, do they?
That is disgusting. Yeah. Well, JDM is the one with armor, so they're going to need him to open. This might be Operation Human Shield here, where the CLG tagged players just come running into the Gatling gun, while JDM does what he can. But who knows if it's even worth him going for the push here. It's a very difficult situation for CLG. They've managed to think Edward, but with well, he's gone down finally. And there we go. Another nade comes in, and the numbers are thinning very, very quickly here for CLG. Again, JDM remains. Is he going to do a runner? No, he's going to spray him down. 7-1, Na'Vi extending the lead here.
Yeah, it's looking very grim for CLG so far. See what they opt to do on this one. If they invest on it, they do. It's going to be AKs across the board, I think it's going to be. And some needs to work with as well, but like I said, I think the focus needs to be shifted towards that A side more. They need to try to take control of middle, try to get the openings from there. Right now, that B bomb side, it's just not open for business.
By coming out for the T's once again. No AWP this time. You can see the money starting to be strained. Look at the lack of nades on CLG. That's going to make it hard for them to execute. Numbers heading towards A long this time. Flamey is ready and waiting. That flash is going to do nothing. Two-man spray down. Can he find the third with the Tech 9? No, Tarek going to take him down. Instantly traded by Guardian. Only Hayes remains. CLG getting destroyed in this round. 4 people alive for Na'Vi. That will be good for their money if they can hold that to the end of the round here. The bomb is firmly in their control as well. A minute 10. So what does Hayes do in this situation?
I mean, there's not a lot he can do really, unless Na'Vi starts to make some mistake. But he's going to be going through the smoke. I think it's going to be easy pickings for Cease at this point onwards. Yep, there we go. Cease picking up that last kill on Hayes. But, right, I mean, I mentioned trade kills, and Flamey should have never gotten those 2 kills without dying. Never ever. That flash they're trying to throw, the CLG, didn't seem to work at all for that position.
Well, difficult times for CLG, and
I think it's a timeout worthy situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, they may get shut out of this match in one half. One round is not enough to go through to try and get things back on the CT side, which is indeed the less favoured side at the moment. So looking at a rush towards the B bomb site. We've got the flashes coming in and the counter flashes from the CTs. There is a player on Chicken Coop. That's Edward. He is taking them down at the moment, being tagged, but CLG will be desperate for the bomb plant here, and it's currently looking unlikely. But the CTs are moving back with C's coming in for the flank, but he's coming in slowly. Doesn't want to give his position away too early. Edward finally goes down, but look at the tags on these CLG players. C's is the only one remaining now, but he can clean this up very quickly if he's fast. The bomb's gone down. That's the primary mission taken by CLG, but they're in a very good position to take the entire round here.
Oh, never mind. It could have been big. This is a very hard situation for Cease at this point. Unless the terrorists started peeking and giving him free kills. It's going to be Mission Impossible now. There we go. FNAS going to pick that one up, and unlikely round go to CLG's way. They're managing to just basically get B-rush and managing to get those headshots, getting those kills one by one is what enables that. But, you know, that's going to be one odd round here and out, and, you know, being able to try and string these together right now is going to be the thing. Actually make some viable rounds that could win for them.
That's a very bizarre situation, not only because they won the round, but because of the economical damage they've done to Na'Vi.
Yeah.
That if the T's win this round as well, then they could catch up very, very quickly.
They could, definitely. I mean, remember last time this guys met on this map was in Cologne, and that's when CLG actually managed to take 9 rounds on this T side to make it. Unfortunately for them, they lost at 14-16 though.
All right. So CLG deep towards T main at the moment, waiting for all these counter nades from the CT side, and they're starting to push. They're moving in on Guardian's position, but it's Guardian. He's taking down Tarek. Hayes has fallen to the flames. The bomb's being planted again here for CLG. That's more money in the bank, but they need rounds, not just money. Guardian still on the site, finally getting taken down by Cutler. Edward dancing through the smoke, trying to cover his teammates back, but everyone is on the site. The boost is coming in, but it's not going to work out this time. Maybe did some damage to his teammate as well. 2 versus 3, and they just can't connect the bullets anymore. CLG with another round on the board have potentially broken Na'Vi here.
Yeah, exactly like you pointed out. That eco win and now winning this round as well. It's going to be putting Na'Vi into a safe situation. And this time around, CLG entering that bomb site, they managed to do the trades in their favor. They were the one taking that initiative. And getting that bomb down was a huge part of it. Guardian making that flick shot and all, but still not managing to capitalize Na'Vi on that situation. And now CLG finally getting some life an opportunity to come into this match.
So, Na'Vi have gone deep towards A. We've got multiple deagles coming out. Are we going to see a fast boost? Yes, we are. And it looks like CLG are going for a smoke execute. If Zeus is brave enough to continue pushing here, he could savage the team. Starting to rotate away now, maybe trying to bait a rotation towards B. Ah, he's not going to get a single shot with that deagle. No damage done to CLG so far. And they will be very paranoid now. They've seen that the flank is coming in.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if actually CLG heard Navi's rotation or what happened there. But they seem to bait a bit of a fake, and now they're just walking in that B bomb site. It's only going to be seized in there and hazed, getting that kill as well, and that's going to be that B bomb site totally empty.
So Na'Vi now have lost their position, and they'll have to go through these narrow choke points, that door and the drop area, unless they go for a long rotation and try and play for exit. See if they can steal some weapons. So another good idea.
That'd be the best they could hope for at this point. Nothing else is going on for them.
Yeah, they're going for the long rotation. Biggest rotation EU, all the way through T-spawn. We'll see if they opt to venture into the toilets, the porta-pooies.
And when it comes to next round as well, it's only going to be Zeus and Guardian that actually have proper money. So Seized, Edward, and Flamey are sort of low on cash. So they'll have to make some compromises when it comes to purchases next round.
We have a standoff at the porta-pooies. I'm not sure if you've ever experienced this. I haven't either.
No, I haven't.
Tarek with two-man spray down outside the box. So the gap is getting smaller between these two teams. And again, just a bizarre, like, anomaly round has given CLG the opportunity to make something of this first half. 4 rounds on the board now, out of 12. Heading in the right direction towards 7, but we'll see if they can get there. Guardian's back on the AWP, the rest of his teammates have the guns, but they don't have as many nades as they would have liked to. You've seen in previous rounds all the counter flashes coming in, but we'll get back to that. Guardian getting boosted again, not getting the no-scope onto Hayes, but he'll get the opportunity for the second shot, and Zeus will come in just in time. They've lost a bomb as well, have the teams. It's fallen into the drop zone. They've got a man disadvantage here.
Yeah, slightly unlucky for CLG that Na'Vi happened to boost Guardian there. He got those 2 huge kills and just basically single-handedly stopped that rush. And yeah, we have Tarek and JDM in that B bomb site, but they don't have the bomb. That's going to be a bit of an issue for them to try and win this round.
Yeah, well, they have 4 avenues of approach, and there are 3 CTs to defend. The boosters come in, so Na'Vi know that their situation is somewhat precarious despite the single-man advantage, so they will be the aggressor here.
Yeah, at this point, Na'Vi needs to make mistakes, or CLG needs to get extremely lucky for them to have a chance in this round, to be honest.
Well, Tarek is coming in, doing what he can. Zeus will keep his high ground position. Oh, the smoke. That is a bit of vinegar in the wound, or salt, whatever your preference is. Guardian is holding the angle. So, what is the play here from CLG? Do they go for the save? Do they try and do some damage? Because the plant is very unlikely here. They could try a wipeout, but that's going to be a big gamble as well. Especially considering Zeus's position, obviously unbeknownst to them. See Guardian playing around a piece of wood. Good to avoid flashbangs as well. He will have no problem taking down Tarek and JDM on his lonesome.
Yeah, only a misplay from Na'Vi would have swung the favor to CLG at that point. Bomb was so deep in that drop for him. Time was so low, it was down to 15 seconds before they actually had the opportunity. They would have actually had to take a gamble at one point, go through that smoke, and try to get lucky getting that first kill in that situation. You will see that replay of Guardian managing to make the stop of that push to drop. So CLG being a bit unlucky there, but they're still going to be able to full buy on this one. JDM still in the op and everyone else in the AK. A lot of nades, and seems like they really want to attack the bomb side a lot.
Yeah, they have a lot of mollies as well, which suggests the B play here. All the sneaky spots, the blind spots, the boost spots from the CTs. Edward's spot especially has Molotov written all over it. He's going for the pop flash while Guardian's running distraction. How many is he going to get? There's 2. Looking for the third through the smoke. JDM just about dodging it. Edward maybe got legged there, down to 15 HP. And again, Edward's position is very strong when flashbangs are coming in from the site, but he's going to get taken down by Cutler.
Difference between winning and losing is the detail. I think the position that Edward was in should have been Molotov 10 out of 10 times, but this time around CLG opting not to, and Guardian getting JDM. Cutler being the last guy, he's getting destroyed by Guardian as well.
Brainless, hit them with the stainless, MOP style.
You said it.
So we're into the last round of the first half. The money is less than spectacular for the CLG side.
That's okay. I mean, they can still buy, like, pretty okay purchase. they'll have some nade to work with. Actually, yeah, they'll have AKs and then AWP on board.
Yeah, a bit of a shortage on the grenades, so
yeah,
it's going to be hard to execute towards A with smokes, for example.
Yeah, just 2 smokes, so that's going to be their biggest problem, really.
They have a smorgasbord of flashbangs, and there's the first one going the way of the B bomb site. Looks like they're going to go for the fast aggression here, maybe because of the lack of grenades, but either way, it's FNS going to be the aggressor here. Down goes Youth, but we've got the trades coming in. Edward savaging Hayes and FNS, traded by Tarek. 3 versus 3, the T's in control of the site for the most part. We've got Flamey, I think he's through the choke point, but his teammates are definitely not. And if CLG can keep control of that, well, they're struggling now. Guardian's coming in, just going to rip Tarek's head off. Close casket funeral for him. 2 men left here for the T side. JDM has an angle, but it's him versus the rest of the Na'Vi side. He's got to hit the shots. He's got to have good positioning so he doesn't get traded. Guardian going to get flashed, which will slow things down, but the defuse is coming in now. The smoke, it'll be hard for him to find anything. He will go down. 11-4 to Na'Vi in the first half.
Yeah, the problem for JDM in that situation is that he's always around that box in an afterplan situation on that B bomb site. So, Navi's going to know he's going to be there. So in a 1-on-3 situation, they still had the smoke and everything, so not a lot going on for CLG or JDM in that last round. But that was a weird half, if you ask me, really. I mean, it was just basically only because CLG won that eco round that actually gave them an opportunity. Other than that, they were just getting shut down, except for the first weapon round when they took middle fast. They got the first kill, they got the second kill of the round as well, and then they mocked the 5-on-3 advantage. Rest of the half, they were going a lot towards that B bomb side and just getting shut off.
Yeah, so even an 11-4 scoreline, you might argue, is misleading here. Maybe it could have been
It could have been more brutal, yeah.
A 14-1 or who knows.
Right, yeah.
Who knows? Well, CLG have some air to breathe with, but not much. Na'Vi looking to shut them down in the second half. We're going to have a bit of a chat for both teams. They've got a minute on the clock here to talk. It's a plan.
Yeah, it's going to be tough considering Na'Vi is one of the best teams on this map, has been for a long time. As we know, it's more like an 8-7 T-side kind of map, not 4-11. So considering what's going on right now, it's not looking really good for CLG. So they have to obviously win the pistol round and then make a lot of right choices. They need to play super aggressively and try to play a lot of no respect plays, just take a lot of gambles and hope that they'll basically pay off and just win all A battles.
Almost 650,000 of you watching. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you have your Steam accounts linked if you want to get those drops. If you open a box and you get something crap, send me a tweet of your tears. 12 seconds away now from the second half, and again, all eyes on CLG to see if they can keep flying the flag for America. You can see those flags that Team Liquid were rocking are nowhere to be seen on these computers. Right, so into the second half, let's see what the buy is going to be for both teams. There was a period of time where you'd often see 4 Kevlars on both sides. We're seeing that from Na'Vi on the T side.
Yeah, they have seized with that smoke and a flash, so that's gonna smoke off one of the choke points on somewhere on the map. The question is, where is it?
So CLG with 3 sets of armor. Julie's making an appearance once again, and they went for the HEs. HEs have gone, and little damage has been done. So he's taking a little bit there.
Yeah,
it's a utility man for Na'Vi in this round.
Looks like smoke is actually going to be used as a fake here. He's throwing that smoke, and Edwards is going to be looming into that B plateau. He's going to try to get that first kill, and then the rest of his team is lurking down towards that A site.
Tagging coming in for Edwards, and JDM's going to come in with a ninja. It's going to get him Shinobi style with the daggers. So he's gone, and CLG now smelling a rat, moving forward to the A site with extermination in their eyes. Man advantage now, and Hayes has a strong position where we might have Na'Vi having to run the gauntlet here, but they managed to get a 3-man angle, but Guardian got just the 180 shot straight in the face. So CLG still with man advantage. The bomb moving up towards Connector. Actually, you can see Cutler there just waiting. He should see the shadow of Zeus if he tries to cross as well. We've got Flamey getting tagged, Flamey going down now. Cutler still just holding the angle. Can he find the head? Indeed he can. FNS coming in to finish things off there with the Julies. And that will be a first round on the board in the second half here for CLG.
Yeah, not a great fan of that strategy, to be honest with you. Basically, what Na'Vi was doing is just putting all that weight on Edward's shoulder with the smoke and the flash, and then sending him off to that B plateau. And he had to make something happen to cause a rotation, cause movement for the rest of this team to attack at A site. Once he died, there was this awkward 10 seconds of nothing. And then once they attacked that A site, they had no positional advantage. CTs were everywhere, and Na'Vi had nothing going on. So I like a more simple kind of approach when it comes to pistol rounds.
So we've got 2 shotguns on the CLG side. FNS going to be holding things down, playing in the connector / drop zone area with the Mag 7, and you can see Hayes there with big popper pump, the Scott Steiner in the underpass area. Na'Vi may be trying to identify what the play of CLG is here. Going for a slow one. We've got the Deegs coming out with armor. Seized again, going to be the utility man with nades and no armor to speak of. Guardian going for the Deeg and the Molotov, 2 flashes as well. So Na'Vi looks like they have a plan, but can they execute? There it is. He's just going to get blazed in the face there by those ball bearings. Rest of his team just going to march quietly. Still around 40 seconds on the clock for them. If they get a pick onto Hayes there, I'm sure they'll move pretty quickly. You can see their intention with the Molotov, but Hayes is well positioned. Tries to look away from the flashbang. He finally gets taken down, but he's got 2 teammates on the A side. They've got the range advantage. Well, they don't actually against the Deagles, as all the other guns have gone down. So we'll see if Na'Vi can pop some heads here. Indeed, there's the first one. Tags going down, so damage is being done to the CLG side. 20 seconds though for the T's to get on the site. So uses 2 HP, he's in a very sneaky position, but the Julie's coming in to take him down. Cutler falls as well, 2 versus 2. 13 seconds on the clock. The bomb's made its way onto the site. FNS going to be distracted by Edward, and we should see a plant here. 7 seconds remain. JDM scrambling for position, but there it is. Guardian's got no armor on the Deagle. He needs to pop the head here. JDM going to reposition. He might see Guardian, might hear him running around, and there is the headshot. So savage damage done to the CLG side. That's going to play a part coming into the future rounds, but they take the round nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely way too scrappy round there. I mean, the positioning that CLG had was a bit too risky at this point. Now we're not getting a bomb plan. It was quite evident that they're going to be force buying on that one. So you want to make sure you have your distance and you have an information on what they're actually doing before you're too committed to a situation. Now it just became into this crazy battlefield where the Deagles and the Tech 9s can just really go ham, and it just became this very dangerous round. Guardian could have easily won that as well, but like you said, that's going to be putting pressure in the CLG when it comes to their economy.
So I wonder what the plan is for Na'Vi here. They've gone
half-buy, yeah,
gone for a bit of a half-buy with a bunch of smokes and flashes as well. They've executed some of them. Looks like it might be a fast pace towards 8, but will they continue? Cutler's very calm here with his spray. Going to have 12 HP and repositioning. Got a teammate to take his spot. JDM coming in with a P90. This could be absolutely disgusting. Down goes Guardian. Steve's left with 10 HP versus 4. However, JDM and Cutler are heavily tagged, so he could continue to keep up the economical pressure here on the CTs if he can find the right engagement, if he's quick enough on the trigger. Minute on the clock for him to play with, and his position appears to be undetected, so he can just play the waiting game, see if the CTs start to get a bit greedy for information and punish them with that Tech 9.
That's pretty much the only hope he has right now. He's 10 HP left. Has the bomb though, so if a miracle happens, you get on that bomb set, but as we can see JDM on the bomb set, he has a teammate there as well, so I don't think Cease is going to get anything out of this.
Well, see if he can make something out. Nothing. Interestingly, the 2 heavily tagged players are on the A side. They've got a bit of a crossfire, but unless FNS bots him, who knows what would have happened had he made it past that little test.
Yep, small things that make a difference, so could have gotten dangerous, that's for sure. But now we'll see an actual buy round here for Na'Vi. What are they going to be buying? It's going to be AKs across the board. Everyone has a smoke. They have a bunch of flashes as well. Obviously, with the investments that they made in the previous rounds, it's sort of going to hinder their purchases, but still they have all that they need to do any kind of an execute at this point. See what they opt to do. It seems like a bit of a map control thing here. Just working their way up towards that A site, trying to take over the hallway. Perhaps is in the queue right now.
Mr. Kalashnikov in his house. 3 men heading towards A long. Hayes is waiting for them. Is he going to engage? Will he be traded? Got Guardian coming in, and he's going to get tagged, but he will find the frag. Cutler coming in to do what he can. He had the option to go for the re-smoke there, but he's going to try and use that smoke for as long as possible. And it seems he may indeed deploy the re-smoke.
Yep,
it appears he has.
Yeah, let's see how Na'Vi actually reacts on this. Getting that first pick towards A, they're going to probably think like CLG has, that they'll rotate one of the B players towards that A site and have a 2-2 setup. That's exactly what's happening here for the CTs, and Na'Vi would have a free entry through this drop room, but see if they actually manage to realize the situation or not.
So, JDM's going to have to play the close game with that P90 because it's going to be out of range, but Edward is creeping now. If JDM comes out at the right time, could get something nice here, but no, he's just going to wait and wait and wait, and Edward up close going to shoot him straight in the face. 5 versus 3 now as things start to speed up towards the B bomb site. Zeus has been taken down. There goes Caesar as well. Flamey coming in to do what he can. The flash will stop him from taking down Cutler. 2 versus 2. The bomb still in control of Na'Vi, but there are 9 seconds left. They've got a 2 versus 1, but FNS coming in from the back of the Mag 7. Can't find the angle in time. Edward will finally get taken down by the USP. And Guardian's got 10 HP. Even the Mag 7 could take him down from this range. Just needs one shot with that pistol. Guardian is going to have to just dance. Ooh. Wow. 10 HP.
See you later.
Nerves of steel.
Wow.
No remorse.
Yeah, what a shot by Guardian there. But again, that was a very Na'Vi-like round. Just playing down the clock to the last 20 or so seconds when they actually do that execute. As we saw earlier, as we can see this Guardian's beautiful shot here.
Bish bash bosh.
Na'Vi got that entry. Then they just slowed things down and they were waiting and waiting and waiting for the right opportunity in their minds to do that B execute. They did it and things almost fell apart just because they were playing so slow on that situation. So just one thing more, if it had gone wrong, it would have been a round for CLG. But this time it was Guardian that prevailed.
Na'Vi expecting some eco-aggression here from the CT side. You can see Edward being boosted up there towards teammate, and he's been holding good angles there where he's been just watching it on his own. Basically that angle, but from a bit lower, because obviously it's a good position for the CT. So just throw a flash off the box there. Oh, that hasn't gone well, has it? Well, again, Edward with the height advantage there will take down JDM. Looking for information he will find in the form of bullets straight to the chest. Meanwhile, over towards A-Long, there are 2 Na'Vi players heading in that direction. Guardian and Guardian and Zeus playing a tag team. Just trying to find out if there is a stack here from CLG. Saw a bit of 5-7 spray. FNS gets taken down from the back. Slowly but surely, the numbers are being thinned here for the CLG side. Na'Vi heading towards a 13-7. And the pressure starting to mount on the Americans.
Yeah, Na'Vi not really having to do much in this round except just wait for CLG to make cheeky pushes on both sides. Still not really committed. Now they are to the A site, and it's down to a 5-on-1 situation. If they were Na'Vi, and if the last guy, Tarek, is in B, is getting picked off by Edward. So there you have it. Like, it's going to be a 13-7 scoreline. And when you look at CLG's money, it's still not looking pretty at this point. They can have an AWP, which they're going to be buying as well. JDM is going to be on that op, but Tarek is going to have to deal with using a FAMAS, and they're going to have a lack of nades as well.
JDM will need to be considerably more effective on this half than he was in the first with the big green gun. Otherwise, his team are going to be in deep waters with no raft to hold on to. Na'Vi looking for a fast play of the rain potentially. JDM's boosted just as Guardian was, but is he going to go all the way with it? I think this might have just fallen off there, but here we go. See if Na'Vi are just trying to bait counter grenade. It looks like we're going to have an execute onto the site. I think that we can probably expect a Molotov to come into the tree position as well if they do indeed commit to this. Wall of smoke to the Molotov. There's the Molotov you're seeing to the tree position, which helps you avoid most of the flashbangs. So are they going to go for the push here? The CT's getting the first frag onto Edward, and they're going to have to dance around and through the smoke if they want to hold down this bomb site. Zeus, there goes the bomb. They're going to have to commit to this now. The numbers running out here for Na'Vi. Only Flamey remains here for the team with 12 HP versus 3. Bit of a scramble, and he'll get taken down by JDM. CLG surviving with 3 players will be important as well.
Yep, they managed to keep that crossfire alive towards that B platform, and JDM coming up, he was actually jumping on one of the players who was falling back, getting that kill behind his back. And there you have it, CLG just holding that bomb site. Na'Vi straight up played that B bomb site, not working, got boosted up, didn't manage to get a pick, and now JDM managed to get 2 kills, actually jumping on one of the players who was falling back, getting that kill behind his back. And there you have it, CLG just holding that bomb site. Na'Vi straight up played that B bomb site, not working out for them. They've had more luck with that takeover hallway kind of a approach they've had so far instead. So let's see what they continue with here.
That's actually the execute I was talking about, that nip are perfectly capable of, that we never saw from them in their match. You can see on the Na'Vi side now, they'll have the buy, but their nades will be once again limited. So such an execute actually will still be possible with all those smokes, but I'm sure they will have wanted more flashbangs. Either way, bomb headed towards A for the time being. Just got people making sure there's no aggression, no flanks from the CT side towards B. And they'll leave the...
Hayes could be a difference maker here, actually. He's reading this play quite well, actually, right now. Watching those stairs. Could be facing Zeus here anytime soon, and he does, but it goes down as...
Bomb in situ while they try to go on an information-finding mission down A long. Meanwhile, we've got Hayes moving towards the underpass. Just having a cursory look, but not committing too far.
Yep, Hayes could be a difference maker here, actually. He's reading this play quite well, actually, right now. Watching those stairs. Could be facing Zeus here anytime soon, and he does, but it goes down to Zeus. It's him picking up that first kill.
Well, CLG somewhat disabled now, although JDM will even up the numbers, but he may still favour the T's for the advantage at this point. The bomb has not been seen by the CTs. They have no idea where the final commitment is. Edward gets taken down in the drop zone, which is leaving the bomb actually in isolation as it's just heading towards B. So now things get a bit tricky. How do you call this if you're Na'Vi? Guardian going down as well. Seas and Flamey remain versus 4, and there's only 13 seconds left. The bomb heading towards B, but it gets taken down as well. Only Flamey left, and Jaden will pick him up. 3 players once again surviving for CLG. They'll still have to spend a bit of money, but they're headed in the right direction. The gap is closed to 4.
And there you had Na'Vi getting those first kills, as Zeus getting that first one, but not able to capitalize sort of what CLG was doing in the first half as well. And right now, CTs are rocking the world so far. And you saw Steve's there trying to carry that bomb into the B bombs in that late situation. Not even getting the bomb down. Playing on that bomb side, I think it was Tarek managing to get that kill. And that's going to be forcing Na'Vi onto a save round.
Yeah, it's not even a jumble sale buy. They went to the boot sale and the boot sale was closed. All they have is the odd pistol, no nades whatsoever, not even a decoy. So, in this kind of situation, a P250 or 2, a CZ, and that's it. What is the play here for Na'Vi? Numbers is their only advantage at the moment. That and trying to close the distance to get the one tap with those 3 pistols.
That's pretty much it.
They have no flashbangs to get into the drop zone. Just going to have to go YOLO. And here it comes. FNS going to let 2 drop by, and he's coming in for the money maker with the Max 7. Only 1 kill afforded, and now Na'Vi can pick that up. Things could get dangerous here for CLG unless they position themselves correctly. Edward getting taken down towards T-Main. Still a player in drop zone with the bomb, but there are people headed in his direction. That's Zeus in the drop zone. He's got the Max 7, and now he is all that remains for his team. He's unable to find the spray, but Cutler will do the job for him. 4 players surviving for CLG, the money continuing to build. And again, Na'Vi are 3 rounds away from that magical 16, but with the gap only being 3, that money is getting important now for CLG.
Yeah, but what speaks to Navi's favor right now, they're still creating opportunities for themselves. They're getting for opening kills. It's just a matter of small things going into their favor in the end, so they can creep up to those rounds. But at the same time, CLG is slowly starting to build a bit of a bank here, so that's always going to make things harder for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi continuing to live on the edge of their economical existence here. Not much money left in the bank. Got a few flashbangs, a few smoke grenades. Other than that, they need to shoot people in the face. They're up against the M4, so they have the advantage in the weaponry. The M4s versus the AKs, of course. Those M4s will need at least 2 taps to the head, as Na'Vi will have helmets, whereas those AKs will pierce anything put in front of them.
And a bit
off a brick wall.
Bit of a change of pace from CLG as well. Cutler getting boosted up here. In side hall, they're basically double stack in this side hall at this point and close to this stair area. And Guardian's going to be the only one. He's going to be the one to take that duel, and he actually wins the duel against Hazed. That could cause a rotation because the attack is actually going towards his B bomb site.
Yeah, but CLG non-believers keeping 3 firmly on the B bomb site for now, but now there's no follow-up to that player and team main. Will it cause a rotation? We've got smokes coming into the drop zone. FNS has no idea what's going on in there. He's had to give it up, and they're paranoid about team main. They don't know if anybody's there. The bomb is in isolation, but Cutler's moving away from it, so that's a safety net for Na'Vi. But they've only got 2 players left now, and Flamey's managed to get himself into connector. If Zeus can find a frag on the A bomb site, then Flamey can cut off the rotations. He's absolutely savaged CLG on the B bomb site. They've only got 1 play left in FNS. Position unknown, but he's on the wrong side of the choke point now. 13 seconds left. The bomb will go down. Flamey to take him down as well. Not going to make it. FNS versus Zeus. FNS has most of his life and a kit. He has time to play with here, but not much. Zeus's position is completely unknown. He won't have the shadow advantage here, but he will have the AK advantage. Down goes FNS. What a play by Flamey.
Yeah, what a round. It's just a back and forth affair. I was already ready to praise Cutler and his aggressiveness down in middle. That was seemed like it was going to be the difference maker in that round in CLG's favor. But Flamey, wow, these shots just having a huge impact. And then Zeus being able to clinch that one-on-one in Navi's favor. And CLG in a situation right now where they can still buy on this one, but this is where it's at. They're pretty much fully invested on this one.
Flamey, no stranger to beast plays. This is why Na'Vi picked him up in the first place, the newest addition to the roster some months ago now. So, again, you can see the importance of CLG surviving with 3-4 plays in the previous rounds. That allows them to get some semblance of a buy in this round, all with rifles at least. Again, the nade's going to be lacking. They have deployed some already. Na'Vi with pretty much the entire team headed towards the A bomb sites at the moment. And you can see the CTs changing their approach each time, trying to be unpredictable. A bit less aggression here. And Hayes is just going to hold an angle.
Yeah, FNS has been boosted up here, drop room, so potentially he could either get a really fast monster flying or just a lot of information before the attack happens. And Na'Vi, again, just taking their time really, really slowly at this point. Hayes potentially going to be part of a war here in the middle very soon, but it seems like actually Na'Vi's indecisive right now what they're going to be doing, but they're going to be running right in front of him.
Oh, there's a two-man spray down. Can he make a three? Doesn't have enough bullets. They're going to start pushing up now, but the bomb's been taken down. Tarek's come in to take down Zeus and Flamey. 3 versus 1. CLG not out of this just yet. They are fighting for survival here. Seized is moving towards the statue area. There are 20 seconds left, and I think he might opt to go for a save here.
Yeah, and it was all that flash in middle. That was just slightly too short, not flashing Haste, I believe it was, down there. And he managed to get those 2 kills, and Tarek another 2 kills. And that was pretty much it. Round over. Na'Vi again playing it really, really slow at this point, and looking at Navi's money, they're not sitting pretty when it comes to that.
No, we might see a bit of a jumble sell buy if they go for the buy around that M4 here. Although they have 3 rounds to play with, so they could go for a save and try to take themselves to match point afterwards. You can see there's not much being purchased by the Na'Vi side, just a few pistols and no nades coming out. So they are going to go for the conservative play. Generally speaking, their money's going to be around $2,000, which should allow them to buy in the next round. But C's having no loss bonus for staying alive in that round.
I think it's a great thing for CLG right now on the CT side here. They're just having a lot of different variables of how they're holding this A site. As we had JDM already picking up a kill on Airboard, and the meat grinder is on.
Love a bit of mincemeat. Not as much as Joel's though. So it's a 4 versus 2 now. Flamey down to 10 HP. Seized again. Going to be in a weird situation, although he's more or less committed to the site at the moment. Taking down Tarek as well. Seeing almost a full rotation from the CTs. Now it's down to a 2 versus 2. Things are getting a bit weird now. JDM's been so strong over towards B bomb site, but can he hold it down towards A? FNS in a situation where he can allow JDM to be the bait if they're sure that both the players are there. But he's only got the 5-7. He does have armor, but he needs to find the heads. You can see now, everything's getting quiet. He's looking the wrong way. Steve's going to come in and punish. So in a round that Na'Vi should surely not win, JDM's going to have to try and clutch it for his team. In these situations, hasn't been perfect for CLG in previous rounds, but he'll have to hit to his advantage. They have to cross Sniper Alley here, as you can see.
Yeah, and no smoke to work with either, so they do have to. The best thing they can do probably is try to cross it together, make sure that he misses at least one of them.
Oh, he's the time running out. Oh, he's missed the jump now. The timing, he's got to be so frustrated at that. And now Flamey becomes the bait. He's just waiting. Although JDM has taken the right route. When gets planted though. Can he get himself to 1 versus 1? Indeed he can. Flamey goes down. And he's going to absolutely shoot Steve straight in the face. Almost fell out of my chair. And there's going to be another round on the board for the North Americans. People across the ocean must be going bananas at the moment.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I was already, heartbroken by how is that round going to Navi's way, but JDM just proving his worth once again.
The good thing is here, look at the faces on the CLG side. They're not going crazy. In previous tournaments, you see like the North Americans go like, oh yeah, we won a round, let's go nuts. It was hype, but no, they're still 2 rounds behind. They are still on the losing side of this. They need to keep their heads in the game, then get to that 16th round.
Yeah, I agree. It's a problem that a lot of teams, especially when they're new to these kind of situations, get. Their highs are too high and lows are too low. So it's hard to keep your composure in those situations.
Well, Na'Vi starting to struggle once again. Flamey, Deagle, no armor in this round. Looks like Na'Vi don't want CLG getting any closer. Edward is creeping towards the site in the same way that NIP did earlier on, which allowed them to open up a round for them. But that resmoke will deny him his opportunities. Guardian coming in, peeking with the AWP as only few AWPers can in that situation. Getting the opening frag, but can Na'Vi capitalise? They've got a minute on the clock here, but the flank is coming in from Hayes. He's pushing through A long. He's got the information for his team. I don't know if Zeus has seen him in return. If Zeus gets a frag here, who knows where this round goes, but the flank is continuing with I think Cutler looking towards underpass.
Yeah, Zeus noticed Hayes and gets that kill as well. It's going to be a two-man advantage for Na'Vi at this point. But how does Na'Vi react on this? They should just bunch up at this point and just choose the bomb site they're going to be attacking and just trust that you're going to be facing at max 2 players on that site.
He's coming in for an Inferno-S flank. Almost through CT spawn. Cutler, though, has the right position. If CLG lose this round, they're going to get $1,400 each. That could be the match if they lose this round. We've got Na'Vi now moving towards the B bomb site. JDM has defended this so well so far, but he's going to get taken down by Guardian this time. Tarek does what he can, but it's only going to be 1 frag. Cutler versus 3. He'll get traded as well. Guardian beasting everyone, moving to match point.
Yeah, that looked a bit scrappy at the beginning, but then Na'Vi really traded those kills well, very effectively. Utilized flashes that they had instead of just running into potential crosshairs, made it work for them, putting themselves in that point at this point, and at the same time, it's going to be CLG with a very, not a great buy at all.
This is the jumble sale buy. They've gone to the car boot sale 5 minutes before it closed. Most of the items have been taken. All they can find is a Mag 7 and a few grenades. This is a desperate situation indeed. And this was the risk that was always running throughout all these rounds. And what a way to clutch just the round prior and then lose the last round. So they're going to need those close quarters engagements here. They need the one taps with these 5.7s. Those 5.7s are very strong pistols indeed, but they've got one flashbang, and that's it. They have to win the duels here, and Guardian may not allow them to do so. There's a first frag for him. Hayes going down before her as well. 3 players left for CLG, otherwise they're headed towards the losers part of the bracket. Na'Vi charging up A long, and again, Guardian just wants to kill absolutely everyone. JDM and Tarek, all that's left on the wrong side of the choke points. 5 versus 2 with 2 5.7s, make it 1. It's JDM versus the entire CIS region. Maybe even Europe.
The crazy thing with Guardian as well is like he's not even seemed like he's had a beast of a game. He's still sitting at 26 and 15 as Zeus getting that last kill on JDM to close it out on 16-12. But yeah, I like to point out Guardian wasn't even seeming to be like super dominant at any point in that match, but still he's sitting pretty at close to 30 kills.
Guardian turns it on when he feels like it. He felt like it then. Got 4 kills in the previous round, and there we go. Na'Vi take the match over CLG 16-12. It was a bit of an arduous task in the second half, but they made it over the line.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, you got to feel for CLG. First half, I think there was opportunities they could have utilized. They were too one-dimensional going towards that B bomb site. They should have gone towards that A bomb site way more.
Right, over to the desk for the review of that match. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, James and Natu. And there we go, last game of the day. It felt a bit like deja vu. It was another cobble game for starters, and one where one team seems to assert their dominance. You think, okay, well, this is going to be a runaway success for them. CLG battled back, and then in the end kind of hit a few of the hurdles they really needed to overcome to maybe force the agenda and overtime. Just a few thoughts about that then. How impressive were Na'Vi? How impressive was CLG?
I mean, Na'Vi did have the lead. There was so much of the game was going their way, but this is the problem with Na'Vi. Even at their best, they just force by all the time. They don't. It's mad that you've got one of the best AWPers in the world. You're not putting AWPs in his hand all the time. Instead, you're just doing all these weird force buys. It's like they're trying to get every permutation of a buy you can have. You get to have a gun, and I have a smoke, and I have a flash, and then they like. There's not even any rhyme or reason to some of the force buys they do. And we've seen today, if we've learned anything from today's lessons on all these Cobble games, it's that if you're on T side of Cobble, you're facing a full buy from the CTs. Half buys don't get it done. Yeah. Unless you're envious, it doesn't work.
Just stop. For sure. I mean, the big thing is, too, for me, is just, is that scoreline might say a different story, but that never felt like CLG had a chance of winning in that match. I mean, Na'Vi was really on top of it. Never looked like, despite their struggles, they were just going to let go completely. The big thing for me, just such a slow start for CLG. It really killed them, even when they picked up some steam. I mean, they could never catch up, and, who no one really showed up in those first 9 rounds in the first half or so.
Yeah, and Robin?
I mean, for me, it's just a good sign to see Guardian show up, and as well as for CLG, for JDM actually, performing.
He was the bright star.
Yeah, and these were the two people that we pointed out coming into this match, and I think both of them actually played really well. But yeah, again, coming in versus a game like, versus a team like Navi, you're not really expecting to win. You can cut it close, but at the end of the day, Navi, across the board, they're a better team.
So Scoots is with one of those bright shining stars right now. He's got Guardian from the successful Navi to do the final interview of the day. Take it away, Scott.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, I am joined by Guardian, and I chatted with you earlier, and I said, can you be nice to my North American friends? And you didn't start out nice at all, 11-4. But then I think you decided, Scoots, we'll give you some rounds. Played them really close. You played them really close in Cologne, too. 16-14 there. This one was 16-12. Initial thoughts on the match?
Well, it's probably the first time that we started so strong in the first game at Major, so I'm quite surprised that we played so well, but at the same time we have made a lot of mistakes, and of course they played really well, as well as they played in Cologne, and yeah, like on the second side we made some mistakes. We lost pistol rounds, and losing first gun round, it's like 7 rounds already, and yeah, I mean they played well and we started good.
So every team kind of prepares for majors differently. Do you guys boot camp? Do you just, obviously you've all had a lot of online action just happening anyway, but anything special you did to prepare for this actual major?
This was the first time that we haven't had boot camp, so we are trying something new. And as well, we are playing like 5+1, so Starix is the in-game leader at the moment. So we are trying something new for this event, and hopefully it will work. And yeah, of course, we will see in next upcoming matches.
So far, so good. Now, obviously, you win the prize of having to play Envious. Also, speaking of Cologne, they 2-0'd you in Cologne. So, initial thoughts on that matchup?
Well, it's probably the 4th major that we are playing Envious, even either it's group stage or playoffs. So, I mean, it's some kind of rivalry already. So, hopefully, we will win this time and we'll do our best to do so. We won against them 2-0 in ESC League, so hopefully we can do that good.
And then, fast forward to Sunday, you're in the grand finals. What team do you absolutely not want to face? Is it Envious or is it a different team that's here?
I would say it's Fnatic, because I would say we have some mental block against them, so we can play as good as we can. So I would say it's Fnatic. There's some feeling of respect or something, and it's hard to break, so yeah, Fnatic is the team that we don't want to play.
All right, thank you very much, Guardian. Appreciate that. That's going to wrap it up for me here in the player area. We're going to go right back to Richard and the gang, and they're going to wrap it up for the night.
So there you go, Guardian giving his thoughts and talking about the mental block that he's got against Fnatic, of course.
A lot of people have a mental block.
Yeah, I was going to say, it turns out, doesn't it? Like, at the moment, Fnatic themselves are having mental blocks in their own way. But let's talk about Na'Vi. I mean, wasn't a clean or sort of comprehensive performance, but they got the job done, and the people that needed to performed well enough to overcome a CLG who really had all the eggs in this particular basket. You can see there from the score, JDM and Tarek, who are kind of the two guys you'll be looking to frag. Those are good numbers against an elite level European team. And you can see, of course, Guardian there with his 26 frags. Good to see him dropping bodies. So just some thoughts about what these numbers might mean, contextualize them. And in fact, Moses, I'll start with you because, we need someone to go to bat for CLG, right?
Oh, I'm the worst pick for that one.
Why?
But, I mean, they're just that's the thing. They just got to such a slow start, and we've seen them look really good. We talked about how they did against Navi at Cologne last year, but you just don't really know which one you're going to get. And for 9 rounds, you got the CLG that didn't show up, and then for the rest of the rounds after that, that they did. They came to play. They mounted a good defense, but at that point, it's just too late. You can't get off to those very, very slow starts against some of these teams over here in Europe at these international events. And Navi's one of those teams. If you get off to a slow start, once Edward gets his AWP and he has the money to continue buying and having
Edward gets his AWP?
Or Guardian gets his AWP.
Cool. Sorry, he was just rewinding the years back. It's all right, no problem. That statistic's crazy. That's bonkers. How's Zeus got 13 assists?
What do you mean? 8 cheats?
Yeah.
Molotovs?
I guess.
Shoot him in the leg?
That's got to be the highest.
Sprays into the chest area.
Yeah.
And then other people kill him.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's got to be the highest assist I think I've seen all day. That's definitely the one that's really stood out for me. But Na'Vi definitely.
Well, what about when Freiburg assisted all those kills to the other team?
Oh, Duncan.
MVP for me.
You're
and the other team.
You're such a card. But no, anyway, look, I think it's a good start for Na'Vi, and but equally, I think there's plenty of positives there for CLG that they can take away from that. It wasn't that Na'Vi had it all their own way.
I mean, it is late in the day, you have to realise
Yeah.
as well. Like, some of these players, I saw them at the beginning of the day, and they were playing the last match of the whole day. So they've been around a long time to even get to this match. For me, I think it's kind of like you saying, Na'Vi got the job done. That's all that really mattered. They weren't really in a lot of danger. Like it wasn't like the scenario where Virtus.pro were almost going to lose the game, and that really could have happened. Na'Vi was always comfortably enough there that I think they can just look back and go, it doesn't matter how close the score was, we're through to the next map. No problem.
Like you were saying, it was the same in the Titan NIP game where they had the game in the bag, but you just kept on with these stupid buys all the time and just had, gave basically free rounds to CLG. And it just, like Moses also said, that it just made the game look a lot closer than it really was. Because overall, the rounds that Na'Vi did win, it was, in a remarkable fashion.
I don't get this philosophy. Where has this new meta come from in CS, where the time you force buy it is when you have such an overwhelming lead that you just need to close the game? It's the opposite. You force buy it because you're forced to buy.
Yeah,
when you're about to lose,
tactic,
or you have to buy now so they don't get to map point, and then economy is going to be destroyed. It's supposed to be a bad situation when you do that. You're not supposed to be doing it. This is when you're in a massive lead. That's exactly when you do the proper saves, so you get a full round, and that's how you close a game.
You have the rounds to save and get the
because eventually, even if you save correctly, then you can potentially just buy AKs 2 rounds in a row instead of just buying the take 9 deagles, and then next round you have a sloppy buy with an AK and armor, maybe something like that, and then next buy after that you're not gonna have the money again, so then you're stuck with the deagle again. It's like, I'm gonna get a one tap. Okay, nice, good job.
Yeah. Well, someone who did do a good job, of course, Guardian, got the match MVP. Not too much of a surprise there. So we did highlight saying that he's not really been at the peak of his powers, I think it's fair to say, at Majors previous. Gets an MVP award under his belt. Probably, though, if we're being honest about it, against some of the weaker opposition he'll face over the course of his tournament. But just a few thoughts about how he did.
Oh, I thought he did wonderful, and especially like those rounds where they didn't whenever the score just got close, Guardian just came alive and he got a 4 kill, I think, once CLG got within like 3 rounds of him. He got that 4K just to propel him even farther apart. So he just shows up when needed. The only time they really seemed to struggle, as we talked about JDM, how improved he was with the op, is when Guardian didn't have it to challenge him. But then once he got it at the end, it was very nice pop flash setups, really nice bait peeks from Guardian to pick JDM off. So it was really well executed.
Yeah, I felt that it was good to see. You don't have to see it a lot when we highlight these sort of sniper battles. Very rarely does it ever seem to play out, though. You end up with areas of the map where they're going at it head to head. It was good to actually see that on a few occasions, that they were sort of in a little mini duel within the game. So we're going to bring up the movement analysis now, and obviously heat maps is the common term. You can see the tactics there. Was there anything that leapt out for you, Fiflaren, in terms of either CLG or Na'Vi, anything that they were doing interesting tactically? I mean, we've seen a lot of Cobble today. Was there anything these guys were doing differently?
Not really. I mean, Cobblestone right now is very generic in terms of teams know what works and what doesn't work, and then you're in a situation where you're going to see a lot of teams just full out stack on their T side and just try and execute. Titan did very poorly in terms of their executes were they went mid, they didn't flash, and it was just a field day for Ali, right? Whereas for Na'Vi it's a little bit more methodical and a little bit more slow pace, just making sure that Guardian is getting those picks, and then all of a sudden you do explode on them.
According to the heat map, I mean, the obvious difference there is that CLG could never get into the A site. If they went A, they died before they ever got the setup. Whereas you look how much heat there is on Navi's side, they're getting full penetration in all the sites. So that's the obvious distance, and then you think about the difference there. Well, CLG didn't get many rounds in their situation, so it makes sense. They're just trying to brute force one thing over and over and over.
Yeah, it's stunning. I mean, that A-bomb site, they just get stopped cold on all those choke points. Na'Vi just did great. And what this kind of win says to me, whatever slight chance there was of CLG, we've seen them have some single map upsets. We know Dignitas has some talent that can do that, but I mean, with Na'Vi just securing a best of 3, I basically think it just solidifies the top 2 of that group. I think it's now impossible for CLG to do that.
Basically, the key problem here is, even if Dignitas is weak and CLG get past them, now you have to play a best of 3 probably against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
So that's your best case scenario. So you just saw your problems here. Over a best of 3, that's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, exactly. They've got a very shallow map pool at the moment as well, and that's something that they need to address if they're going to beat elite level European teams at tournaments of this size. Anyway, we have got the first day of the major in the books. It's done, rubber stamped. We can now bring up basically a recap of the groups and how it all panned out. So start of the day, we had Group A. Fnatic looked to be in trouble for a little bit against Vex Gaming. Vex, though, weren't able to get a single round in the second half after a 10-5 lead. Fnatic go into that winners group. They're going to face Luminosity, who beat Cloud9, the great hope of North America. Moses was in tears. It was a horrible scene to witness. So Cloud9 versus Vex in Group A. Moving on to Group B. You can see TSM probably is one of the most brutal performances of the day. They came out on Cash, not a map they're particularly known for. Manhandled Flipside to go into the winners group there. G2 Esports looked very good indeed against a lackluster Mouse Sports, it's got to be said. Setting up Flipside versus Mouse Sports in the losers match. One of those teams will be going home. And TSM versus G2. Over in Group C, you can see we had Virtus Pro going up against Team Liquid. The game of the day for me went to overtime, back and forth. Team Liquid probably was a little bit disappointed. And then NIP and Titan, the game that we sort of earmarked as potentially being the game of the day, actually a little bit of a damp squib in that sense. Scoreline looks good, but it wasn't an actuality. Titan beating NIP. So Titan versus Virtus Pro tomorrow, Team Liquid versus NIP, and we've just wrapped up Group D. You can see we got Envious, absolutely beasted Team Dignitas, who just weren't at the races in that game. We just saw Na'Vi versus CLG, so that means Envious versus Na'Vi. And you heard Guardian himself say, we've not come up against them, but at a major before. We'll see how that one pans out. And Team Dignitas versus CLG in that sort of bargain basement there, where they're going to be playing for their tournament lives.
All right, you really want to go home soon, don't you?
Yeah, seriously.
Over
that was the fastest thing I've ever heard.
Take a breather.
You were like a salesman. It's like 300.
When my producers say, hey, we need to just go through and wrap that up quick, that's what I bring to the table. That's why
pay him.
Yeah, A-level, A-grade host. But anyway, so I mean, just what fixtures stood out for you today? What were the high points? What were the low points? Anything that's you're gonna take away and treasure forever in your memory book?
Yeah, Team Liquid Virtus Pro. Yeah. I mean, that was the one where Team Liquid had legit chances to win the game, but in the end, VP's kind of character showed through, and of all the teams that should have been a favourite, that was the one that there was at least a chance that they might be able to lose. And so now it makes me more interested to see Team Liquid going forwards, because the other teams in that group look shaky. Now maybe they can get out in second. Who knows?
Yeah, they definitely can with the way they played today. For me, it's Cloud9 with that loss to Luminosity going up against Vex. They're no slouches, and especially with the way Cloud9's playing. So we might see a situation where Cloud9's just gone in groups as well. And I think that unless Liquid can pull something cool off, that might just spell the end of the tournament for North America.
It would also be pretty cool to see the Luminosity Cloud9 rematch in that.
Best of three. Yeah.
Fifth?
I mean, for me, potentially, since day one, there's no team that's going to be eliminated or whatnot. Day two, for me, is going to be more exciting in terms of, because we are actually going to see teams actually falling out of the tournament. So now, yeah, it was a little bit shaky. It's always the first day. People might not be ready. You saw Fnatic with a very poor start, hoping that they will actually, pick up the pace tomorrow. But yeah, I would probably say Liquid VP as well is probably the most exciting one. And then the other one that we had close was that NIP Titan. But it was just very lackluster in general. Like the scoreline that you were saying was even, but in reality it really wasn't. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to day two. There's going to be some really exciting matchups.
And for me, Titan, I think they had a great first half against NIP. I don't think NIP are a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. They've got a lot of pedigree, a lot of experience. Yes, they're in a slump right now, but I thought it was really impressive by Titan, the way they sort of blew them away in the first half. And yes, some inexplicable force buys, but as Duncan rightly pointed out, they don't play that second half that way if they don't get 13 rounds in the first half. So maybe they are finally going to live up to this. We keep talking about them as dark horses every tournament. Maybe Titan can finally do it. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that pans out. And TSM and Envious looking great. Both of them potential winners for me so far. So anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. That is going to be the first day in the books. But just before we go, I want to remind you, tomorrow, obviously, some of you will still be at work or school, college, whatever you're doing. If you want to keep up with all the scores from the major on the move, you can do that at The Score, appropriately titled. They have an app there, you download it, you stick it on your phone, it's great, and it does everything you need. So there you go, that's how you do it there. And we're going to be back tomorrow at the same time, which I believe was, when did we start today?
10:20.
Yeah, it was 10:20.
Local time.
10:20 local time. So make sure you join us, and it's going to be amazing. We're going to have the stage ready tomorrow. It's going to be open up to the public. The atmosphere is going to be absolutely hype. We're all super excited. We hope you'll join us. See you tomorrow.
child of Iris, coming crisis. You're invited to come down. Silver skin cells, simply held in a cradle, hopefully found. And if you're honest with me, if you aren't alone, and just give me what I need, tell me where am I I'm so sorry. That's my story. I know less than most do. Treasure in the sea, an adventure that I is in a world she's lost in, victim of compromise. He's staring at her empty heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's whistling the catacombs, a paradox. He's in love with the statue in marble glass. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her wrist. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. Wasted moments for that potential that torments an angel in disguise. But he can see her empty heart, London eyes, Glasgow bones. She's a whistle in the catacombs, a paradox. Oh, he's in love with the statue in marble glass. He's in love with the girl that time forgot. She just shakes her wrist. She's falling too far with salt in her scars. Won't let it taste her tears. She's falling too far. The girl that time forgot. you.